Great setback. Oh my word.
Chris Arthur. He's not a striker, but by God, they hit that with some force.
Get the builders in because the roof has come off. What a finish, what a strike, what a goal. And again, it's game on for this last 1 minute. But our N5 going to let it slip again. He's gone for it. It's a great save.
What's a save from Harry Wright? Just got a fingertip on that. Looks to be game over. N5 still rock bottom at the table.
Goodness gracious me.
Wembley Rangers pick up their first win here in Baller League. It's another 5 goals on the board for Ian Wright and Chloe Kelly's side, but this time it means that they've guaranteed themselves 3 massive, massive points. The possession now, and in Belay. 7 goals so far, might be the provider here. Oh, wow!
And then the Pocket Rocket does it again. What a through ball this is. Special bit of play. Such a good goal.
There's that Bodie there. Antonio Brown, he looked for the pass. Kieran Clark!
Tell you, on the ball, Kieran Clark has got it.
Well, maybe he does still have it. South Gerald! There was a little bit of afters there as well with Jordan Antonio Brown. I mean, Sassy!
That's not long for Korea. Don't pause your screens, Chelsea fans.
What a finish. Pillay looking to get onto his right foot or his left! Woo! He's their star man for a reason. Who could stop him? And Pillay makes it 8 goals in Baller League. Hang on a second. Kieran's not happy. Kieran Clark's absolutely furious with this symbol there. Sani, one of their wild card picks.
Likes the ball roll, doesn't he?
And he ball roll will outsmart Aaron Stevens. Doesn't want to. Just a simple finish. Amin Sassi looking for a second. Was that saved onto the post from Tobi Brown? He didn't get a hand on that one, it just came off the inside post there. Tobi Brown comes off, Stefan Ilic comes on. Can he score on his first attempt in this game changer? Yes, he can! What an effort! 30 seconds left of this game changer. Are we in for a dramatic ending here again in the copper pot? Stefan Ilic. What a shot that is! And there we have it. Miniminter's F7 back to winning ways in another 1v1 game changer. Stefan Ilic will be the hero. Jack McConnell,
The White Cup player.
welcome to Baller League. What a finish that is! Save there from Tommy Scott. It's the first corner that's given away. Oh, this could be a gift. This could be an absolute gift. Mampolo against Declan McCarthy. Can he get round him? Can he outsmart him like he has done before?
He's so good at the ball.
Looks like we've got a penalty situation that's happening. And Polo against Declan McCarthy, who's on the ground. Durham will be the player that steps up. MVP's United, is there a way back in the game for them? Does enough, Tommy Scott. And you won't get a better chance than that, wasted by MVP's United. Now McConnell.
Oh, that was it. They don't need a game changer anymore.
3 becomes 4 for Deportrio. And I have a feeling that Jama might be getting a call back next week. Last 3 seconds of this game changer. And Deportrio will be the first team in Baller League not just to win 4 points from the evening, but to keep a clean sheet. That man cannot get enough of Baller League. It's his 3rd week in a row. He has been wild carded, and I'll have to say he's probably one of the best wild card players we have seen. Shearer will get an easier goal than that. Max Pitt won't want to see that one again. PK handball. Still PK handball. One to the goal on his own. This is a real battle, isn't it? PK all the way through. Tyler Winters.
You can't give him that much space and time inside the box. The chef cooks it up again.
Tyler Winters. To PK He won't be his best goal in the Baller League, but it's one for the tally.
Great feed.
Gonzalez, oh, he puts on a play for Josh Harrop.
How good with the feet, by the way. Gavin Gonzalez, absolutely sensational in that tight box to get an opportunity fashion from that. I think he gets a little bit of luck, but he carves out himself as well.
Razak Coleman keeps in possession. Josh Hart will try his best to outbody. Tyler Winters! What a turn around the goalkeeper! We finish that. Would have been all over social media again.
The feet were outrageous.
Oh, Max Pittman! Three goals needed for FC rules the world. There's one. Hang on a second. Max Pittman has just scored from his own goal. That's one way to catch your opponent off guard. Max Pittman, quickest to react. Karim Kamrui had no idea what was happening. Surely he's nowhere back in 30 seconds. Tyler Winters to add a 7. What a finish. Last kick of the game. Can he score? Pick up ball. No, he can't. United 7-3 winners. An angry Jeans, let them know about that one.
Wait for it.
26 slips. Emmanuel Rowe.
Oh, great saves. Great save.
Do that again.
Is that McKenzie? Ew. Yucky that.
And Mackenzie Lyle called into action. He's onside. There's the extra pass.
VZN I love it. That was a Dragon Ball Z reference there. If you know, you know. Oh, go on, make something of it.
Possession changes.
Oh my God! From that deep. Why is he just scratching his head?
That's Ruben Carvalho.
That's Ruben Carvalho. Oh my God!
Ruben Carvalho, welcome to Baller League.
Jardel, you can do it again.
Jardel Sterling that time.
He's done it.
No goalkeeper in sight. When free play goes wrong, it goes really wrong. Bondo. All the the way across. There's the angle for the shot.
It's difficult to defend that, isn't it? Because there's an overload.
Luca Valentine ties up the game at 2-2. The second half looks to be poised in the best way possible. Or is it going to be a 3-2 there?
Oh my goodness. That's what we call stanchi-wanchi. He looks like he's played for Santos. Oh, this keeper. Yeah, penalty.
Just blocking Brennan McKenzie.
Go on, Bilal.
Bilal Sayou to tie up at 3-3.
Oh, no.
Great save, Brennan McKenzie low. Wild card player, Ruben Carvalho, he scored earlier. Can he score again? Has he done too much? And we send him. McKenzie Sakasan into Kojo Pentang. That one going everywhere. Cleared away by David Simontevi. And a massive chance to counter-attack. Dominic Voss surely plays it back across to his teammate. And Luca Valentine will punish the 26ers for not taking their chances. But Al Sayou was on target for his last shot. On target again. But Al Sayou, is it 2-2 to tie up the game? It is! Ruben Carvalho off the line. Hang on a second. Dominic Voss goes for goal. Is it on target? It is! Dominic Voss might have just won it. For Santan FC. Dominic Voss. Shot has to come in. Last kick in the game. Bilal Sayou misses. And Dominic Voss will snatch it at the dead ball. Santan FC, they move back into the top four. And for John Terry's 26ers, they still look on for their first win here in Border League.
They want to test me. They want to see who the best be. You ready? Yeah, you better be.
The Copper Fox Arena is home to Baller League UK, and some of the players are arriving ahead of the first game, which kicks off for you very, very shortly. We are very, very excited. It is match day 5. Welcome along inside the Copper Fox Arena, where the Wembley Rangers and F.C RTW are warming up behind us. As always, I've got two familiar faces right next to me. I've got Chunks and I've got Joe Tomlinson as well. Guy, I feel like I say this every week, but it's match day 5. Can you believe how quickly these
coming thick and fast?
Oh, I like it.
It is. It really is. It's coming very quick, and that's the thing I like about this, because I just want. Every time it's a Monday and Monday's over, I'm like, when's the next Monday?
When's the next Monday?
So we're here. I'm very excited.
We are back. And Joe, last week we saw a change at the top of the Baller League UK leaderboard for the very first time, and it wasn't really anything to do with what happened on the pitch. It was because of the Pepsi pressure point penalty shootout that Deportrio won.
Yeah, well, it's thanks to Francis Mampolo, wasn't it?
I feel like every week it's thanks to Francis Gerald Mampolo, because he's been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, not only on the pitch, like you say, in the pressure point challenge as well, taking points there, but I have to say, I think his actual all-round ability for everybody to watch is spectacularly good.
Do you think that he is the best player we've had at Baller League, or the best player you've seen at Baller League so far, Joe?
I think so. He's definitely, technically, I think, got the best ability, but there are some players here also that are super, super effective. You know, he's playing against a player tonight, top scorer in Tyler Winters, who is maybe just as effective as him, but I think technically his smooth style of play is not quite the same.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what is coming up for you guys on match day 5? We are very, very excited. It all kicks off with Wembley Rangers against F.C RTW. Then we've got Santan against M7. How about this for a bottom of the league clash? N5 against the 26ers. And how about this, though, for a top of the table clash? We have got Deportrio versus Angry Gingers United. VZN FC versus MVPs follows. And our final game of match day 5 is Trebol against SDS. So as you can see, we can have a look at the top of the table. Like I said, it changed last week, all due to that Pepsi pressure point penalty shootout. Deportrio, top of the league, cleared by a point. Angry Gingers there in second with 12. And at the bottom, RTW, the 26ers, and N5. Well, how about that, Chunks, for a top of the table clash? I am so... When I saw the fixtures announced, I just looked straight to that number 4 game and thought, oh my word, it's going to be unreal.
Unpopular opinion, I think Deportrio is going to win it. I do think Deportrio.
Is that a popular opinion? They're top of the league?
I was going to say.
But obviously they're on top of the league due to technicalities. Let's be honest now, you know what I mean? They both got the same amount of points in terms of games, undefeated.
Yeah.
So obviously Rampola came clutch. But if we're being honest, I think United probably win more convincingly with 7, like in every game they score 7 goals. But I feel like their defence is where it's a bit leaky, because no one ever talks about how much they concede in those games when they're scoring 7 goals. Whereas you've had Deportrio that actually managed to beat MVPs 4-0, and that's never been done. You know what I mean? So I feel like there's certain things that are going under the radar with Deportrio, and for me, I feel like that's going to help them in this game.
Yeah, I totally agree. The defensive record is supreme, isn't it? They don't concede goals. Last week they managed to keep a clean sheet, which is sort of unheard of in Baller League, especially with the game changers as well. So they've been really impressive. But at the bottom end, that's where I'm interested. The clashes at the bottom end.
Another unpopular opinion, M5 is going to win.
It's about time.
Their first win.
I think based off of the last week performance, I think the 26ers might. How did they not win that game?
I get it.
Surely
But that's their
coming.
fault. That's their fault. They need to be more crucial, like, you know what I mean, more clinical in front of goal. So see what happens.
Oh, we are very much looking forward to all the fixtures on match day 2. But if you don't know what we are doing right here, this is what Baller League is all about. Well, we have made it into the studio, and look who me and Chunks have been joined by. We are joined by Wembley Rangers manager, or one of 2, in Ian Wright, and a wild card pick for this week in former Premier League player Troy Deeney. I mean, firstly, we'll come to you first, Troy.
Yeah.
How cool and how excited are you to be involved in this?
I'm honoured that when Uncle Wright gives you a call, you have to pick up. Do you know what I mean? And obviously, I've known Chloe Kelly a long time as well. So they just said, look, need you to come down, do your thing. And then I'll be honest with you, I'm out the mix. So when I told my kids that I was here, they were more excited than anything. So it's more pressure now than I thought. I was just coming to have a bit of enjoyment. I'm here, I see the setup. Uncle Wright is giving me tactics. It's time to fix up, man. I'm going to be ready.
Right. What made you want to pick Troy to be your wild card?
Because it's serious. We're getting really serious in our team. We're trying to build something. So we didn't want to bring in an ex-player who's going to come in, who's coming into, I don't know, advertise, do what he's doing just to get clout.
Yeah.
We want somebody who's going to help our players and who's going to stick around. So when I said to Troy, bro, I really need you involved if you're going to, but I need you properly involved. He said, yeah, I'll give you that. And I said, then come in, man. Come in.
Yeah, I'm going training. Like, he's got me training.
Good, no, good.
Right,
Yeah, so you should, Troy, as well.
He was good in training the other day.
Yeah,
Troy Deeney here now. You don't need to train.
You know, when you get sent, listen, you got to turn up at Wembley goals. First off, I thought he was trying to set me up. And then when I got there, it was all on. It was good. We had a laugh. But there's some good players as well here that we're seeing. So hopefully I can add a little bit of value to that. But, you know, it's obviously about showcasing the new format of football, but also respecting our level of football. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
What do you make of the size of the pitch? Is it a good size for you, do you think? Is it bigger than expected?
I'll be honest, it's a bit more my size now. I don't have to run too much, but I like the line, the offside line. Yeah. And I've heard the referees let things go.
They do, bro.
So
that's another thing to tell. No. Generally, the way it is, I feel like a lot of people see you, Troy Deeney, they know who you are. I feel like they're going to try and prove a point and show you that they can play football too. But that's what I think they're going to try. So just make sure they don't test their gangster. You know what I mean? Don't have it, blood, today.
Like I said to Wrighty, at this moment in my life, I'll put the beast away. But what he said to me on Wednesday was, you're going to have to bring him out. So we'll see. I'll try and play nice as best I can. But let's not poke the bear. Do you know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Just one quick word, Wrighty. Obviously, you're playing RTW. They're quite a physical team. Yeah. Angry Ginge was not happy last week when he played them. Yeah. So he's almost the perfect player for that, surely.
Yeah, but at the same time, you know, you can't be a team that's top of the league and get roughed up and start arguing about that. You should be getting roughed up in this tournament.
That's what you want to see.
Exactly. So what you do is you bring in a man that you know that's not going to get roughed up.
Exactly.
Righty, Troy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck as well. Really looking forward to seeing you out there, Troy.
Be nice. That's what we're saying.
I'm always nice. It's him that's not.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Right, it is time to head up to Brandon. You will hear him. You often see him as well. Brandon, have you had any stag do's this weekend, or have you been round the country at all? Or maybe not even in the country like you normally are.
No, I haven't been in the country. It's also my birthday last week, so happy birthday to me. If you can guess how old I am, bonus point.
27.
28.
28 chunks, your bingo there.
Yay!
No. Where were you this weekend? And I'm glad you safely made it.
Amsterdam, Valencia, tried to bring some sun back, that failed. But yeah, I've got some big news, by the way. Don't know if you've heard the news, but there's some big news tonight. You're wondering why Troy Deeney is on the sofa next to you. Well, that's because tonight 3 wild cards are allowed per each team. So expect to see more names because obviously it's an Easter weekend. That means that a lot of our players here in Baller League will play normal league football for whatever club they're playing for outside of Baller League. And also, he teased it last week, KSI. There's a transfer window coming to Baller League. 29th of April. Transfers are going to happen, and things are going to get quite exciting.
Chunk, you don't like sitting here, do we? Because we get hit by balls all the time.
Look, you got
Clint, you need to sort your team out. The goal's there, not here. We are joined by Clint and Chloe Kelly. Obviously, you two guys, you're friends, aren't you? We know, Chloe, you featured in an advert, but are you friends tonight, or is it different?
You know what? I'm a professional, yeah. It's like you could be friends outside of the game, that's fine, but
as soon as you
when we're
step
on
on
the
that
pitch, you know what I'm saying? You're my enemy.
Yeah, as soon as that whistle goes, he's our enemy, but after, hopefully, I'll be the one with a smile on my face.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
We shall see. I mean, obviously, Chloe, last week was a really good week for you. You got your first win, and obviously tonight, you've got Troy Deeney. You're just talking to him and Wrighty. Do you feel like there's a little bit more pressure on Troy because of who he is?
I don't think pressure, no. I think it's the first week that he's going to be here, so hopefully he keeps building and he's able to get some goals tonight, fingers crossed. What do you reckon, Chunks? Do you reckon Troy Deeney's going to show us what Troy Deeney's about?
I think he's going to be shocked when he sees the physicality side of things.
Yeah,
because we know that. Yeah, because we know that Clint's team is very aggressive.
I mean, not really. I think I'm going to give respect to the current players we've got in Baller League right now, and they hold their own, you know what I'm saying? It's like, man play professionally, but this is a whole different situation.
Do you know,
what I'm
and
saying?
actually, Wrighty and Troy were both just saying that, because Wrighty was like, I want to get someone that I know isn't going to get roughed up because of how aggressive and how physical it has been.
Yeah.
And Troy was like, I respect every single one of those players out there because I've seen the levels.
100%.
But he obviously also probably wants, he was like, I respect this form of football, it's a new era of football, but it's nice also to respect our era of football and playing where he's playing and done the things he's done.
100,000%.
I think the levels have been so high week in, week out, and you can see that the players coming in, they see that level and you have to be at it, and that's really important.
We've been sat here, Chunks, haven't we, being like, that it's so physical. And Clint, I don't think a lot of managers like your team, because I think your team are the most physical out there.
I mean, you know what? The match is
like
going to
that?
kick off in a second, you know. We're going to see it. We're going to see it. We'll see what happens.
Do you like that from your team, though?
The physicality?
Yeah.
It shows heart.
Yeah.
You know, I want to see heart. Like, sometimes we might not come away with the result, but as long as my team show the heart, I can go home with a smile on my face.
Angry Ginger was not happy with Clint last week, was he?
He was on him. He was on him last week.
I mean, I wasn't here last week, so
Yeah.
I don't know who my man had a problem with. It wasn't me, though.
It was your it was your wild card.
Yeah, I
Stefan
mean,
something.
You've both obviously gone wild cards this week. We know that the Wembley Rangers have gone with Troy Deeney.
Yeah.
Do you know who have you gone with?
yeah. So you got a guy called Paddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Paddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you've seen him play before. Nah. Okay, cool. Yeah, nah. He's a good player. He's definitely aggressive. I'd say he's probably our most aggressive player.
Oh no.
I had a feeling that these lot were gonna get a wild card, and I was like, you know what? I need to have a rock there. You know what I'm saying?
You need to have something
Troy
up your
versus
sleeve.
Paddy.
That's
You know
gonna
what
be
I'm
a good
saying?
one.
Do you reckon that's going to be? Is that going to be the?
It might be the blockbuster.
Oh, okay. Obviously, I'm going to let you guys go in a second.
Yeah.
Chloe, how do you see it going?
I'm excited. I reckon plenty of goals.
Yeah.
Physical game,
Yeah.
and may the best team win.
May the best team win,
I
Clint.
just want to see some heart.
Yeah, you will see some heart. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. Clint and Chloe Kelly. We have got Wembley Rangers against FC RTW coming up for you in a second.
They gave me all their max.
Well, here we go then for another week in Baller League. Myself, Brandon Swift and Joe Tomlinson joining me for the first game here today. I mean, look, Troy Deeney is a wild card tonight in Baller League. We said there was going to be 3 wild cards per team. Some teams have used all of that, Joe. But, I mean, we're kicking off nicely, aren't we? Troy Deeney playing in Baller League.
I mean, there's big pressure, I feel like, on Troy Deeney to step up today. You know, he has a lot to say when he's a pundit. Let's see how he does as a player again.
Well, this is where we start tonight. Wembley Rangers against Clint's FC Rules the World. You can argue it really is time for FC Rules the World to pick up some points here today, because they are of our win in Baller League, and that's after 4 weeks in total. They have won a Pepsi pressure point in the process. They have got 2 points to their name, Joe, but it's not looking pretty at all for them. We'll talk more on that, but first and foremost, let's have a look at the teams that are being used tonight here in the Copper Box Arena. Kicking off first and foremost with Wembley Rangers, who have made quite a few changes, including bringing 3 wild cards. Keep an eye on number 36, as we said, Troy Deeney. He features tonight. Yes, the Troy Deeney, the famous Deeney moment against Leicester City all those years ago. Some familiar faces in there as well. Number 13 and 14, Jordan Isaac and Dom Griffiths. And number 12, Stuart Cook, returns after England international duty in a futsal fixture in the Euros qualification. On the other side for FC Rules the World, we have to speak more on number 8, Ergus Pepai, doesn't feature tonight. He's broke his fingers, Joe tells me. Michael Ndouidi doesn't feature again. I believe that's a management decision. I'm confused to that one. But they do bring in 3 wild cards, including a familiar face, number 12, Kyle Bennett. You may remember him playing in the Football Leagues for a handful of clubs, including Doncaster Rovers. His brother, in fact, was Elliot Bennett, played for Brighton of Albion, Norwich City, just to name a few. Wild cards are in full swing here, Joe. But for FC Rules the World, they're missing some big names, in my opinion. I know they've wild carded well, but Ergus Pepai, I mean, it's unfortunate if you've broken your fingers.
Yeah. I mean, I was speaking to him pitchside just then about the injury. He says he's only going to be out for potentially a week, and it happened, I think, yesterday or the day before, so hopefully he'll be back pretty shortly, but still no Michael Ndwini. There are rumours circulating, aren't there? I know.
Hey, we've got a transfer window coming.
I know that transfer window's looming large, and there are rumours circulating about his future. Could he join another team? I'm excited to see some more of Kevin Gonzalez today. Thought he was fantastic last week. Some of the sharpest feet you'll see at Baller League. Obviously playing at the moment, I think, in the 5th tier of Spain. So hopefully today we can see some of that technique, some of that ability on display, because like you said, Brandon, they just don't score enough goals today.
What we're going to see between these two, I'm sure there'll be a few words exchanged between Troy Deeney and Mark Clattenburg, one of our referees here in Baller League. If it's your first time watching tonight, do not panic. We'll guide you through this very different style of football. You're going to see it 6-a-side football, 15 minutes a half, with game changes that come in the last 3 minutes of each half. All be explained, and we've got 6 games in total this evening. A really important couple of weeks for Wembley Rangers, Joe, because after the first 2 weeks they were without a point. They picked up a 5-5 draw in that crazy game changer in the one-on-one with Don Pires, and last week they picked up their first win against N5, who sit bottom of the table here in Baller League. You feel like there's a bit of momentum building now for them.
Yeah, and they need to capitalise on it, don't they? N5 hand out points to everyone, so...
15 seconds in. Josh Harrop has just got up there in the top 3 quickest goals in Baller League. And you know what? Where was this across the first 4 weeks, Josh? We know you've got quality, we know you've got talent.
Wow, that is an absolute spectacular strike. You might well remember the name Josh Harrop from making his debut for Manchester United against Crystal Palace and scoring on that debut. He's highly rated coming out of the Old Trafford Academy, and with finishes like that, you can see why.
Well, he openly said that he sort of lost love for football a little bit, and Baller League's been that opportunity for him to reconnect with the game that he loves and to show, just like that, how good of a player he is. What a start that is, by the way.
There he goes, classic RTW. If you haven't watched RTW over the last few weeks, they are a rough and ready side. They get stuck in, and that is an understatement. Josh Harrop, of course, sent off a couple of game weeks ago for an utterly reckless challenge, the player who scored that first goal. If you're watching tonight, you can expect, not violence, but I think them to be stuck in every challenge.
I think that might be one of their wild cards, Joe, as well.
It is.
Edward Skirfield. I'm imagining that's who Clint nicknamed Paddy.
It is.
Don Pires.
I like RTW's style of play. I know it doesn't rub everybody up the right way, but I think you need some villains in this league. I think you need some villains in football. Somebody who's willing to go out there, get a bit involved. Some of the dark stuff, some of the stuff you wouldn't have seen in the... Look at this. This could be a bit tasty, I'm telling you, Brandon. RTW know how to pull the line.
2 weeks ago, FC RTW had a really feisty game against the 26ers. And you feel like this might be just that.
Yeah, feisty's an understatement. I mean, John Terry was on the pitch. He nearly had Clattenburg in a headlock at one stage. So I think if we see anything like that tonight, I'll be absolutely delighted. Sorry, Mark.
I was having a chat with Karim Kamhoui, who is one of the players of FC Rules the World, and he openly said, and I agree with him, on paper, the CVs that this club have got, in terms of former professional players that have played, as you said, for Manchester United in the Championship, League One, League Two. I mean, you've got Tariq Holmes-Dennis on this left-hand side, number 31, who might pick up the ball in just a second. He was involved in a Championship playoff final a long time ago, representing Huddersfield against Reading when it went 0-0 and went to penalties. But they haven't clicked, they haven't gelled. And do you know what he said? I said, you're a bit rough sometimes, aren't you, FC Rules the World? He went, look, well, at least we're fighting for each other. We might not be gelling, but we're battling out there. We're jumping in and battling to a lot of tackles, which not all of them have been fair.
No, but nevertheless, they've started pretty well here. You know, they've got the second worst defensive record in this league. I'm delighted with how they've started defensively from a shape point of view. They've obviously been working that in training, haven't they? Because Wembley Rangers have been pretty dangerous every time they've played games. Even when they've lost, you know, it's been really narrow margins. 3-2 against M7. Even the 4-2 against Vision was close. The last 2 weeks, 5-4, 5-4. These are close games that Wembley Rangers have been involved in. Since Wright turned up on the sideline, they've got over the line. I think that has helped them.
Well, I heard rumours as well tonight, Joe, that Luis Figo was in the building. I mean, I'm going to have to wait until I see him in Game 6 for that to be confirmed.
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
But I haven't seen him across the first 4 weeks.
I don't think you'll see him on the 5th either, but maybe on the 6th.
We can see you in the chat at home from wherever you're watching from around the world. Get involved in the conversation this evening. What team are you most looking forward to seeing? Remember, 6 games in action tonight. Game 4 is that big one, the top of the table clash, where Deportrio will take on Yanited. That could be a dangerous ball across to Troy Deeney. And slightly away from him.
It's a good foul to win there, and it's a good foul to give away, actually, because it felt like there was a bit of a counter-attack on there. They're quite dangerous transitionally, RTW. They've got a lot of fast players, and part of this game, I think you've got to make the most of your quick breaks. If you can allow the defensive structure to reform, then it's really hard to break them down. Any sort of counter-attack has to be capitalised on.
Keep an eye on number 12 for FC Rules the World. That's Carl Bennett, one of their wild cards this week. Here's Josh Happ looking for a second.
Not really seen much of Troy so far, have we? Struggling to get hold of the ball, I think that would be fair to say. Obviously, towards the back end of his career, much more of a target man. But we haven't seen him touch the ball in that target man zone. He's not really occupying the centre-backs as well as I thought he would so far.
People in the chat saying no PK Humble tonight. As far as my team sheet says, he is playing tonight, unless he's decided to pull out on Jeeps late on. Here's a shot that won't be troubling Oliver Bosworth there from Ben Long, who did get quite amongst it last week. We know his skills lie in 6-a-side football matches where he's represented his country. Last week he was not just defending, he was heavily involved and even scored a goal.
Not really mentioned Don Pires' name yet, have we? Obviously massively influential for this Wembley Rangers side, but
he didn't score last week, did he? He scored 4 the week before, involved in that crazy game changer. But Don Pires,
here's a chance
to score here.
Troy, leave it Troy.
He's just behind him, isn't it? That's not really giving him much to work with. It's an offside line as well. If you're not aware of Baller League, there is offsides. And Troy Deeney was offside there. Maybe he needs to also learn the rules. Ian Wright vocally there saying, have a shot.
Yeah. Can't believe the run from Troy Deeney was absolutely perfect to drag that centre-back away. As soon as he makes that run, you've got to use that player as the decoy run. No need to feed him in. Of course, you can be offside in this league. So I think that's a bit poor decision-wise from the Wembley Rangers attacker.
Surprisingly for Wembley Rangers, number 45, Ruben Jr. doesn't feature tonight. He was sort of their MVP last week. Now it's number 9, Joseph Diamande comes back into the frame. That's the one thing I felt like they were struggling with. Aside of Don Pires, they haven't really got that number 9, that goal scorer. Maybe that's why Troy Deeney has come into play tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of their fixtures, they've been quite low scoring, haven't they? Those first 2 losses to M7 and Vision only scored 2 goals across the 30 minutes, including the game changers. So that has to change, really. Troy Deeney, there he goes. He's substituted. He's already blowing. Obviously, welcome to Baller League, Troy. This is hard, intense stuff on a 6-a-side pitch.
Doing a bit of research before coming into week 5, Joe, in terms of shots in games. Wembley Rangers are amongst actually the lowest of the teams in terms of their average shots per game. They've had 91 shots in total across the 4 weeks. Most teams have had about 110 plus. They have struggled.
Nice.
At times. Just take a bit of a risk from distance. On comes Stuart Cook.
Josh Harrop started really well, hasn't he?
Wembley Rangers. And that's our first corner in Baller League. If you're not familiar with the rule, there is no corners exactly, but when you give away 3 corners or you win 3 corners, you'll be given a penalty. And in Baller League style, it's a penalty from the halfway line. 90s US style, where you just dribble,
shoot
towards the goal to take the penalty. There's been a few shots. That's Luke Gambin having his first effort. Formerly of Luton Town, you may remember him. That one high and wide and not causing any problems for Oliver Bosworth there. Apologies for any unsavoury language you may have heard from some of the players or coaches here. There is a lot of pressure on these 2 teams to really get points on the table. If you're unfamiliar with the format of Baller League, it's 11 weeks of league play and it's the top 4 that will make it
nice
into that final 4 showdown. There isn't a league winner, so to speak, from the regular standings.
He started well, Josh Harrop. He looks on it today.
Carl Bennett. Josh Harrop, you can see what that goal's done for him. He is very much full of confidence out there. This is a Josh Harrop that we haven't really been able to see to a great deal across the first couple of weeks, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been waiting for this Josh Harrop to break out, haven't we? Like you said, the roster on paper that RTW have put together is one of the strongest in the competition, with the likes of Josh Harrop and Michael Ndwini, but we haven't seen the best of Ndwini and we haven't really seen the best of Harrop.
Great save from Oliver Cannon. Pretty slightly one for the cameras.
Oh, that's a poor decision.
Tries to break here, the ball just sticking to the feet of Holmes Dennis. Then he eventually goes down to ground.
It's good battling though, isn't it? That is good battling by Holmes Dennis, because he got himself into an awkward position. It was a 3-on-2 if he gave the ball away there. Managed to retain possession just about, even though he gave away the foul, or the throw-in by the looks of it.
The idea there to try and disguise the shot for Don Pires. Have a better angle of goal.
Troy's not happy, he's moaning. I wouldn't take Troy's managerial advice. 0% win rate at Forest Green Rovers, wouldn't it?
I wondered how long that would take you, Joe. Slip into commentary. I mean, that was the last time that he did play at, and he did manage Forest Green Rovers, which was just over a year ago now. Start of last year. He did say in his pre-match interview that he has been training in the build-up to tonight's matches. Carl Bennett, twist turn away from two Wembley Rangers players there.
He's sharp. Good footwork.
No one can get near Josh Harrop tonight. There isn't yellow cards for those that might be asking, but there are 2-minute suspensions, and if the referee feels like any certain individual is maybe giving away a few too many fouls, there will be a 2-minute suspension, which has yet to really happen. First couple of weeks. That's it, clever.
He's on smoke.
It's completely caught Oliver Cannon off guard there.
He's on another level right now, Josh Harrop. He's on fire.
I bet he wishes that we were playing the line and the game changer, because both of his goals he scored, I'm pretty sure, have been from quite some distance. FC rules the world, win 2-0. They might not have Ergus Pepe this time round, or Michael Ndwini. But Josh Harrop is clutching up.
Wow. Really, really good strikes. Both of them have been fantastic ball strikes.
I'll be on to see FC rules the world pick up their first 3 points here. That is a great ball across from Luke Gambin. And
They look a bit disjointed, Wembley Rangers. We haven't necessarily seen this from them so far. They look a little bit disjointed. Look at the space in the midfield. Troy Deeney not working back, is he?
1 minute until our game
Come on, Troy. Good God.
Troy Deeney leaving one off.
Steamrolled him.
He's going for everyone.
WrestleMania was at the weekend, Troy. Goodness me. He's come for him like a steam train there.
Let me get a replay on that. What actually happened here? Welcome to Baller League.
God. Just let him know you're there, that's what he's saying. Righty, give him a big high five for that one.
Slightly winded.
Yeah.
Kamhuru.
Look at Troy.
We are 45 seconds away from a game changer. And just back to the point I said, Joe, both those goals from Josh Harrop were behind the line. If there was to be the line is a game changer, coming up next, we know what we can expect from Josh Harrop. Score behind the line is worth 2 goals.
Yeah. You think Troy's just trying to lay the law down a little bit, trying to get the troops going, because they have been sloppy, Wembley Rangers. They didn't feel like they've got started at all, does it? Josh Harrop's running all over him at the moment from this left-hand side position. Nobody's come across to defend him. He's got far too much time and space on the ball. And when he gets room in front of that offside line, he's very confident with his striking, isn't he?
Split decision in the chat there on that shoulder barge from Troy Deeney. Was it a foul? Was it not a foul? Someone went all good in my books. Well, we know the referees are a bit more lenient here in Baller League.
Now's a chance.
Hey, Don Pires. Don Pires! With a moment individual brilliance there. And he sets us up perfectly to go into our first game changer.
Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places that never been. We go higher, no stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher.
Well, our first game changer tonight will be 3-play. It's a 3v3 for 3 minutes. And it's completely up to you if you do field a goalkeeper or not. What you'll see in this is that each attacking phase of play can only last a maximum of 30 seconds. And substitutions are so key. In the attacking sense, you'll see 3 outfield players usually against 2 outfield and 1 goalkeeper. But the transitions we see from this, really, it's all about quick decisions, Joe. Substitutions are vital. We've seen new players, we've seen wild cards that are not accustomed to the game changes here in Baller League, and at times they've cost their team goals and even points on the table.
Yeah, you have to get your substitutions right here. It's roll-on, roll-off subs, so what you'll often see is in an attacking move, it'll be 3 attackers, 2 defenders and a goalkeeper. You've got to quickly shift when the ball turns over there to get your goalkeeper off, maybe get forward onto the pitch, and vice versa for the attacking side. If you get that wrong, it can result in open goals and finishes from 25, 30 yards just rolling into the net. This is a really good opportunity for RTW. They've got some seriously techie footballers. Kevin Gonzalez and Josh Harrop, 2 of the most technically gifted players in the league. Got to be making the most of this game changer.
Yeah, Kevin Gonzalez, welcome onto the pitch, but I think he's had to wait about 12 minutes to come on.
He's a murderer in this format. He's so sharp with the ball at his feet. What you'll see is them give him the ball, let him go at players, because he's a nightmare to defend against.
Josh Harrop-Patrick, just wide.
Now you've got to be quick, you've got to get your substitutions right. You'll see RTW bring a goalkeeper straight onto the pitch.
If it's your first time watching Baller League and you're wondering what a game changer is, it happens between the 12th to the 15th minute in the first half. He's gone Pires, fancies maybe another one. Stuart Cook. Ben Long featuring the 3 outfield players for Wembley Rangers. That's their first corner on the board. To the point I was saying, in the last 3 minutes of each half, there is a game changer which comes into play. It could be one of 3 different things on each individual half. In total, there are 6 game changes in total, and it really makes it an entertaining ending.
Great finish.
Santan Kamara. He didn't feature last week. Well, how about that one for a welcome back? 3-1 FC rules the world leads. He doesn't look happy at the moment, but Clint must be over the moon with what he's seen so far from his team.
See, what you've got to do is you've got to work overloads. He's tripped, you've got to work this overload quickly now across the field. Get it back to Troy, get a shot off.
First shot from Troy Deeney comes in. It took 13 minutes for us to see that. Well, look how high he is now. There's such a risk.
Such a risk. To track back now.
You can see the tired ladies coming in.
Can you find the keeper? Oh, it's selfish.
It's a clever finish, isn't it? But the referee's going to pull that one back for a free kick. Quick substitution made here. 1 minute and 45 seconds left of our first half game changer.
RTW will be delighted with it so far. Wembley Rangers have not utilised that overload at all.
There's no excuse, Joe, why you don't get a shot away in a 3v2 overload. There has to be a shot. Look now, look at the space for Don Pires. There comes the shot, it's the post on the rebound. It's Oliver Bosworth.
If RTW win the ball back now, you've got to try and get a shot off early straight away before Wembley get a goalkeeper on the field.
Don Pires. Second quarter on the clock for them.
Get Kevin Gonzalez and Josh Harrop back on. Surely, if you're RTW, the same attacking unit that have already scored 1 in this game changer, I think they can do the damage here.
Part of me thinks, to a degree here, Joe, that FC rules the world just want to get into half-time.
Yeah, you've got to keep hold of the ball, try and get a shot off in the last few seconds. Don't waste it now.
Pass. Sandro, come on!
Wow, see, they're making the most of the overloads. They're the only team so far out of these 2 that have made the most of the overloads. Wembley Rangers have butchered their 3-on-2s repeatedly.
I don't know if we can get that again on the replay, but that's a really cheeky finish from Sandro Kamara. Went through the goalkeeper's legs of Oliver Cannon. Has to come in. Last shot, 3 seconds. Don Pires. It will stand. And that will take us into the half-time interval. The halfway point, 6 goals already seen tonight. But it's Clint, FC rules the world, that leads 4 goals to 2. Still, 15 more minutes to come.
You can vote for your Head and Shoulders MVP. All you have to do is scan the QR code, which is on your screen now. Stefan Ilic won it last week. He was brilliant. Who is going to pick up the award this week? I mean, Chunks, as for a first half in the first game, that was pretty special. We've had 6 goals. Is that a lot?
Yeah, we've had a lot. I thought, to be honest, I thought Wembley Rangers were going to be more comfortable cruising. Of course, the wild card inclusion of Troy Deeney. But I just thought they looked very comfortable last week, so they'll finally get into the, you know what I mean, into the swing of things. But unfortunately, it hasn't looked great for them this half.
No, it hasn't. And it feels like Josh Harrop, there was a lot of hype about him, given his background and where he's come from. It feels like this is finally turned up to Baller League now.
Finally starting to play football, because he's been a little naughty boy with those fouls he's been doing. But to be fair to him, 2 great goals, one thunder shot from the first 10 seconds.
Wrighty was applauding that from the bench.
No,
he was like, yeah, fair play.
You have to respect it. And then obviously a free kick where he saw the goalkeeper was out of his, what's it called? Out off his line basically, and decided to just go for it. And 2 great goals from Josh Harrop, I'll be honest. But obviously Don Pires, 2 goals from him too, so he's trying to drag his team back. And it's been a great half. It really
has been. And it's currently 4-2 to RTW. So we have a big second half coming up next. Now, M7 are coming up in game 2 here on Matchday 5 of Baller League, and Jolie has been catching up with their Sam Fitzgerald.
Sam, you play for England's 6-a-side national team. Do you feel at home at Baller League?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it so far. Can't wait for tonight's game.
And talking of tonight, I mean, you've scored in back-to-back games. Are we going to get 3 for 3 tonight?
That's the plan. Hopefully a goal and a win.
Nice. And talking of teammates, a word on Stefan Ilic. I mean, he is a hat-trick hero as of last week. He's also an MVP award winner. How important is he for your team?
Very, very important. Secured the win last week for us. And then in the other games, it's been amazing. So hopefully again tonight. That's the plan.
Talking on tonight, final question. Santan are currently sitting on 4th. A win tonight for you guys will be level on points. Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, I think the team morale is good. It's going well. So hopefully a win brings us closer, and then head into next week positive.
Positivity, it's what we want. Thank you.
Well, coming up a little bit later on, it's that man, Yanited and Angry Ginger against Deportrio. How much are you looking forward to that game, Chance?
Genuinely, that is the blockbuster. That, for me, was the one I was looking forward to since they dropped the fixtures. It's going to be a big game. It really is.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very big game. What happens in the second half of this one, then? Clint's RTW got a 4-2 lead, but Don Pires scoring that goal right at the end of that first half. How important was that? Do you think they can get back into it?
It all depends on what the game changer is, because we've seen what he's capable of. 1v1. Give us a 1v1 if you want to see some. Oh, give us a 1v1 with Don Pires. But then also Troy Deeney. He's got a striker. What?
Yeah.
He'd do it.
He'd have to,
but
wouldn't
I think you can't take it away from someone that scored 4 goals.
Yeah.
So please, let's see that.
1v1 and Don Pires, that's what he wants. But currently RTW have a 4-2 lead at half time. What is the second half going to bring? Brandon, it's back over to you.
Well, what a start to Baller League Week 5 here. Myself, Brandon Smith and Joe Tomlinson guiding you through what we've seen so far. You wouldn't believe that FC Rules the World, Joe, have not won a single game from what we've seen tonight. Josh Harrop's arrived.
Yeah, about time. About time as well. This is the best football we've seen RTW play. They're pretty good in the game changer as well, made the most of the overloads. I've been really disappointed by Wembley Rangers, though. Haven't seen enough of them. I was expecting more from Troy Deeney. I'm sure Ian Wright will have been into them at half-time. Him and Chloe Kelly would not have been happy with that performance, so big second half needed.
Chat, we can see you from wherever you're watching from. Let us know what you think the full-time score is going to be. Do you think FC Rules the World will pull away, or will we have more drama in a game changer from Wembley Rangers when they claw back a 5-5 draw against MVP's United?
Not with shots like that, we won't. Need to be a bit more composed, a little bit more relaxed in build-up. Shooting from range like that is got to be a really special finish. We have seen it tonight, but it doesn't happen often behind the line, does it?
Some of the chance of where is Clint's glasses from? I'm not sure. He might have made them himself.
Highly, highly likely he has. Good touch, great turn.
Both these players want a hat-trick, aren't they, Joe?
Yeah.
Sandra Kamara.
Looks really good.
I mean, they're very different hat-tricks, aren't they? Josh Harrop's on for a 3 goals from behind the line.
Troy Deeney's really chucking his weight around tonight. He's very involved in the physical confrontation. Need to see a bit more from him in terms of hold-up structure, though.
He needs a bit more support, doesn't he? I mean,
yeah.
Look, there's no doubt in this format he's going to be the player that is your top man, your false 9, your pin player. It's getting the ball into him like this.
He's got to do better there, Troy Deeney. If he holds the ball up with that bloke in behind him, he's got to really, really look to hold the ball up in that position.
Josh Harrop just getting battered and bruised out there.
It's the reverse tonight. Usually we're looking at RTW as being slightly dirty out of possession. Tonight, it's the reverse, isn't it? They're getting stuck in.
Well, looking at their form, FC rules the world. 3 losses in their last 4 games. Only 2 points by their name at the moment on the table. Surely not a shot from there from Josh Harrop.
No. No. Come on. Got to be a bit more structure in the build-up. There's no need to be shooting from 30 yards first time, first touch like that. The chances of it going there are extremely low. Maybe they're playing for the corner, Brandon.
That must be said. There aren't corners in Baller League, but if you do win 3 corners, you in fact get a penalty. George Isaac there, sorry, that looked like he took an elbow maybe to the face.
That's sloppy, isn't it?
Yeah, Stuart Cook knows it, hand goes up.
Hey, this is the best we've seen RTW play. They look really, really calm and composed. They're not rushing it as much as they have been in the first few weeks. The actual tactics seem a little bit more structured. Players playing off each other.
I think the difference might be, Joe, is that I think they trained in the week.
I think he's made a big difference, honestly. Nice feed.
That's a clever touch. Holmes Dennis. That's a big tackle from Stuart Cook.
It's a huge challenge, by the way, because if he doesn't make that challenge, they are in a 2v1 situation.
I think he knows what he's doing there, wearing leggings. Especially with those slide tackles on this surface.
I want to see Kevin Gonzalez on the pitch. I'm surprised we're not seeing as much Kevin Gonzalez on the pitch as we have in the last 2 game weeks.
He's the man that makes it happen, isn't he?
Mind you, Kamara looks good as well out there, doesn't he?
I think what we're seeing here is 2 players that have scored a couple of goals and they're oozing with confidence.
I'm just watching Troy Deeney as well, off the ball. He's really trying to pin his centre-back, but the centre-back's doing a fantastic job. It's not an easy role to play, but the movement from Troy, I mean, it's lacking.
He's done well there, but the shot still will come in from George Isaac. Troy Deeney very nearly snatches that off the legs of Oliver Bosworth in goal for FC Rules the World. I can assure you, though, that Addison Garnett, who is pinning Troy Deeney there, when he saw that Troy Deeney was up against him tonight, he probably thought 2 things: oh God, or I'm looking forward to this.
And I think it's the latter. He's really, really started well. It's not an easy job out there. This is a very, very physical player in Troy Deeney. He's left it a few late challenges as well. He's very competitive. He's screaming at his players in the half-time break.
That's another corner, and that will be 3 in total.
Who takes it? Does Troy step up and take it, or do you leave it to Lineker Pires? You have to leave this to Don Pires, surely.
You've got to give it to Don Pires.
First round pick, he's taken all of their penalties. He's one of the most dangerous penalty takers you'll see in this division. So calm and composed.
Here's Don Pires now, looking for goal number 7 of the season. Can he ball roll? Can he outsmart Oliver Bosworth? Taking a bit too long, and the ball must stay in continuous movement.
We overhyped him. We overhyped him. Commentators cursed there if you're watching in the chat. Apologies, but usually Don Pires is absolutely fantastic.
That wasn't great, was it, from Don Pires? That would have made it 4-3, and corners don't grow on trees. Don Pires at least makes up for it somehow, and gives Wembley Rangers another corner flag next to their name.
Yeah, he's frustrated with himself after that penalty. It's odd when you see the penalty takers do that. It's like they haven't made the decision what they're going to do before they step up. And if you are in two minds, you end up ball rolling, you get stuck on it. The keeper is a big unit, he phases you out, and then you are just running out of options.
Back to the point I was saying, for a penalty, the ball has to stay in motion. Hence why you saw Pires there trying to ball roll, and then he just got very confused and a bit lost. Had to be quicker, had to make a decision earlier, and we could be looking at this game being slightly tighter as we approach the final 9 minutes. As it currently stands, FC Rules the World are looking to move up the table and even swap places with Wembley Rangers. They're on 4 points as it stands. If they win this game, FC Rules the World, they'll be on 5.
Yeah, I just think they're a little bit more composed on the ball, but I don't want them to stop that attacking nature that saw them score 2 goals early. What we're seeing here is it's quite composed, it's quite side to side. They've got to try and put together some attacks to at least push Wembley Rangers back up the field.
Someone's weighing their passes, I heard out there. Monday asked for a corner from Mark Clattenburg. He says no.
I think you can see as well, RTW, they start that first half really well, super confident, some great goals from Shearer, but they've just got sloppy, haven't they? In possession, they've just got a little bit too defensive, a little bit too cautious. I think if I was Clint, I'd be looking at changes here. Can you bring somebody like Kevin Gonzalez on to bring you up the pitch?
Well, this is what he says. Mark Clattenburg, when he has enough, he has enough. That's a suspension there. In case you missed it, Addison Garnett has basically kept the ball in his hands and prevented Wembley Rangers taking a very quick kick in. And that's a 2-minute suspension for FC Rules the World. So they're down to just 5 players. This is an unbelievable opportunity for Wembley Rangers to try and make the most of this. They have to. Deeney looks for just someone to help him out there. Stuart Cook, the ball bounces and ricochets.
Can't believe Deeney didn't get shot off. At that bank of 3 though by RTW, it's really good defence. Great finish. Great finish. They made the most of the extra man there, just a little bit of overload. Fantastic finish though across his body, isn't it?
Not bad for a defender. That's 2 weeks now in a row he scored better long. Just the ball roll out his feet to sell him.
Back up to the full complement now, the goal's gone in as well.
And as you said, Joe, because the goal has gone in, FC Rules the World suspension comes to an end early. Josh Harrod! He is enjoying those sort of low-bending efforts, isn't he?
Yeah, he looks dangerous today, Josh Harrod, doesn't he? He looks really dangerous, definitely the best we've seen him play. Haven't seen loads from the wild cards, though, of RTW so far. I think Clint would have wanted to see a little bit more.
Dealing with a lot there on the half volley. That one's ricocheting all the way through. It doesn't go for a corner. It's just a kick in right in the far-hand side of FC Rules the World's defensive third.
Growing influence, though, Troy Deeney in this game, isn't he? Starting to pin that centre-back even more. Addison Garnett's gone off now.
Stuart Cook! What a save on it.
What a save!
He's just tipped that onto the post. I don't know if we can get a replay on that again, because that was brilliant.
Ollie Bosworth, what have you just done?
Look at that.
It's a huge save, by the way, to keep it at 4-3, because I feel like the momentum is all Wembley Rangers now. They're fully pinned in, RTW. Again, the composure's gone. They've got too defensive, too cautious. I think Clint needs to get them up the field, start attacking.
Don Pires from quite some distance.
It's another save, by the way.
It is. It's another corner.
Ollie Bosworth's on fire in there.
If you can cast your mind back to last week, Joe, it was Santan FC's Mackenzie Lyle, who made 30, I think, plus saves last week. It was quite the day for him.
It's another corner, though, I think, for RTW. Kevin Gonzalez finally on the field, Brandon. We've been wanting to see it all day.
We've got our first ref challenge of the evening here. It's been thrown in from Ian Wright.
Wow, doesn't think it was a corner, doesn't want those corners building up.
Yes.
Well, the challenge is if it was a corner. I believe that was from a moment of play we just saw again. Let's have a little look. If you're unaware, each manager does get a ref challenge, one per match. They can call back a moment in the game, and this is what it's for. So that was given as a corner.
We need a different angle, surely.
Wembley Rangers are saying that isn't a corner.
I think
it's quite hard to see from this angle.
It's really difficult to tell, isn't it? This is guesswork if you're Clattenburg. Will he protect his own reputation or will he turn it over? It could be a 50-50 shot here. Toss of a coin.
Wembley's challenge is successful. No corner.
Well, there you have it.
The ball will restart from the goalkeeper.
It's a challenge that was successful from Ian Wright and Chloe Kelly's Wembley Rangers.
Great use of a challenge, that you have to say. It sounds minor, but they don't want him to build up. Oh, here he goes.
That does mean now, as the FC rules will only have one corner flag next to the name. Remember, it's 3 you need.
Seriously, I can't believe Kevin Gonzalez hasn't got more minutes today. It must be a fitness issue. The guy is electric on the field.
Have you bought an FC rules the world top of Kevin Gonzalez?
I might have to after this.
I think you're a big fan. He is brilliant, don't get me wrong. Ben Long there. Oh. Battling.
Absolute battle stations.
Doing everything he can. The one thing that I would love to see a bit more, I think, from a couple of the referees is there's been quite a few fouls at times. Just those suspensions maybe coming in.
Yeah, it's got a bit stop-start at times.
Don Pires. That's the corner, or not, but Bosworth just gathers 2 hands on that.
RTW really struggling to play out from the back now, aren't they? There's no structure to the team. There's no target man up top. For me, they just need to try and utilise Harrop way more than they have.
I mean, chat, we're 2 minutes away from a game changer here. What game changer do you want to see in the second half here? It could be fair play, it could be fast forward, or the one that we all love, the one-on-one.
I think the one-on-one would suit Wembley Rangers.
If I could, I'd have one-on-one every single game, Joe.
Yeah, I think it would suit Wembley Rangers down to the ground. We've seen the success they've had in it. We know how good Domingo Pires is at it. You've got Troy Deeney on there as well. I think that would suit Wembley Rangers, especially with no Ergis Papai today.
Well, that was Dom Morgan-Griffiths, one of the wild cards for Wembley Rangers this week. He was a wild card in week 2, game day 2. Call back in tonight. You feel like they're going to get that corner before the game changer potentially, Joe. Well, that's at least got to be part of their game plan.
Yeah, I'm not sure what RTW's game plan is, though. At the moment, it feels a little bit like time waste and give the ball away. That's better.
1 minute until the second half game change.
Hopefully at least fancy down on the volley.
That was the first time, though, we've seen them play the ball into a forward man and then get runners off him for the whole half.
Those asking as well, following this game, it's Santan FC against Miniminter's M7. The game 2 following this one. 6 matches in total tonight. The big match is game 4, the top of the table clash.
I think they're missing Oki William tonight, that's to be said. Lack of physicality in that side of that, isn't there? You can see.
So tall as well, isn't he?
Yeah, Wembley Rangers, when they utilise Troy Deeney as that target man, it allows them to get runners off him. I think in the second half, that's what you've really seen. But here we go.
Deeney there. Feels like he was...
Oh, that was seriously naughty, by the way.
Hang on a second! Temper's flaming there. And to be honest, I can understand why Holmes Dennis is not happy with that. That was off the ball from Troy Deeney. It wasn't very nice.
That was naughty by Troy Deeney. He's left foot on him there. And it was half an elbow, half a push. That was not a pretty tackle. It's very, very late. And you can see why it's caused a few fireworks.
Well, it's surprising that it's not FC Rules the World that maybe have started it this week.
Yeah. He knows what he's doing there.
Oh, I think that's going to be a suspension.
Clattenburg even gets a shove here. Oh, come on, Mark. It's not gladiators tonight, son.
Well, if it is
He's experienced for it.
Surely someone's going to the book here. There's no way Troy Deeney can come out and not be suspended from that Clattenburg.
Well, they've shook hands, they've made up. And I can imagine by that reaction from Ian Wright that there might be a suspension coming in, and we'll get confirmation on it.
Wow, there's a yellow flag been flown here by RTW, by the way. I think they want a suspension here because at the moment we're still seeing...
It's one further than that. I believe it's a red card, in fact, for Troy Deeney. It's a red card for Troy Deeney. Well, his Baller League debut. He's not going to last that long. There's been a ref challenge as well thrown in now from FC Rules the World.
I mean, that is pretty outrageous from Troy Deeney, isn't it? You know, it's very, very, very late, isn't it? He knows exactly what he's doing. It's half an elbow, half an arm. We talk about him being very physical in the forward line of this Wembley Rangers side, but that was, it felt like a little step too far, and the chat is not happy with that tackle at all. For a man down.
Well, to confirm, Wembley Rangers have had a red card. Troy Deeney has left the pitch, and we won't be seeing him again, unfortunately, this week in Baller League, and who knows in future. Right, we've got a game changer. Here we go.
Woo! Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places that never been. We go higher, no stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher.
Fast forward will be our first game changer tonight in the second half. Well, after crossing the centre line, players may not dribble back in their own half. If they do that, a free kick will be given to the other team from where the ball was last touched. The point of this game changer is just to encourage attacking football, to ensure that no one can play back, no one can be defensive. You have to attack, you have to keep the ball in your opponent's third. And in case you missed it, Wembley Rangers are down to 5 players because Troy Deeney got himself a red card.
I told him 3 times, you can't do that.
And don't forget, Wembley Rangers FC have been reduced to 5 players.
Well, I think Wembley Rangers are just working out what 5 players they're going to field. And the red card has, of course, led into the game changer. So, as much as he could smile about it, Troy Deeney, unfortunately, he's left his team. Only with 5 players on the pitch.
Right, we go then in 5, 4, 3.
Here we go then.
2,
Fast forward
1.
for 3 minutes. As soon as the ball crosses the halfway line, it cannot pass back into your own half, or possession will change hands via a free kick. I'll be honest, I think we all wanted one-on-one, didn't we, in this game? It would have spiced it up even more. Wembley Rangers still have those 2 corners. Kevin Gonzalez there chasing on the counter and making it difficult for him. Here's Josh Aaron. Heavy touch with the chest. If they were to drop the extra 2 points and not at least pick up a win here, FC Rules the World, they will be absolutely gutted. They're only playing against 5 players. What a chance to catch.
It is. What a chance on the Boswell, what to save. It was more the impact of the ball. I know it was straight at him, but he had a lot to deal with there, not to give away the corner. Kevin Gonzalez. Oliver Cannon can't get hold of it. And that shot was never troubling anyone. This win, as we said, would put FC Rules the World on 5 points. They would go above Wembley Rangers in the table. He's had quite a difficult first game, Mark Ljungberg. A lot to deal with, in fact. Take your time. If you're FC Rules the World, Oliver Bosworth, you're 49 seconds away from your first win. Kevin Gonzalez might just about get onto that. Oliver Cannon, he gives possession straight back. Just a shot. Coming from Wembley Rangers, they win one more quarter. There's suddenly a penalty, and from this scenario of only having 5 players on the pitch, they would snap your hand for a point. That's Paul. Come on, man. Substitution made. Wild card, Edward Skirfield comes off. On comes Kareem Kamuri. 10 seconds left now in game one.
5, 4, 3, 2,
and by the looks of it,
FC
Rules the World will pick up their first 3 points. And it wasn't a night to remember for Troy Deeney. One of the 3 wild cards that was called upon by Ian Wright and Chloe Kelly. He got sent off and they had to finish the game with just 5 players on the pitch. But the pressure might just be off their shoulders for now for FC Rules the World. They pick up their first 3 points in Baller League. It will take them above Wembley Rangers, and it will take them away from those bottom 3 spots for now. Well, let's check in, if we can, with our very own Joe Tomlinson in just a minute or two. I can see him down there at the moment with Josh Harrop, who you feel like might be player to talk to. I don't think Ian Wright was very happy with Josh Harrop, the way that he felt like he was falling to ground a bit too easy. We'll have to see those goals back again in a bit from Josh Harrop. His first one, 15 seconds into the game. What a finish it was. Well, as always, we have our player ratings from every game here in Baller League. Let's see who took top spot here. Josh Harrop with his 2 goals, his 2 brilliantly well taken goals, let's add. Gets a 9.4 rating. Sandro Camara, he might not have featured last week. He featured this week, grabbed 2 goals. Dom Pires was back to goal scoring fashion tonight. And it is wildcard Dom Griffiths and Stuart Cook that make up place 4 and 5. I think he's ready now. Joe, let's head down and check in with Clint.
All right, look who we've got with us. Match-winning manager. First time I can say that this season. Clint, what do you think?
It's all right. I'm happy, clearly. It was a tough match. We held out to the end. Obviously, Troy getting a red card over there helps us a little bit. I ain't going to complain. I'm satisfied, but I'm not exactly ecstatic, as you could tell. You know, I still feel like we could have played better, made less mistakes, but you know, it is what it is. We got the win. I'm happy. 3 points. Next week is another match. You know what I'm saying?
Your team seem to always be involved in some sort of confrontation. You're very physical as a team. What did you make of the sort of physicality and the intensity tonight?
You know what? I feel like both teams are physical. Obviously, Troy with a crazy late challenge, and then my player obviously reacted, which I don't advise against, but I just feel like it's the heart, you know. I'm just happy my team's showing heart week in, week out, you know. We really want to win, so it's like, that's what we have to do. We just got to show heart, and sometimes that comes with aggression, so it is what it is.
What do you think this is going to lead to? First win on the board, you've also got points from the Pepsi Pressure Point Challenge as well. Only going to climb the table from now?
You know what? I'm just going to treat every game as the game it is on that day. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to look forward to that. I'm not thinking too much about the table. Right now, I just want to make sure when we're going into each game, we're going to win, and that's what we're focusing on, the game on that day.
Clint, congratulations. Top result.
We have been joined by the manager of VZN FC. Tobi's with us. I mean, Tobi, just first of all, what did you make of that as a first game for Matchday 5?
That was insane. I feel like as the weeks progress, these games are getting more and more physical, and that was a perfect example of that. Maybe a bit too physical for my liking.
Yeah, Chunks. Troy Deeney, obviously we sat here and he knew it was going to be physical because we've told him it was going to be physical. Do you think he maybe took it a little bit too far?
Yeah, I think with football, actual 11 aside, because we can't see the close-ups, the game is full of that, you know what I mean? The elbows, all those dark arts that they do in football, but I feel like it was a bit over the top today potentially, and then obviously that led to a red card, which potentially led to the reason why they didn't win the game. So it's unfortunate, very unfortunate, because I'm a big fan of Ian Wright.
He was getting frustrated. You could see him getting frustrated. He wasn't getting the ball from his teammates when he needed it. He wasn't getting any decisions going his way. Maybe in the Prem, you get a decision for someone holding on to you. Not here in Baller League.
Yeah.
Josh Harrop and Wrighty were going at it, weren't they?
Didn't like it. I feel like Ian Wright's one of the nicest people I've ever met. So
you've got to have done something to get Wrighty angry.
Yeah. You've got to have done something to Wrighty. So I'm going to definitely speak to him about that and see what happened. But apart from that, Harrop's off the field antics, he did very well today to score 2 great goals and you know what I mean, lead the team to victory. But the off the field antics, I don't want to see that. You know what I mean? I just want to see some good football and some camaraderie after, and I want everyone to shake hands and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, obviously VZN FC have a massive game this week, but they do of course have a massive game next week, and we are calling it the Sidemen Derby.
Yeah.
How much are you looking for? Obviously you can't take it a game at a time.
I am trying to take it a game at a time, but I'm constantly being reminded that game's coming up. So it's in the players' minds, but we're focused on the challenge at hand today.
I don't think it's going to be as big as people make it seem. These two are very good friends, you know what I mean? So,
but do you think it's going to get as physical as that?
Nah, it won't.
It won't be physical like that. But do you know what the one thing is? It's the group chat. That's the problem. So you want to win that game purely so you don't get cooked in the group chat.
Yeah, right. Jolie has been out and about, and she's been catching up with Dominic Voss, who's got the most assists in Baller League so far.
Dominic, let's start with last week's last-minute winner from yourself. What were you happier with, the goal or the 3 points?
The 3 points. That's the most important thing, isn't it? The 3 points. The goal was an average goal, but the 3 points the most important thing. Yeah.
Nice. And you're top of the assist table with 5. Should we be calling you the De Bruyne of Baller League?
I'll take that. It's not bad to shout. Yeah, we take that all day long. Yeah.
And for you, it's 5 assists and 4 goals in 4 matches. I was just about to say, how happy is Dave with that return?
He ain't said anything yet, but we're in a decent position, so I'd like to think he's happy, yeah.
And tonight it's against M7. Yeah. How are you feeling going into the match?
I'm confident. I'm very confident. I think we've made some decent signings, and I'd like to think we'll get the job done, yeah.
It's you against Stefan Ilic, who is proving as quite the player.
Serbian sniper.
Well, I'm excited to see what we're going to see.
Yeah, no, he's a good player. Let the best man win, I guess, yeah. So we'll see, yeah. Happy days.
Thank you.
Whoa. I feel like I need to take a breath after that. Do you not need to take a breath after that, Chunks?
Yeah, I didn't like it.
No, I could tell by the way you were talking that you weren't you weren't too happy with that.
I wasn't a big fan, but luckily there's 6 games, you know what I mean? So we'll move on to game week 2. This is going to be a big one. M7 versus Santan. I'm expecting fireworks, I'm expecting good football, and I'm very excited to see what happens, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we are building up to Santan against M7, which is going to be a brilliant game, one we're very much looking forward to. And Rydell Mackenzie-Lyle was brilliant last week in goal, and we've been catching up with him.
John Sterling again. Crook. John Sterling with
this keeper, man.
Another rocket.
How good of a performance was that from you?
Emmanuel Rowe. Oh, great saves. They made that 17, and 13 of them have been on target. No wonder this man looks tired.
I just did my best. I just tried, didn't it? I just tried to save everything, what I do every week.
Can he score again? Has he done too much? And are we sending Mackenzie? Hang on.
Ooh, this keeper, man.
We've had a busy day in goal.
It really has, isn't it?
And this week, that guy has got the very difficult task of trying to stop M7 Stefanic, who, of course, won the Head & Shoulders MVP on Matchday 4.
Can he score on his first attempt in this game changer? Yes, he can!
Yeah, man, we needed that look. Like, we needed that big 3 losses on the bounce. My nickname is the Serbian Sniper, so I had to give 2 bullets into the goal.
Just a simple finish. He's M7 back to winning ways in another 1v1 game changer. Stefanic.
Right, match day 5 here in Bowler League. We are almost ready for the second game. It is Santan against M7. It is 4th versus 6th. We are very excited. It's got a lot to live up to after that brilliant first game. What will it have in store for us? Let's find out. Brandon, it's over to you.
Well, already just like that, it's time for game 2 tonight here in the Copper Box Arena for Bowler League. And you already may have seen a few familiar faces that have returned back for these 2 teams. Still no Alisha after his 3-week wildcard in a row. However, Michael Hill does return, who has been one of the most influential players in the first 2 weeks. Dominic Vos will also feature, who has been able to create the most chances and goals for his side, Santan FC. And was a massive helping hand in their win last week against the 26ers. Both of these 2 teams coming tonight on a win, and this is how Santan FC line up, including just 2 wild cards tonight. Number 12, Danny Bassett, and 13, Christopher John, who features again after last week. But number 30, Michael Hill, keep an eye on him. And who knows, it might be a busy day again for Rydell Mackenzie-Lyle, who made about 20 plus saves last week. He really did earn his money in goal for Santan FC. On the opposite side, for M7 FC, their biggest change comes in the form of the goalkeeper. No Tobi Brown tonight. So up steps Juan David Trevino, one of their wild card picks, who once upon a time did play in the Copa Libertadores out in South America. Alongside that as well, Ray Evans features and Zaid Al-Hassani as their 3 wildcard picks. And they call him the Serbian sniper, number 10, Stefan Ilic, because he has been their MVP. Myself, Brandon, and Joe Tomlinson guiding you through our second game tonight. And you have to argue, to be honest, Joe, that I'll probably look at Santan more of a favourite in this one. There are 9 points out of 12 to M7, who come in this only winning 2 games of their 4. But both are going to be full of confidence, both are going to be feeling good, because off the back of a win last week.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing you will say that Santan haven't necessarily played the elite. Yes, they played Yanited, but, you know, they played the likes of the 26ers in there as well. SDS, Sharky, you know, down the lower end of the table. So I think this could be a really, really close game. I think the absence of Jesse Wallace-Lasson could be a big factor in it. Obviously, fantastic ball playing ability. Simon, as you can see there, will be looking to get his side another win. 2 5-4 wins for both of these sides last week against Trebol and the 26ers. I have to say, I think this could be one of the games of the night.
Ljungberg. I thought he might get arrested in the second game after all he had to deal with in game one. In case you missed it, Troy Deeney was a wild card, and he got a red card within his first match. A lot of you in the chat saying that Tobi Ball's going to be a big miss tonight. I have to agree, but you know, let's see what their wild card keeper can offer. Also on top of that, a player we didn't mention is Jesse Waller-Lassen. He doesn't feature tonight, he's not involved. And obviously they have the injury blow there of Arjun Jung, who I believe has affected his ACL. That was back in week 2. He was the player that won the famous £1,000 spinning wheel that Miniminter spins after every single game as an extra initiative for his players. Well, that's John Bellahuhan, who maybe took a page out of Josh Harrock's book after the goal that he scored in just 15 seconds in the last game.
I thought that was feisty at the end. Settled down on the pitch doing the interviews. Goodness me, it was kicking off big time. The competitiveness from game week 3 seems to have come back. Hopefully we see it again.
Sam Fitzgerald scored last week.
Did he save that? Was it? Surely. Did he get a hand to that?
Well, he looked like he did. If we can get a replay on that again. It
hit the bar.
It felt like it caught him off guard. The ball sort of swayed back away.
It's not been given as a corner.
It's not been given, so Mark Clattenburg. It's not going to be a corner there. Here's Dominic Vos, who calling for a free kick there. It looked like he was pushed once or twice.
Some hands in the back. I thought he got a hand to this, you know. Fantastic last week, but maybe it just clips the top of the bar in the end.
Oh, it does.
Clips the top of the bar, yeah. Great strike, great effort.
A lot of you in the chat saying it looked like a save, and I have to agree. There was no hand on that from Mackenzie Lowe, as we just saw in the replay. I mean, look, it wouldn't surprise me if he did save a lot, Joe, after what you showed us last week. He was unbelievable.
Yeah, faced 33 shots in that game. I think 18 on target against the 26ers. It was upwards of 13, 14 saves. It was one of the best performances we've seen in the tournament from any player, not just a goalkeeper. And he might well have to do a similar sort of feat tonight because, you know, M7 have started well here. They look aggressive on the front foot.
Just an update in the chat there. I see you, Kelzino. Simon isn't doing the spin the wheel every time now. You might have, I don't blame him if it's £1,000 every time. Maybe don't do it every week. He's changed it to 2 spins if they win and no spins if they lose. I mean, that's not bad, is it? What, £2,000 is it?
Up for grabs. That's big money. Absolutely.
Even more incentive to win.
He'll be delighted as well when he leads. Promoted today. It's a great day for him if he can get an M7 win.
You can just see underneath.
That's what I was thinking. Looks like the Leeds away shirt there. I think if he can get M7 a win on the same day Leeds go up, this will be some party for the Minter household. I know Leeds aren't officially up, by the way, but, you know.
Yeah, I was going to wait for the chat to come for you there, Joe.
I mean, all but. Let's be real, they are up.
Well, they kept a lot of fans guessing, didn't they? So will the Baller League is the on NDT. I feel like he's been hard done by there. You can understand why Miniminter actually thought about maybe throwing in the ref challenge, but it's not really working for a kick in after just 3.5 minutes. Here's John Bellahuhan! What a save!
He's unreal, this goalkeeper. He's unreal. Who can score past him? Seriously. It's like prime Manuel Neuer in net.
There's a shot. It comes flying in. Well, not going to be troubling their wild card goalkeeper from Eric Kenko. As you said, once upon a time, did play in the 5th tier of Spain.
Oh, it's all kicking off. It's tasty out there tonight. There's some atmosphere in the Copper Box Arena. I think we could be in for another treat tonight.
I think a few people know they might be on TV.
Mark Clattenburg's certainly one of those.
And they might be playing up for the camera. That's Gray Evans, one of their wildcard players for M7. You may have seen him involved in Farnham Town's promotion push this season. Well, he's the two wildcards, in fact. Christopher John. Gray Evans. He wasn't happy that he got a slight pull here.
I think it's a little bit of after ball there.
He holds on to him. He pulls him back.
There's a little bit hit to the head as well. It's a little bit naughty, you'd have to say. But it's the sort of needle we like in Baller League, and it's the sort of needle that, you know, we're currently missing. Some might argue in some of the Premier League games. You don't see Premier League games where people are on the pitch pushing and pulling and fighting. You're going to see it in Baller League.
You might even see a red card, as we did last game.
From a Premier League player.
Fitzgerald there had to commit a foul. He was put into a real difficult situation.
He's a good player, Dominic Vose, isn't he? Every single week he comes out here, performs, feels like he never drops below sort of 9 out of 10. Last week his FOTMOB rating, I saw that was up in that 9.99 bracket, wasn't he? It's tasty out there, man. This is getting hot and heated in here.
Well, out of their 19 goals that Santan FC have scored, Joe, he's assisted 5 of those, Dominic Vose. He is up there with one of the best players in terms of chances created. Speaking of Dominic Vose, he made that one look slightly too obvious there, I thought.
Yeah, it was on as well, wasn't it?
His teammate Christopher John. Them two are still shoulder to shoulder.
What you're seeing, I think, is really competitive games at the moment where people are slightly afraid to make a mistake. This is a low-scoring start to this game. Still no goal after 5 minutes. Only one corner in the bank. I think somebody needs to take it by the scruff of the neck, really try and progress the ball up the pitch because both teams are struggling to build up right now.
Sam, more movement.
There's Arjun Jung there, one of the M7 players who said suffered an injury in week 2.
It's much
Great
better.
to see his commitment though. Gray Evans.
Sloppy. No need to shoot from there, really. Take your time. Let's just build the game up, and that's what I'm pretty sure Sam Fitzgerald is saying. There's no need to rush it on this side of pitch. You've got to build up a little bit of patiently. You've got to try and use that number 9, fire it into him, get runners off him. Or take a risk and beat a man in a 1v1. Not seen enough of it at the start of this game.
There's Danny Bassett, currently of Lewis Football Club, where he plays his football. This is brave.
No, that central ball was never on. Done well to win it back though, isn't it?
Massive chance to counter-attack. Here's Gray Evans!
How well did Zion indeed do to win the ball back after that initial ball into the midfield? It was so sloppy, but he won the ball really well and set up the play.
And for his goods, as Mackenzie Lyle has been. He couldn't stop that one. He's the wild card player who probably is still enjoying that promotion party. With Farnham Town, back-to-back promotions, in fact. One player we haven't seen come on yet, Joe, is Michael Hill.
I wonder if he's still carrying a little bit of a knock because he was such a vital player across the first game weeks, wasn't he? Missed 2 weeks, though.
I want to ask where Albie Sheehan is.
Well, I think Albie Sheehan is no longer in the country at the moment. I think he's jetted off, so it's unlikely we're going to see him for maybe the next couple of game weeks at least. Big loss, given the goal-scoring exploits he put together.
Sam Fitzgerald. He's given a handball.
He's not happy with that decision at all. It felt like he got his body between the man and the ball, didn't he? It was quite clumsy defending, but Clattenburg not interested. He's looking for it, and he's looking for it. You see them in the Premier League all the time. You think, oh, God, so stop-start, let's get on with it. I don't think that's a foul either.
Cleared long there by Lahuan. And respectively, these two teams in the table. Santan currently still in that top 4. Although they have lost the game, they've still got 9 points next to their name.
And you have to say, when you look at the results that M7 have put together, they're actually really quite strong. The 3-2 win against Wembley Rangers, the games they've lost, every game has been a one-goal margin, yeah. And one of those was the 4-3 against Deportrio. Now, we know the punishment they've been able to enact on teams this season, Deportrio, probably the best side we've seen in the competition, arguably alongside Yanited. So even when they've lost, it's been by narrow margins. They've been really impressive in pretty much every game, and I'm sure Simon will be hoping that they can continue some pretty strong defensive performances and keep the clean sheets flowing.
Especially in game changes, Joe, where they've been so impressive.
Oh, no! How's he missed?
I love the idea there from Gray Evans.
I needed that to go in.
The Rabona cross.
Honestly.
Speak about being creative. Look at that.
Sam Fitzgerald, hang your head in shame. That is a sitter. Off of a Rabona as well. Come on.
It could be punished straight down the other end.
I mean, there's sloppy then, there's that. Shooting from the halfway line with 4 or 5 defenders between you and the goalkeeper. Come on.
There is Michael Hill, you can see. So influential in the first couple of weeks for Santan FC in their first 2 wins.
Don't mean it's a great sign he's still got the tracksuit top on though, do you?
No, it doesn't look ready, does it?
We've got Stefan Ilic on the pitch now. MVP from the last match week, that hat-trick.
Getting a lot of love on socials as well, Stefan Ilic.
Absolutely, he likes that nickname, doesn't he? Serbian sniper, he was calling himself in the post-match interview with me.
Clever pass.
2 minutes until our game changer. 2 minutes until the first half game changer.
We're 2 minutes away from a game changer. Which, if you're new to Baller League, what will be explained when we hit the 12-minute mark. That's a really clever turn.
Zan Nditi's defended really well. Very physically fit out there. Does a lot of running, covers a lot of yards. I feel like Dominic Vose has struggled today, which is a rare thing to say, because across the first few match weeks he's been the most consistent player for this Santan side.
Well, I kind of feel like as well he's had to drop into a bit of a deeper role. He's had to be a bit more of a utility player, Dominic Vose. A few people in the chat saying Michael Hill needs to come on ASAP again. We don't know if he's carrying maybe a slight injury. We knew he missed a couple of weeks. What we believed was a slight knock. On Nditi, playing that one down the line into a dangerous area. It's all...
Oh, Bennett. Collision.
1 minute until
he was all right though.
Rames Hefzala went very nearly over the advertisement boards there in the Copper Box Arena.
Lovely touch, Dominic Vose.
That's what he does.
Can he get a shot off?
Kessie!
Oh, keeper closed. Oh dear, that is naughty, by the way. The celebration, that's rude. Dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I don't think the goalkeeper want to see this one again on the replay.
Paul Robinson vibes. Absolute stinker.
Well, he wasn't even meant to be playing, Richard Kessie. He was not in the original squad, but Abdullah Javed unfortunately couldn't make it today. So he came into the squad. What a decision that was. Santan FC equalised the game at 1-1.
Yeah, it was a nice build-up by Dominic Vose as well, wasn't it? That little flick round the corner, that's the first major involvement in an attacking area we've seen from him.
Game changer time. Let's have a look there.
Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places that never been. We go higher, non-stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher.
Our first game changer of this game will be the line, which you can only wish it happened last game, because there was quite a few goals scored from distance. In short, any goal that is scored behind the half or behind the offside line, the little white line you'll be able to see on the pitch, you'll see it on both sides, will count as two goals if you do score from that range. There's only ever been one goal that has been scored from behind the line. You can still score regular goals, all the rules do still stay the same. It's just if you fancy trying your luck for quite some distance.
Yeah, I have to say, Josh Harrop would have been delighted with the line coming up when he was scoring his goals from range. He obviously scored 2 goals from behind the line, but they don't count as double unless it's within this specific game changer.
What is your favourite game changer, Ryan? Let us know in the chat. Today we've already seen 3v3 and fast forward. We haven't seen the famous one-on-one yet, which, don't get me wrong, I'm sure we'll see it at some point tonight. Always gives us an exciting ending to a game changer.
Yeah, it needs something to liven this game up, doesn't it? Because at 1-0, 12 minutes into it, it's been pretty poor so far. Quite low standard quality compared to some of the other games we've seen so far in Baller League and some of the other games you're going to see today. Particularly looking at that Deportrio versus Yanited fixture that stands out on paper. I'm hoping the quality improves across the second half here.
Yeah, no surprise, all of you in the chat saying one-on-one's your favourite. I mean, I think it's all of our favourites.
He's looking for it tonight, Sam Fitzgerald, isn't he? That's a couple of times he's gone down a little bit too easily for me.
Well, this is the line. As you can just see where the ball is now, that little thin white line there. If you score from behind it on the attacking side of things, you will get a goal that will count as double.
Good strength, great strength.
There's only one player that's ever done that so far here in Baller League UK, and it was Ismet Sumbul of Trebol FC, a wildcard player.
Oh, a lovely turn. Get a shot.
Kessie! Oh. Off the post!
Finish it!
Surely! Off the post and in! It made it eventually, didn't it?
He was nearly a meme there, wasn't he? He had it up in lights, that massive miss. That was nearly a stinker.
Danny Bassett, the wild card this week. Look at that. The ball was bouncing around. The goalie got a hand on it, and then eventually it finds a way into the back of the net. Santan FC will lead by 2-1.
Grown into the game, Santan FC, haven't they? Grown into the game well. Illich. Oh! I thought that went in. You give me that look for? I thought that floated in the bottom corner.
I thought it couldn't be any more wide. Well, it's a corner on the board for M7. There's a lot of love for the Serbian sniper, aka Stefan Illich. Let's see what he can do. That ball's made it all the way through, and it's into someone in the crowd. So many people in the chat, Joe, are calling for Tobi Ball, saying, where's Tobi Ball? We need Tobi Ball. I mean, they love him that much. They put him on the Pepsi pressure point last week on penalties.
Yeah, he's a massive miss, isn't he? He is a huge miss. Him out, Jesse Wallace out. He's a big player.
Then the Akinwende comes on for M7. I saw him on social media a few weeks ago, spending his Baller League paychecks with, all I saw was lots of shopping bags.
Fair play to him, why not?
Not aware of, the players in these teams that were drafted are paid per week. I mean, fancy dress. Was on the level, maybe it was.
I like it.
And that's going to do us for half-time. Santan FC will lead M7 by 2-1. You wouldn't believe that they were 1-0 down early into the game, but the game changers give them the chance to find a 2-1 lead. There is still 15 more minutes to play, but Miniminter's M7 have to give a lot more.
So, at half-time between Santan and M7, it is actually Santan that have the lead. A goal scored right at the end of that first half. Chunks? Oh, your face isn't giving... I mean, for the first, 20 minutes of that half, it was just a couple of people squaring up to each other, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it's again, I just want to see football, man.
Yeah.
I feel like people are doing a bit too much, but honestly, that aside, I'd say M7 need to get into the game a bit more. They look kind of jaded, they look tired. I don't know what it is about them, but I think they need to just remember that this is 30 minutes, just put all of it in and see what happens and get the result, because you know what I mean, you're coming up against the Santan team, which is trying to get that top 4 as well, the same as you. So we need a bit more urgency, a bit more.
Santan have grown into this game, haven't they? They started a little bit slowly, but they now are looking like, obviously they have a lead, albeit a very slender one, but they're going to be going into this second half with all the confidence, aren't they?
100%, and that's what I said. I feel like they need to show that they want it more. There's another 15 minutes left, luckily for them, so they can change it, but it all depends on them, how much they want it, because so far, Santan are cruising.
I mean, keeper had a mare, didn't he, for that equaliser?
Where is Tobi Ball?
Where's Tobi Ball when you need him?
That is the man right there. Well, obviously, it must be different circumstances as to why he can't come, because he's never getting dropped.
No,
so, unfortunately, this keeper, we probably won't see him again.
Don't say that.
No, I'm saying we probably won't, genuinely.
Right, well, N5 have a huge bottom of the league clash against the 26ers, and Jolie has been catching up with their star man, Brian Lee.
I love him!
Brian, congratulations on the promotion with Bury. How are the celebrations? I mean, more importantly, how's your head?
My head's actually all right, to be fair. It was a little bit sore waking up yesterday morning. Obviously, it was a good result on Saturday with at least 9,000 fans there, I think. And it was just honestly like a good moment for the club. Obviously, all the heartbreak that they've been through, and for us to give them that special moment back, it was it was a nice feeling.
And now on to Baller League. I mean, personally, you're having a great season. 2nd top goal scorer. Is it super frustrating looking at the table?
Yeah, it's quite frustrating. Obviously, like when I do play football, I want to win. That's my main aim. And, obviously, unfortunately, that's not been the case so far at Baller League. But on a personal note, it's nice to get some recognition. But ultimately, I do want to win it. So, yeah, we'll just see. We'll just see.
And the transfer window opens next week. Do you think N5 are going to strengthen?
I'm hoping so. I mean, I speak to Luke Chambers quite a lot, and I'll probably speak to Jens tonight, and we'll just see what we can go through. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just hoping for a few little tweaks here and there, and we'll just see how it goes.
And finally, tonight is Battle of the Bottom. N5 take on the 26ers. Is tonight a must-win?
Yeah, it's a must-win tonight. I think it's a bit of bragging rights as well. Obviously, Arsenal, Chelsea, and that type of thing. And yeah, we're just hoping to get some points on the board. Obviously, I'm doing the Pepsi prime time tonight, so if we can get 4 points tonight, I mean, it does climb us up the table. So yeah, hopefully.
Well, let's see. Very excited, and good luck.
Very much looking forward to seeing him back in action in that huge game. But how do you see this one going, Chunks?
This one here, I think Santan's going to take the win, man. Unfortunately for Miniminter.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, you've just missed John Terry walk back down the tunnel. He's got a big game. There he is, just emerged. But now it's time for the second half. Santan with a 2-1 lead over M7. Brandon and Joe, it's back over to you.
Absolutely. Look, what is going on here, what we've seen. M7 started so well, Joe. They went 1-0 up early doors, and then again, Santan FC come back. Michael Hill might be in the squad, but we haven't seen him featured yet. John Terry is back off the plane from Dubai. I saw him there the last week. He would have probably struggled watching that in the hotel after seeing his team have 33 shots last week and not score. They feature a little bit later on in the bottom of the table clash, but let's put our attentions back here. We've got to see more, Joe, from M7.
Yeah, we've got to see a little bit more from M7. I'm sure Simon won't be happy with that first half display, but I do feel like Santan have really grown into the game. They've started to impose their style of play. Dominic Vose has really started to get on the ball, and what you see from them do so well is fire the ball into their number 9, get Dominic Vose running off him. And when that happens, it's hard to defend against. I think across this second 15 minutes, M7 have got to change up that game plan a bit.
I saw the chat erupt when Brian Lee was on camera. I mean, they love him, don't they?
They want him to go to United.
I don't know if they heard the news, but there is a transfer window coming up in Baller League. Yeah. 29th of April is when it kicks off. There is more news to come soon. Stay tuned across all Baller League socials. But, I mean, there's going to be a few players that are going to want moves. There's going to be a few players that are in these 12-man squads that haven't featured, maybe through choice. I mean, look, I think Mohamed Mayoub, for example, of United, he's not involved tonight. He's in
out of favour.
3 weeks now?
I think 2 weeks. The last 2 game weeks he's been not called upon. Ginger's put it down to squad rotation. He could be a big player. Somebody looks to pick him up. But I mean, if you're Brian Lee, if you don't win tonight, if you're bottom of the table with no hope of getting into that top 4, and Ginger comes knocking, or Deportrio come knocking, it's hard to say no.
Here's Gray Evans, wins a corner. That's just one more now they need M7. That will certainly change their game plan here.
Looked like a bit of strength there on Zion Ndidi. What's about post? And Frankesi, was there an option there to switch the ball all the way across?
Good defending, really, really good defending there in that 1v1 situation. You know, Frankesi wants to get onto that strong left foot of his and get a shot off across the goalkeeper. Don't allow it, and he also didn't concede a corner either in the process.
So this is from what old card? Danny Bassett.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Santan's game plan of having players like Danny Bassett in that number 9 role, being able to put the ball into him and pin the centre-back, and either roll him or get a pass off to a runner. They do it really well, this Santan side. They're one of the better sides in the league at doing it.
I'm just looking across
3 corners, isn't it? Is that not 3 corners?
I think Michael Hill was about to come on. There's a penalty for M7. Well, just caught my eye on the opposite side there. As Michael Hill is on the pitch now.
Give it Stefan Ilic.
Talk more about that in a second, but there's surely one man on it. He's doing keepy-ups to the halfway line. Stefan Ilic, the Serbian sniper, he calls himself. Can he get a goal back? No, it's 2.
Mackenzie Lowe does it again.
Penalties missed by M7. 2 massive moments wasted. You don't get a better chance than that in Baller League than from a penalty.
Well, we know this is the best goalkeeper we've seen in the league so far. In my opinion, Mackenzie Lyle, so difficult to beat in those penalty situations. He is absolutely massive between the sticks. I had the pleasure of speaking to him post-game, post that 14-save game. No other goalkeepers put up close to that volume. 2 big penalty saves already today.
There he is. He's on the pitch, Joe. He's been missing for the last couple of weeks, Michael Hill. Close.
Not much.
Fancy that. Oh, he's taken a wicked deflection and just
good save.
About recovered there.
Great defending, really, really strong defending.
Jack Wilson there. Running his team. Kicking on the halfway line.
Simon's not happy, is he? He feels those 2 wasted penalties have gone against him. It's always hard to interview Simon post-game. He's so competitive. He doesn't want to talk to the cameras, being a win. He wants to celebrate with his team. A loss, he's got no interest either.
A few people in the chat, Joe, going that Santan's goalkeeper, obviously, who's having an absolute blinder again, should be the Pepsi pressure point goalkeeper. For the neutral one. I mean, look, I think he'd rather be playing these weeks.
Proper tackle.
Jack Wilson. He hasn't had all the game time here in Baller League.
I'd love to see it, Jack Wilson. That was like a real English lower league challenge.
He's left a bit on him, hasn't he?
Goodness me.
You can tell why he's frustrated if he's picked up a knot there.
That was like something out of the Crazy Gang. Vinnie Jones putting in tackles there.
2 balls on the pitch. Let's get rid of one of those.
He's hurting. He's definitely hurting. You felt the crunch from up here.
For M7 fans that have just tuned in, yes, 2 penalties have been missed by your team today that were won from corners. You'd argue there's no better chance, Joe.
Yeah, you just can't do that. You can't afford to do that. Is that challenge again? Bosh! Eat that. That's what you like to see in Baller League, fully committed. There's a lot of players going down easy today. We've seen Sam Fitzgerald go down a couple of times easy. Zaha go down easily there. I think players have got to learn to stay on their feet because the rest are going to give it.
It is. It's going to be more rough. This is, you know, based on street football, the roots of street football, with all the rules that come into play here. Oh my!
Keeper's unreal, by the way.
Renault Mackenzie Lyle, that is superb from you. He might be the MVP of goalkeepers we've seen so far. Well, this would actually give Santan a 6-point gap between them and M7. Put them on 12 points from 15, and M7 would unfortunately only be on 6 still.
Well, every game M7's been involved in so far in this league phase has seen a 1-goal margin between the winner and the loser. Twice they've been on the losing end of it, twice they've been on the winning end of it. At the moment, they're on the losing.
Great tackle there. Zaha there doing what he can to get M7 back in possession. Belohuhan and DT. Still so much time in this game, 9 minutes, and there's the game changer. Here's Gray Evans.
You're not beating Mackenzie Lar with shots like that, I'm afraid. Look at the feet on the guy as well. He's not just hands, that is unbelievable. Edison, eat your heart out.
Michael Hill there caught in a bit of a push and a pull. That was his first couple of touches in possession.
Do you know what I think is so impressive about Mackenzie Lar was it's really hard to goalkeep on this pitch. People don't appreciate how tough the surface is. It's like playing on concrete, so you're almost diving on a concrete surface with just a little bit of artificial grass laid across the top of it. The body is taking an absolute battering and he doesn't seem phased at all.
The best part is as well, Joe, is that he plays for Walton Abbey as well, so he continues to play more football outside of Baller League. Played on just Saturday. Stefan Illich! He still saves it.
Nearly dropped a stinker after he hyped him up then.
Sam Fitzgerald! Another save! And even
It's
keeper! He's building his own showreel! Good battle in there from Jack Wilson. Oh, then loses possession.
He was a bit sloppy in possession there, Jack Wilson. Didn't need to do it, didn't need to try the trick in the flick. He'd won the ball back in a good zone. Great touch by Dominic Vose.
Let's play a game, Joe. How many shots do you think? Oh,
this is what we talk about, the standard goalkeeping. Now, I don't want to dig out the wild card there, but he's giving it to him again.
I thought the Serbian sniper was on the opposite team. Get a replay on that. Look at the celebration.
It's in the face of the keeper as well, by the way.
Frankesi, I mean, what a goal, by the way.
It's an outrageous finish, straight up into the face of the goalkeeper.
He comes up to the goalkeeper's face. And quite literally celebrates in his face.
Little archery celeb. I mean,
he's for a hat-trick.
Been on target twice. We've seen the celebration twice. The finish has been absolutely outrageous. Here we go, look. Keeper won't be happy with this at all because he knows he's let one slide there. That is rude. I like to see it a lot.
16 shots have come the way of Mackenzie Lar so far.
He's outrageous.
And Frankesi might fancy a hat-trick here. Now Frankesi might fancy a solo effort.
Well, Juan David Trevino's finally held something. Copa Libertadores appearances, apparently. Not sure how much here.
Dominic Vose.
Did well there, though, didn't he? Red anticipated that lovely. Got to progress the ball and commit a man. It's vital in Baller League. When you play the ball, you've got to be looking to commit a man within the passing act. Otherwise,
it's a clever pass.
It's a great ball, by the way.
And DT, what a ball!
Oh, how's he missed?
The idea was brilliant. It just lacked the finish.
It would have been one of the best goals of the season in terms of team build-up play. I think he's got a score there for me.
Well-played move, though, from M7.
Yeah, the move was absolutely fantastic. It was Barcelona 2010 stuff, but the finish was lacking.
Have to remember as well, M7 have missed 2 penalties.
They need one-on-one, don't they? They need one-on-one is how it feels.
I think we want one-on-one as well, for those that are watching. 3 minutes away from a game changer.
It does beg the question, though, one-on-one. Do you leave Mackenzie Lar in net? Hopefully he saves it with his head, with his feet. Hard man to beat in that situation.
What does Michael Hill fancy from here? Look at the space in the back post.
42.
Look at the space!
Oh, my goodness, that was a pre-work move. You had Dominic Vose pinning his man.
How have M7 just allowed that to happen?
Sleeping. That was a pre-work move, really good stuff. Straight for the training ground by Santan. Dominic Vose was pinning his man in. That was a huge opportunity to make it 4-1. And if it had gone to 4-1, you felt like the game changer might not have had too much of an effect.
Well, that's the table as it currently stands right now with everything that's happening. As we said, Deportrio take on United in game 4 tonight. This is only game 2. Santan FC would move up the table. This would be 12 points for them on the board if they can hold in this position. And as you can see for M7, the goal difference isn't looking good, and they are slightly further down the table with a bit of a gap.
Oh, Michael Hill.
It was cultured, wasn't it, the finish from Michael Hill? Just off target.
Deary me, that was a good opportunity. Tried it, didn't he? Tried it. The room was there. Dominic Vos looks tired out there. Zion Nditi's given the ball away a few times in that position. Nice by Stefan Ilic.
Oh, Miyaki Wende was crying out for the ball.
He had the defender on ice skates there, Stefan Ilic. Nicely worked.
Jamal Abubakari.
Good save. Really good save, that one by Trevino. He's made a couple of hashes, but that was a really good stop.
One minute away from a game changer.
They need one-on-one, don't they? Sloppy, really sloppy.
Just looking here in terms of the match facts for today. M7 have had 17 shots, Joe. Guess how many have been on target?
Not
17.
enough. 5 or 6, I think.
7.
Not enough, really, is it?
7 shots off target. And they've had those 2 penalties that I don't think are even included in that. I don't even know if they had a shot at goal.
I think that's them lacking Jesse Waller-Lassen's incisiveness, isn't it, today? This is good. And he is the best goalkeeper we've seen here, and we've hyped him up endlessly. Mackenzie Lyle is. He hasn't actually had to make that many amazing saves this week. A lot's been straight at him, a lot has been wide of the target or blazed over. He's been good, but he hasn't quite been the standard of last week, and I think that's down to the finishing. I mean, is this not a goal-scoring opportunity, Clattenburg?
Well, we are 6 seconds away from a game changer. Let us know at home what game changer you want to see in this second half in the chat. Are we in for our first one-on-one tonight in game 2? I feel like M7 need it. They need this one-on-one. I doubt there'll be much time to even make an attack happen here for Santan FC. Hang on, Michael Hill.
That's a big chance, by the way. Didn't get hold of it.
Here we go then. Game changer.
Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places that never been. We go higher, non-stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher.
Here we go. One-on-one. This is the game changer you want to see. One at a time, a single player from each team will take a shot behind the halfway line. Each of these attacks must be completed within 15 seconds. And if you're new to Baller League, you're new to game changers, by far, this is the one that everybody loves. Because it's goals galore, it's non-stop action, and who knows, there might even be some late drama. Let's have a little listening if we can. Last words going in from Santan FC. Stefan Ilic stepping up against Dominic Vos. 3 minutes of one-on-one. So the shot has to come in just on the edge of the circle, just inside your opponent's half. Stefan Ilic up first for M7. Misses his first effort. If you're on the winning side here, you get 15 seconds, so there's no need to rush the chance. And you can just see Dominic Vos there, making sure he uses every second of the clock. Dominic Vos, interestingly, he's just giving the chance back. Trevino, the goalkeeper, because he saved it, and the touch is that heavy, it's gone back for another chance for Santan FC. Dominic Vos! Save with the head of M7.
It must be said as well, you can't use your hands in goal in this one-on-one if you're wondering why there was a diving header. Stefan Ilic. Can the Serbian sniper get a hit marker? No, he can't. He's way off. A minute already gone. Dominic Vos. Great save again. This goalkeeper's not afraid, is he? Where were these saves in the normal time? Stefan Ilic hasn't had a shot on target yet. In one-on-one. Can this be the difference now? No. They're going to change players potentially, M7. Because they're changing players on the defensive end every time. Dominic Vos. It's a great block again with the chest of the goalkeeper. Substitution made. It looks like Gray Evans is on. Scored the only goal for M7 in this game. Gray Evans went for more of a placement finish. And I have to say, for a one-on-one, this might be quite a poor showing. Santan FC. Had to be careful there, Trevino. It looked like he went for a hand. And again, he's given the chance back. Dominic Vos. Hang on a second, can the keeper catch him off? Big chance! Wasted! That's game done. That's game done and dusted. I don't think there will be enough time. Unless Santan FC waste possession. There's the game. 4-1. Dominic Vos concluding the game. There will not be enough time mathematically. And you have to just look at the chances that M7 have missed. 2 penalties missed, a one-on-one where they haven't delivered, and 3 points dropped. Massive result for Santan FC. And what a shift from Dominic Vos there. He just played the full 3 minutes on the one-on-one on his own. They move up into the top 4. And pile on the pressure to the likes of Deportrio and Yanited that will be in action a little bit later on today. They're on 12 points from 15. For Miniminter's M7, the wheel won't be spinning tonight. They'll be going back to the drawing board and watching that game back for the chances and the penalties that they missed. There is no excuses there. Full-time result in game 2. Santan FC beat Miniminter's M7 4-1. There we have it. Game 2 concluded. Miniminter having a few words with Mark Clattenburg. I'm not sure what about exactly. Anyway, enough of that. Let's go and check in with Joe Tomlinson, who's pitch side after another game.
Wow, what a huge result that is. Dom, I want to start with you. You look pretty tired, mate.
Blowing me. I started early today, early morning in the gym. But no, good win, man. We wasn't great today, but we win. That's the main thing.
Another huge performance. How many saves are you making each week? It's ridiculous.
I don't know. I made it hard for myself today, but I was lucky I was able to save myself, and Dom got us the win again. So, you know, we just need to keep on doing this and keep going.
Dom, what do you make of your team's performances? Because you seem to be getting better each week.
Yeah, I think we're all gelling, you know. I think from the first game to now, we've come a long way. You know, today we wasn't great on the ball. But bloody hell, we worked hard for each other. We worked hard, and it shows signs of a good team, because it wasn't great. But, you know, last-ditch tackle was the keeper pulling off some top saves. So, listen, it's a team. We help each other out.
I want to talk to you about that little skill over in there as well. Under pressure, little drag back. Not too bad, was it? Are you used to doing that?
No, it was just instincts, I guess. Yeah. But next time I won't do that.
Next time, not doing that. All right, Dom, final question then. Obviously, you're expecting to win games from this moment on. You've got Michael Hill back. What's the expectation for the rest of the season?
Just to maintain our standards. Listen, game changers change things. You can't do anything about them. Listen, in the game, we want to put games to bed. I think that's the biggest thing for us. Putting games to bed in the 13 minutes of each half. And listen, we leave up to the game changers to do what you've got to do.
Lads, congratulations up to 3rd in the league. Big result.
Well, before we conclude Game 2 fully, we have got our FootMob top 5 player ratings. No surprise that there's no M7 player that features. As great as Renault McKenzie was, he only gets a 7.5 from that game. Danny Bassett picks up a 7.8. He was one of their wildcard players. And Afran Kessie takes second place. Dominic Vos, what a performance from him. He played the full 3 minutes of the game changer. He really has been the MVP tonight. That's Game 2 concluded as Santan FC climb up the league on 12 points.
That was a big win for Santan FC there, wasn't it?
I love that.
Simon is not happy.
No. We're literally just speaking now off camera. He's not happy. I think missing 2 penalties is never a good thing, you know what I mean? But fair play to Santan's team. Honestly, 3 of their players I absolutely love. Dominic Vos, Richard Frank Kessie, and the goalkeeper, McKenzie. Like, wow.
McKenzie Lyle.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Those 3, incredible.
Yeah. A huge win for Santan FC, though. Right, it's time to go back down and find Joe, and it's time for the Cupra 2 Halves Challenge.
My favourite.
Okay, it's time now for the Cupra 2 Halves Challenge. We've got 2 lucky fans out of the crowd today. They're going to be taking a number of different shots through the goal. The most shots through the hole in 30 seconds wins. Who am I joined with?
Gus.
Gus, who do you support, mate?
Wembley Rangers, actually.
Yeah, Wembley Rangers. Big stuff, big stuff. Not happy with the result today, but never mind. Who am I here with?
I'm here with Lucas, my son.
Yeah, you're here with Lucas, your son. What's your name?
Oh, sorry, Andy.
Andy's forgotten his own name in front of the camera. Andy, what team do you support?
Liverpool.
Okay, Liverpool versus Wembley Rangers here. We've got 30 seconds each. I'm going to ask you to assume your positions. Let's get a ball. Let's get a ball. Okay. We'll get the countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. It's a big start. 1-0 straight off the back. 2-1, 2-2. This is ridiculous standard, by the way. 3-2. Gus is on fire out there. Come on, Gus, keep that form going. 4-3. By the way, this is high standard. 5-4. What is going on here? 6-4. 7-4. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're done. We are done. There is only one winner of this challenge. You might well be winning the league, but you've lost this one. Gus, congratulations. Wembley Rangers might have lost today. You're the winner. £500 in the bank account. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good, very good. Yeah, exciting to do this, so yeah, good.
Hey, the finishes weren't too bad. Congratulations to Gus. He's the winner of the Cupra 2 Halves Channel. Back over to you, Liv.
Thank you very much, Joe. Right, next up, we have a huge game. I hate to say it is at the bottom of the league. It is N5 against John Terry's 26ers.
Arsenal versus Chelsea.
This is Arsenal versus Chelsea. This is me versus you, Chunks. Isn't it?
It is.
We've got vested interest in this game, I think, but we can see there N5 on the bottom with 0 points, lost 4 out of 4, and JT's 26ers there just 1 place and 1 point above them. This is a huge game. This is as big as Deportrio against Yanited, just the other end of the league.
Unfortunately, yeah, it is a big one. Expecting fireworks today.
I am excited. I am excited for this. And we've got 2 very special guests in the studio with us. We are coming to them in just a second.
You can't even tell them who it is?
No, we can't yet. I think I was about to ruin the surprise, but I'm not going to ruin the surprise. Okay. I'm going to ask you who needs a win more, but is that even a question?
I think it's as important for both, generally, because they're at the bottom of the table. They want to get those 3 points. So I've seen some promise from 26ers last week. Very good game.
Yeah, let's have a look. Should we have a look at some of those?
Please,
because the keeper he made over 30 saves. It was one of the most unbelievable performances from a keeper.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. He's the guy. I think he's the goalkeeper of the tournament so far.
So this was his performance against M7, but he was brilliant against JT's 26ers, wasn't he, last week? He was the main reason that Santan won that game.
No, generally, like you said, I think they let off like 30 shots, so to save all of those, and they'll still give them a chance in that game. That's the reason why they done what they done. You know what I mean?
And how did JT's 26ers go about stopping Brian Lee? Because he has been absolutely brilliant. He's got 8 goals, the second highest top scorer.
I don't think they'll be too worried about him. I think they've got Jardel Sterling, which we know what he's capable of. So he's an absolute quality centre-back beast at the back. But I think it's more so creativity and actually creating goals. I think we need Bilal Sayu to turn up today. Maybe a Zach Hassan if he's still in the squad. I think it's just about goals for 26ers, so we need more from them. That's what we need.
do. We are building up to the 26ers against N5. Well, I almost threw in the surprise, and the surprise was we have two absolute footballing legends and you, Chunks.
Thank you. No, don't worry.
It's fine. We'll put them. This is Arsenal against Chelsea.
I grew up watching these guys.
It's Robert Pires against JT. It's the 26ers against N5. It's Liv versus Chung.
Yes.
This
There's a lot
big.
of verses. There's a lot of verses.
Big.
Yes, this was one of the games I was excited for. This and Deportrio, so I'm very excited to see what happens here. But you could take it away.
Okay, JT, you weren't here last week, but have you watched your team's performance? Because me and Chunks were sat here going, how on earth have the 26ers not won this game?
Well, I was watching from Dubai. I was 3 hours ahead, and I didn't sleep for the next 3 hours after that, so it was a late night. I was really annoyed watching the game. We were so in control. Like, me and Chunks were just talking, and like last couple of weeks we've been really good, and we've just not managed to get it over the line. So hopefully tonight, like, this is deep tonight. This is more than just the 26ers versus M5 London derby. This is big tonight.
This is it. Robert, are you sharing that saying that this is more than just N5 against the 26ers?
Yes, I'm agree with John. Of course, it's like Arsenal Chelsea, big rivalry. It was like a derby, London derby. So yeah,
I'm just glad I've not got to chase him about it.
Always he put the pressure, on me on the field.
Yeah.
So I know we have big pressure for my team. We are on the bottom of the league. This is the last, I think, the last chance if we go to the next step. Always, I believe on my team, on the players, on the look of the manager. I know we changed the goalkeeper.
You've changed it again, haven't you?
Yeah, but we need. Sometimes we need to change something to find a new solution. So yeah, always to enjoy the games, and hopefully we win the first victory.
And you have got a former Premier League player in Curtis Davis as your wild card. Are you hoping that he's not going to have the same impact that Troy Deeney had, getting sent off on his Baller League debut? We're not going to see that from Curtis Davis, are we?
Yeah, I know. I understand, but football team is not only one player. Of course, one of they have a talent. They can make a difference. But football is a team. We play together. We're defending together. We're attacking together. The manager, of course, is very important. But last chance, of course, I believe on my team.
And JT, you've got no former Premier League players out there, but you're happy with your team because you only used one out of the 3 wildcards that were available to you for this game.
Yeah, I'm happy with my team. I've been happy with the progress of them as well. We've lost Kojo as well before the game, so the boys have already played 90 minutes today. So if the pace is off a little bit, it's important the boys kind of feel the game and understand it a little bit. It's going to be impossible tonight for 30 minutes to be 100 miles an hour. So that little bit of experience, which I think Curtis will give these guys as well. When you've got an experienced player at the back as well, I think it's going to be a big advantage for them guys as well. But we've lost Kojo. He's done his hamstring today playing, so he's a big miss for us. But listen, hopefully everyone's okay.
And I just want to say about those former Premier League players, we've seen it with Kieran Clark. We've seen it with they've got a different reading of the game. Joleon Lescott, yeah, he might be older than all of these players, but they've got an understanding. I mean, JT, if you went out there, you would stand out. Of course you would. But that's what Curtis Davis, a player like that, will bring, won't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Loads of experience. I think talking and organised as well. We tried to do it with Steve-O, and Steve-O brought a little bit of, not a Premier League player, but just an older figure in the group as well. A lot of these boys are young as well. And I think the big difference as well, and I've said this to my boys, that they're playing non-league football. For them to make that next step up, they really need to think about how they turn up to training, how they turn up to matches. It's impossible to come to these nights and go, I don't really fancy it tonight, or this week I'm up for it. You have to turn up every single day. Playing against this man every week, he was phenomenal. Training against him, absolutely phenomenal. The top guys turn up every single week. So I think that's the big difference, and I think it's a big learning curve for these boys.
And one player who has turned up every single week for you, even though you haven't won, is Brian Lee. He has been absolutely brilliant, and it's going to be tough for the 26ers to keep him quiet again.
I hope he will travel on the John team. Yeah, of course. For me, he's the best. He's the best player on my team, of course, and maybe one of the best on the tournament. But I repeat the same. One talent is not enough. Sometimes you want to win a game. So the talent for me is the team.
we play together, and I hope we'll win the first victory in the tournament.
All right, guys, I've got to let you go because your teams are waiting in the tunnel and they need you guys to be able to walk out.
Good luck,
Robert.
Good luck. Thank you so much.
You're a manager. You've got to go and lead your team. There we go. One final hug between Robert Pires and John Terry as they go and lead their teams. Wow. Chunks, this is a big game at the bottom, isn't it?
Pires versus John
This
Terry.
is Arsenal versus Chelsea.
This is heritage.
Oh, God, I'm so excited. Right. This is it, Chunks. It's N5 against the 26ers. It is 11th versus 12th. It is the battle at the bottom. So, Brandon, it is over to you.
Well, how about this one then for Game 3 tonight? A London derby, you can call it, but for two teams that are literally scraping for points at the bottom of the table here in Baller League. The worst possible scenario tonight is a draw for both of these two teams. They must pick up a win before they give up hopes on climbing up the table for a top 4. As they might be smiling now, they won't be after a first ball is kicked. No Freddie Ljungberg in town tonight, but Robert Pires and Jens Lehmann are here. It simply has to change, or they are going to get left behind with the 4, 5, 6 teams that are pulling away from everyone else in the table. Let's have a look at the teams for tonight, which do include more wild cards, and for N5, another goalkeeper. Owen Locke doesn't feature. I know he is there on the screen at the moment. It's number 16, Matt Morris, that will take his place tonight. More importantly as well, there is 33 Curtis Davies. Hani Bashish plays again for another wild-card spot. And overall, they've picked up a handful of important wild-cards. On the other side, for the 26ers, Kojo Penteng, you just heard from John Terry, he picked up a hamstring injury. He won't be featuring tonight. But Jordan Ibe comes back in. Yes, Jordan Ibe, formerly of Liverpool and Bournemouth. He also does feature tonight. You may have seen there's a few issues on those squad sheets. Don't worry, the names I said are featuring tonight. You can just see there Jordan Ibe to the right-hand side of the manager there. I'm happy to say as well that I've got my first ever Baller League player in commentary with me. It's Henry Lansbury. Henry Lansbury, good evening, my friend. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you?
How's the body from last week?
Yeah, it's just about got there, and I'm ready to go again tonight.
Of course, if you're not aware, Henry Lansbury playing for VZN FC. You only bagged 2 goals last week, didn't you?
Yeah, somehow. Stepped over the halfway line and a couple of tap-ins.
How have you been enjoying this journey so far? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, the first few weeks it felt like a few players were getting adjusted to this surface. It's a bit boggy in moments, isn't it? The ball feels a bit heavy. It rolls differently on this type of surface that some players prefer, the 6-a-side players or maybe the ex-players such as yourself. It's taken a little bit of a while. And also, I mean, I don't know how your fitness is, Henry. Are you still putting in, are you still running?
No, not really. I'm more of a golfer now. So I get my steps in.
A golfer or a gardener?
A bit of both. So I get my steps in either way.
I loved it last week. You were sharing all the goals you scored, and I think I saw you promoting some grass seeds?
Grass fertiliser, yeah, Grass Gains. It's my company that gives you the glowing grass.
How has this process been for you, though, overall?
Do you know what? It was a little bit to get used to, because obviously the AstroTurf and obviously it's a hard surface, so my body was broken on grass. So you can imagine on this, I was waking up 2-3 days later just about walking.
Couldn't say the exact words you said to me last week, Henry, but you said the body was tired. A little bit tired after last Monday, of course. You were drafted early doors for VZN FC, who, I mean, look, they've been picking up some important points in the Pepsi pressure point, haven't they? And that's really helped you out in the league table to give you a really strong position.
Yeah, every point in this league is massive. So to nick 2 points extra is good going from us.
Well, let's turn our attention to this game now. This is two teams that are desperate for points, because you're in a quite fortunate position at the moment, VZN FC. You may have lost one game at the start of the season, but you're on 11 points. You're looking quite good for these two teams. When does it get to a point for them where they're lost in the pack? They're nowhere near the top 4. Surely week 5, week 6, you don't pick up points by then, you're gone.
No, you've got to start picking up points. I know JT's not too happy at the minute, and it's nice to see him on the losing side for once.
Well, for N5, we know they have conceded the most goals. Oh my days, Brian Lee may have never seen an easier goal than that. But they have wildcarded another goalkeeper again in Matt Morris.
Yeah.
We know that wildcards are available. And we know that there are some big names that have featured, to be honest, more defensive ones. We see Curtis Davies have his first touch on the ball. His last club was Cheltenham in the lower leagues of English football. It was just over a year ago he officially retired.
Yeah, I think Big Kurt still got it. He'll love this tonight. So,
is there something about sitting at home and watching it, do you think, for some of these players that are retired and they're thinking, I want to come down here on a Monday night and have a kick about?
Yeah, do you know what it is? I think that they see it and obviously they've got ability, always have had ability, but it's like now everyone's so quick and sharp. So it is a test on the old body, but I think they've got the football IQ to be able to cope without the pace, if you know what I mean.
What's the hardest part of this six-a-side Baller League style of football?
Probably getting caught one-on-one with a young, nippy, skillful player.
Curtis Davies? I think we may have just lost the ball.
Yeah, but no, it's a test for everyone coming down here. Ex-pros still get a message from a few of them, so I might try and chuck in a couple of wild cards soon.
Surely with your contact, but you can help out.
Hey, you never know. You never know.
They've had quite the selection of wild cards, M5. It was Fernando Forestieri that was playing a week or so ago. And Curtis Davies, but Al Sayoud into Zach Hassan, who's just offside. You have just tuned in tonight and you are asking for a few updates. M7 did just lose their game 4-1 against Santan FC. And Wembley Rangers lost to the hands of FC Rules the World via a Josh Harrop masterclass, who scored quite a few decent goals this evening. What have you made of the game changes, Henry? Because that really does shake things up, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's interesting. I normally try and take myself off on the 3 minutes. I don't like to get stuck on the old game changes.
I thought you might fancy yourself on a one-on-one.
There's zero chance. Got no pace. I'll have to just...
He's really playing himself down. He looked all right last week. I'll be honest, Henry, the first few weeks, I wondered what was going on. But last week, he looked all right.
I've finally got the WD-40 out on the hitters.
I just thought you might be doing an extra couple of 5k runs.
Nah, it's tough to get used to. Like the pitch and my body's just, it's so hard. And sometimes the ball gets stuck and it's little bits like that, and the pitch moves and that. But you got to get used to it. And I think probably I got used to it last week.
Out of all the teams you've played so far, who's been your hardest opponent in your mind, or best team you think you've seen?
Best team. I think Big Mix's team looking strong. Deportrio, they look a good
kept a clean sheet last week.
Yeah, do you know what? They've obviously got a good coach.
Zach Hassan! Is there a pass available maybe there? For Justin Das. That's the first corner of the game, though, that has been won by the 26ers. Zach Hassan, they're going for a bit of a toe poke.
It's a good touch, that keeps it out. Confident, the old new wild card, isn't he?
It's a bit aggressive from Matt Morris. We know that Owen Locke once upon a time did score for M5. He was the first goalkeeper to, in fact, score in Baller League. And that one was asking quite a lot.
To be fair, they ain't won any games, so they might as well try it. Do you know what I mean?
0 points on the board at the moment for them. 26 goals conceded. And that's the correct squad of M5 you can see on the screen. There was just a few names that were missing. Number 33 said Curtis Davies, once upon a time played Premier League football for West Brom. And on the other side for the 26ers, that is their squad. Number 2, Kojo Penteng, doesn't feature tonight. He picked up an injury earlier today. It's crazy. You say about your body, Henry. I mean, there's players supposedly that have played matches today because of the Easter weekend.
Ridiculous.
So they've played 3 p.m. kickoffs and they've come to Baller League tonight to play another potentially 15 to 30 minutes. Imagine waking up tomorrow with those guys.
So I wouldn't be waking up, mate. No, fair play to him, mate. Fair play. Mate, how can they do it? Like maybe when I was 17, you could do it, but now.
What was it about Baller League that interested you?
Just coming to see like the array of it and how it worked and the six-a-side format of it. I didn't really play too much. Obviously, coming through, it was all grass pitches, Astro. But I see the boys down the Astro all play it all the time. And they're like, oh, I can't play six-a-side. It's never really appealed to me. But then when I got an invite here, I was like, all right, maybe it's a sign. I'll go and give it a go. And obviously, come and enjoying it, and my team's building in the right direction.
I mean, you have got top players as well. I mean, Jerome Sinclair looks still pretty fit, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Players like Montel McKenzie, he's here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah.
26ers are just one corner away from a penalty. That's going to be a retake for the kick-in. You're not allowed to take a kick-in that goes above knee height.
Welcome to the game, Curtis.
Here's a big chance.
Oh,
referee! What we give him?
Play on, play on.
Ref says get. Oh, ref challenge! Hang on a second.
JT.
John Terry.
He's not happy.
Hear that from John Terry there. That's a waste of a ref challenge because you couldn't do your job properly. Let's just say he's not been a fan with the refs.
Yeah, especially next to the guy we're stood next to now.
Yeah, we won't speak too loud. We've got Mark Clattenburg about 3 yards away from us. Well, then let's have a look at ref challenge. If you're unaware of what a ref challenge is, each manager will get the opportunity to challenge one of the referee's decisions in the game at any point. The first thing I want to see is, was that fruit?
Referee challenge, penalty or not? We're going to look on the screen.
Where was the tackle that originally came? Was it just inside the box? Let's have a little look then.
Do we get VAR?
We do.
We do get it up here.
This is the best seat in the house. We've got Mark Clattenburg over our shoulder looking.
Clats, what do you think, mate?
He wants a different angle. This is Mark Clattenburg next to me.
Interesting. Does he look like he's going down before any contact by the goalkeeper? This is the decision that the referee will have to decide when he goes to the VAR.
Those are the words of Mark Clattenburg next to me in the commentary box. It's a big decision to make there. Can you get on the angle there?
Oh. Yeah, it's the first foot in it.
Referee decision, penalty.
Well, he's given a penalty.
So, have you seen Claps on Gladiators?
Well, he probably thought he was in Gladiators earlier today when it was kicking off down there.
He could have said it then, couldn't he? Gladiators ready.
Well, what an opportunity this is for the 26ers, because they are still one corner away from another penalty. Zach Hassan, what a chance this is for you.
I think he scores it.
Has to score it.
There's a big lump in goal.
Zach Hassan. Can he get round the goalkeeper? Is he able to? Did enough there just to pull Matt Morris completely off his line. The angle looked tough. No problem. Zach Hassan, you would have seen him, of course, in a Hashtag United shirt. Also playing this football here for the 26ers on a Monday night in Baller League.
Mate, this keeper is loving it, old man.
As a player in this format, Henry, when you know you've got two corners, is it in your mind of just take a shot, take a punt?
100%. Even if you get down the sides, mate, just get a little nick off them and get that extra corner, man. It makes such a difference. There you go. There you go. Take the early shot.
The shin of Curtis Davies. Third corner, which means a penalty in Baller League. There isn't any corners given. If you win 3 corners, you get a penalty. Zach Hassan again? No, it's Bilal Sayoud, who is normally the man for the job.
Big save.
That time.
It keeps him in it.
He makes up for it, Matt Morris. What an opportunity wasted, though, Henry. You could be 2-0 up in 10 minutes.
Route 1 could work. Could be the way forward for them. Yeah, that's where it's so important. If you win the ball higher up, it gives yourself such a chance.
We played 9 minutes at the moment. Guess how many shots on target N5 have had?
On target?
Yeah.
None.
It's 1. Guess how many shots they've had?
5.
4. They are the team that registered the lowest amounts of shots out of any of them. There's another corner from the 26ers. They are all over N5 at the moment. Only 75 shots they've registered across 4 weeks, N5. That is so much lower compared to any other team. Most are averaging about 100 plus across the 4 weeks.
Some stats there. Oh, what ball. Oh. He's been their standout player, I think.
Brian Lee?
Yeah.
Well, do you know there's a transfer window happening soon?
I do.
Do you think he could be on his way out?
I think he needs to go out.
Well, just come off the back of a promotion with Berry.
Yeah, he's a good player. I think he'll fit a lot of other teams. Just doesn't seem to be working for me here.
Has been quite full of goals as well, hasn't he, Brian Lee? He's the top goal scorer for the team, and as much as he's scoring and doing his bit, M5 just are lacking any sort of identity out there.
Yeah, they almost look a bit lost, don't they, when they're playing? And that's half the battle in this. If you get a decent formation...
There's another corner for his team. He, at the moment, is the man that's making it all happen.
It's a good save, though.
1 minute away from a game changer. I probably already know the answer to this, Henry. What is your favourite game changer?
My favourite game changer? I do like the old shoot from the halfway line.
You like the one-on-one, do you?
Yeah. Obviously, no hands in goal makes it a bit...
I think I saw, was you in goal?
I went in for one, yeah, I don't know why I did.
Here's a chance, Brian Lee, drops the shoulder, Brian Lee! Was there a handball there? Well, it's a penalty that's been awarded.
Did he get sent off for that or not?
Well, that's what I'm waiting to find out. Not sent off for that, just a penalty awarded. Here's Brian Lee to make it 1-1 for M5. Chances wasted, Manchester. He's absolutely buzzing with himself there.
Commentators curse at it, bigged him up.
Offside, Zach Hassan, he didn't believe he was. Ten seconds away from a game changer. Will it bring some hope to M5? Let's find out, it's game changer time.
Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places that never been. We go higher, no stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher.
Brandon Leffer.
Wow.
+1 for the first time tonight, in fact. The game starts with a 1-on-1 plus goalkeepers, so in some ways a 2v2 After every goal that is scored, one more player can be added to each side. Goalkeepers are not allowed to leave their area in build-up play. If a goalkeeper does do this, it will result in a penalty for the other team. I mean, this is a really tactical one, isn't it? The game can move very quickly, and if you play it well and you play it right, it can, well, you know it, be a 5-on-5.
See, this is where I go and sit down now. 1v1 is not my go-to. It's this is where you need the quick, sharp, bit of skill, half a yard, finish.
And the fitness. That would help as well, wouldn't it?
Major fitness.
Here we go then. Hani Bashish, wild-card player against Bilal Sayoud.
Well done.
Hani Bashish, it's a one-on-one, has to make the most of this one to put M5 back in the game.
Yes, well done.
Hani Bashish. 2-on-2. On comes Curtis Arthur, who scored an absolute rocket last week.
Oh, what a strike.
What a goal it was, wasn't it?
Unbelievable.
Emmanuel Rowe. It's a corner. Hang on a second, that's 3. That's a penalty. 3 corners in Baller League means penalty.
See, it makes such a difference just shooting, doesn't it?
But they've already missed one. This is their 3rd penalty of the game, by the way.
Yeah, they've got to score.
Back to you, Zach Hassan, who has got 100% record so far of the penalties that he's had in this match. He's back up again. Can he outsmart Matt Morris? Yes, he can.
That's how you do it.
2 goals for Zach Hassan today. And suddenly the game will now become a 3v3 in terms of outfield players in this game changer. Every goal that goes in, another player is added onto the pitch. On comes Charlie Wakefield. 4N5. I remember him for his long career at Chelsea. Suffered with a handful of hamstring injuries. Which
you're in. What a ball. Finish. Oh, good save.
To a halt, back in Baller League. To reignite that love with the game. Matches some important save there. That's 1 corner on the board for M5.
You've got to go forward. Give it to his feet.
Emmanuel Rowe, that's a clever turn away from Brian Lee. Jardel Sterling just crying for the ball. Jardel Sterling! Oh, it goes in!
Oh, the spin has done it.
Is that the backspin?
Yeah, the spin. Watch him go for it here. Keepers! No.
Oh. Well, if you don't laugh, you might cry. If you're M5 at the moment, because whatever they are doing, it just is not working for them.
Oh, it's tough, isn't it?
M5 are really struggling in Baller League.
Oh. You want to feel for them, don't you?
But they're wild carding, Henry. They've changed their goalie for a 3rd time.
Oh no. Surely Jens has got to get his gloves on.
He joked about it last week, but I think he might next week. I'm sure there's a rule where managers can't play, but Jens Lehmann might be in goal. Zach Hassan! What game he has had. Brian Lee, who hasn't even been able to show what he's all about today. He missed the penalty. Jardel Sterling, look at the space for Zach Hassan for a hat-trick! Skies the finish. And we are just 5 seconds away from half-time. The buzzer goes. The goal will not count. That was an unbelievable chance for Charlie Wakefield, but the buzzer went, the time had gone. And at the halfway point, John Terry's 26ers will lead against M5 3-1 in this all-London derby. It is not looking good for M5. They've got 15 minutes to turn this round, or it's going to be 5 games played with 0 points next to their name. Second half's up next.
You can vote for your MVP, your Head & Shoulders MVP of the night. All you have to do is scan the QR code on your screen right now. I wonder if Sak Hassan goes on to have the second half like he did in the first of that game. He might be the winner of that award. Stefan Ilic had a brilliant match day 4 and he won it last week. Remember, all you have to do is scan that QR code on your screen to vote for your Head & Shoulders MVP. Well, it's been a brilliant first half for the 26ers, and me and Chunk's going to take some time in a second to take a look at that. But first of all, Jolie caught up with Deportrio's Adam Dawson. What a huge game against United they've got coming up.
Good player, him.
Adam, you went viral last week with a showboat you described as a 360 violation. What's the reaction been like?
It's been good, to be fair. I mean, playing on the small-sided scenes anyway, that's one of my trademark moves. Got it from a main guy called Edwin Van Gil, so I give him a shout-out. He's one of the street pioneers, so, yeah, I brought it to the Ball League.
And how many hours have you spent perfecting that trick?
Just practice and practice and practice. People want to give me a bit of stick for trying it, but that's part and parcel of the game, to be creative, to express yourself, and that's what this platform gives everybody that's playing in it.
Really, really nice. Yeah. And tonight, it's a top-of-the-table clash. The only 2 undefeated teams. Have you prepped any differently to face United?
No, we don't need to prep. They need to prep. Very small. No, I'm humble. Trust me, I'm humble. I'm being humble. Now, obviously, they're up there because they're a good side. Everyone knows that. We're a good side. Similar to playing MVPs last week, that was the same situation. But we've got to be in it to win it, and we've got to play the best teams to win the whole thing. So that's what we're going to do. They bring their game, we bring ours, but I'm sure our best can beat theirs.
Oh, and I mean, I was going to say, but I feel like you've just done it. Ginger's been pretty vocal. Do you think you can silence him?
Don't want to silence him. Real people remain humble. They deal with the game. That's it. We'll do the talking after the pitch. Like Ginger, everything he's got going for him. It's going to be a good game. But yeah, we won't do no talking. We'll do it out there.
And we'll end it there. Thank you.
That game is coming up just after this one, but we have the second half of the 26ers against N5. So far, Chunks, Chelsea are winning this.
N5 can't buy a win. Honestly, if it was in the shop and it was there to be purchased, they couldn't buy it. It is bad.
But they've also wild-carded a goalkeeper in, and I know he's made some big saves, but that last goal where he misjudged the bounce.
He misjudged the bounce, but as a goalkeeper, you're meant to know that, you know what I mean?
What's that man right there, Jens Lehmann?
He's thinking...
One of the best we've ever seen.
Yeah, he's thinking, can I bring myself, my 25-year-old self on this pitch and play in goal?
I think he could.
3 goalkeepers, and not one of them has worked out for him.
Yeah.
This is bad.
As for the 26ers, they have a 2-goal lead, but we've seen them have a 2-goal lead before. They did that against Santan, and they ended up losing the game.
But like you said, against Santan.
Yeah. You can't see N5 coming back.
No, I think it's game over already, man. I
feel
like in the first half, you see their heads drop. I saw Alabi, I saw Brian Lee, they're all just heads drop.
Yeah.
I think mentality-wise, they're just not really in it. Genuinely.
Oh, well, that is a big second half. That man is hoping his team can get their first win. They are 3-1 up against N5. The second half is coming for you now. Brandon, over to you.
Take care.
Thank you so much, Liv and Chunks, myself, Brandon Smith, and Henry Lansbury, who will be in action a little bit later, and he does play, believe it or not, in Baller League for VZN FC. He scored 2 goals last week, so he will be full of confidence, I'm sure, in the next hour or so.
Yeah, you can say so. Going to give it another go, see if you get the score sheet.
Are you going for top goal scorer?
No chance. I say clean sheet, but I'll keep conceding.
Well, 15 minutes away, N5 are from continuing a terrible run of form here in Baller League.
Slide tackle is not the one on this pitch, tell you that much.
He's been grazed ever so slightly.
Oh, mate, stuck to the bed sheets and I got in. It was horrible. There's a break on him. Oh.
They've only scored 16 goals so far across 5 weeks, N5. They are desperate for a goal scorer, let alone a goalkeeper, which they keep on changing week after week.
been tough for a minute. I don't know.
It has been tough. And I even think that, you know, Owen Locke has not played for a few weeks, but I think he had quite a hard time. I think he's been all right.
Yeah.
You've got to remember, he's the one that's getting all the shots fired at him, because maybe he's not getting enough support.
Got to look elsewhere, not just the goalkeeper.
People asking about that United game. It comes up next tonight. It's the big one, the top of the table clash. Deportrio versus United. Both teams unbeaten. Someone's O has certainly got to go. That's going to be fireworks.
Yeah, it'll be a good one to watch that. I love Angry Ginger. I think he's brilliant. About last week when he stormed on the pitch after the game. Oh, brilliant.
I mean, I guess for you it's a good one to ask you, Henry, in terms of, this is the Ball League, which features obviously managers from all different backgrounds, from content creation to, of course, ex-Premier League champions. What do you make of it when you say you like Angry Gins? Like, where did you discover him?
Just, do you know what? I played in a charity game against him probably a couple of years ago, and
there he is.
And I played against him, and I followed him after that, and just watched him on TikTok and YouTube and all the clips and that. I think he's brilliant, man. His passion for this game is brilliant.
He's really filled this role well, hasn't he?
Oh, wait, he's built a good little team around him. Everyone's playing for him.
His wild cards have been superb as well.
Yeah, but I hope he finds PK for
going to New York.
For going to New York.
I mean, he came back and scored a couple of goals, didn't he?
Yeah,
so
he had a good time.
He did repay him.
Yeah.
Good to see Angry Ginger's upgraded the outfit as well. He's got a tie on tonight for the first time. Alongside his good friend Micah Chad's up in his streaming booth, where he is live inside the Copper Box Arena. There are a selection of streaming booths for those that are watching along. Looking to restart possession here. If you're M5, Henry, and you're in this team now, what's the obvious thing that you can see of why this team is not gelling?
I don't know. It looks so open, didn't they? It's almost like they're waiting for someone else to do something. When
do you think overusing a wild card sometimes can also be a detriment, in terms of you're getting players that probably haven't trained with you in the week, they're just coming here on a Monday night, they're playing, and then you're expecting them to link up?
Well, that's the hard thing, isn't it? Like, boys have obviously all got stuff on, and bring a wild card in and expect them to do what they want to do as a wild card, but it's tough. They need to be as a team together, and I don't know if M5 look like a team. Do you know what I mean?
Well, the referee just putting this one back for a free kick on the edge of the box, because M5 goalkeeper Matt Morris was due to kick it in, but threw the ball in instead.
See, everybody should be back on that line.
Reminds me a little bit like, was it Ipswich Town that threw about 11 players on the line? Salah Sayoud, 5 players, walk 6 near enough in a row. Can they stop this one from going in? Yes.
Surely got to just change the angle there, a little pass, and then let his mate tap it in.
See you go on the replay. Was it Brian Lee that, it was all about the goalkeeper, Matt Morris, who made up for that error? Why that free kick was given on the edge of the box. Believe it or not, Jordan Ibe is involved in the 26th, but he hasn't played a single second yet tonight. He wasn't involved in the squad last week. Here he is. Still waiting for his first couple of seconds of minutes tonight. Who's one wild card, Henry Lansbury, that you would love to see feature, that you think could happen here in Baller League?
It's a tricky question, isn't it? I'd like to see Jack Wilshere on it.
Jack Wilshere?
Yeah.
Think he'd fancy it?
I think so. I'll give him a text, see if we can get him on.
I mean, if he pops up for VZN FC, I know where it's happened.
Yeah, no, he'd suit this down to the ground. His feet are brilliant. He can glide past people.
Brian Lee wins a corner. This is a great position now for both teams. So far, just one away from a penalty. No corners here in Baller League. If you do win 3 corners, instead you will get a old-fashioned 90s-style American penalty. As that ball does hit the roof, which will mean M5 will get possession. The referee just coming over to explain. My possession has changed
Go on
hands.
then, Kurt. Let's see what you got.
Surely not.
He's winding it up.
There's Davies. One of their wild cards tonight. Great idea there.
He sucked me in then. I thought he was going to wind that.
From Kiani. It was bending in, wasn't it?
So he tried it there. What's that corner?
Sakasan off the post.
What a strike.
Emmanuel Robe, his shot then is blocked.
Don't lose it.
Hang on, look, there's a 3-on-1 here.
Oh, he got finished.
Ball just gets stuck under his feet, and it's a really poor pass.
Oh, the old tricks don't work on the old dog there.
Yes, Davies there, smart enough. Stop Sakasan in Ramkiani. Should be tapping. It's a second off it, wasn't it, on the pace?
It's like a basketball match now, isn't it?
Well, this is how it looks at the moment at the bottom side of the table. This is why the points are so important. As you can see, a minus 13 goal difference for M5 with how it stands right now. The 26ers will make that minus 40 on the goal difference. Such an important night for 26ers to pick up their first win, which this is what it would be. Jarnell Sterling. And now this is how the table looks. It looks even worse for M5, Henry. They are losing hope of a top 8, let alone a top 4. What gap do you think is too big from 4th to anyone at that bottom?
I think it's probably 9 points, isn't it?
Because you're asking for so many ifs, buts and maybes, aren't you, from teams to drop points.
But to be fair, though, anyone can beat anyone in this. It's, if you turn up on the night and it goes your way, it goes your way. Do you know what I mean? Because the game changes are so massive in this.
Well, good news, Henry, for M5 is there's a transfer window coming up. For those that might not be aware at home, 29th of April, there'll be a transfer period of time happening for just a couple of days. More information to come on that when we know more about it ourselves. But M5, I'm sure, they're going to be coming in there, making some changes. What a turn that is! Great save from Matt Morris. Jordan Ive on the pitch now.
Saved that with his face, didn't he?
Oh, look, we'll have a look on the replay.
He's had a tough night tonight, isn't he?
He really has, hasn't he? Matt Morris, you're a wild card for us tonight. You're going to have to deal with penalties, the ball back spinning against you, a ball in the face. Someone in the chat just said it. Mind of that viral meme of Scott Sterling is absolutely right. But outside, gets what he deserves. And suddenly it all feels like it's starting to gel together for the 26ers. My question is, Henry, what goalkeeper's coming next week? Jens Lehmann?
I don't know. They've got. Is it the goalkeeper or is it the players?
That's what I'm saying. I think the goalkeeper obviously will get a lot of the eyes on them.
But he's made some good saves tonight.
Absolutely, and look, he's had to deal with quite a lot.
He's made some good saves, but if you're letting the ball get... How many shots he had now? They've let far too many shots go at him. They just look so open. Look, again, oh.
I do feel sorry for him. He's had to deal with 25 shots that have come at him tonight, Matt Morris.
Look at
15 of them have been on target.
If you look here, his face looks so red. That doesn't sit bad.
Brian Lee. Who knows? It might be the last couple of weeks we see of Brian Lee in an M5 shirt. Or quite a few players, in fact. Their first win is 4.5 minutes away for the 26ers. Clever idea there from Justin Das. Well, what does tonight look like for you then, Henry? You've got still about an hour before your game kicks off. Does your pre-match ritual change here at Baller League?
Yeah, I need to have a stretch up before I start.
Let's bring the old foam roller down.
The foam roller's down, don't worry about that. WD-40 on the hips. And then, oh, he's in.
Brian Lee has to score. Surprised he was onside there.
See, the problem with these two teams, they look so open.
That's a great example there, just arcing his run, Brian Lee.
I think if you look at the better teams in the league, they have a structure, a shape to them. Whereas I think these two look very open and leave defenders to defend.
Jordan Ives.
They leave defenders to defend and then strikers to attack. But you've got to be in it together.
We'll keep Mark saved up his face again. Game changer approach. You can just see the United team there in the corner. And maybe a wild PK Humble amongst them. There he is.
How good are his dance moves, man? You got that in your locker?
What, the tightness of the shorts or the...
No, his dance moves.
Game changer time. Can they turn it around, M5?
Let's take the stage higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places that never been. We go higher, no stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go.
1-on-1. Can this be?
There's a chance now, isn't there?
A moment of utter brilliance from M5. If you're unaware of this game changer, it's the best one we probably see here in Baller League from what you at home love and what everyone in the arena loves here at the Copper Box. One at a time, you take a shot from just inside your opponent's half, basically on the halfway line. Each attempt at goal can only last 15 seconds, but just expect absolute carnage for 3 minutes, and you can't use your hands, which makes it even more exciting. I mean, Henry, you played in this game changer. You were in goal a few times. How difficult is it not being able to use your hands?
Yeah, it's weird because you want to go with your hands, but then you end up thinking, oh, I've got to go with my head. And you're like, kind of wincing, you know what I mean? When someone smashes it.
They could turn it around though, M5.
100%. 100%. Just get the ball on target.
They only need 3 goals. There could be chances. Who steps up? Brian Lee, as expected.
But he's got to change. So if they're smart, once he shoots, get the keeper back in goal.
Answer this for me. After this shot comes in from Brian Lee. Oh my days, what a start.
So you've done that well.
But is there a benefit of having the goalie in goal?
Yeah, I think that...
Is it just because they're more used to a ball coming at them in those areas?
I think they're used to diving, so it gives them half a chance.
Just because only when... I'm saying this only because of when possession changes hands and you can try and catch the goalie off guard or the opponent off guard, it just makes a bit more sense for an outfield player to be there. There's boos coming in there from 26. There's Bilal Sayoud. Shoots, that one goes over. Matt Morris doesn't fancy this one. Quick change.
He fancied it in the game, didn't he?
Brian Lee, back to you again. You score now. What 2 minutes we're in for? Brian Lee! Just over the bar. Bilal Sayoud scored not long before this game changer. Matt Morris saves his feet. 1 minute 45 seconds left. There are still
JT's nervous.
many opportunities for M5 to pull this back. Brian Lee scores now.
We are there. Game on.
For a crazy last 1 minute 30.
Game on.
Brian Lee with all the weight on his shoulders. Jarnell Sterling misses. All in for a dramatic ending here in Game 3 tonight. The 26ers thought they snatched their first win. But Brian Lee is dealing with all in himself.
Oh. Has he got a chance? Is there one more chance in him?
11 goals now in total for Brian Lee. He is going into the shop window for the transfer periods as the player that they all want. Jarnell Sterling does score. The gap then becomes 2. Is it enough for 26ers? Is it going to be enough? There's still going to be 2 good chances.
Oh,
Chris Arthur.
Back in.
This is Arthur. Chris Arthur with an absolute rocket of a left boot.
Oh, where's he going?
There's still going to be a chance for M5.
Yeah.
There's still going to be a chance for M5. Save this. Jarnell Sterling. What's it say? Has to keep it in.
Oh, they've done it. If this goes in.
Chris Arthur. They wouldn't be happy with that.
If that went in. Yeah, he's going to have a chance.
If they had a ref challenge there, they would have thrown that in the 26ers.
JT went early, didn't he? To be fair, he got his penalty with it.
There's going to be a chance here. There's going to be about 4 seconds for a shot. Jarnell Sterling takes it.
You've got to be quick.
Take it back. I think we've got 56 on the clock.
3. He's got hit.
Game over. Not enough time. The 26ers snatch it. They pick up their first 3 points in Baller League, but for a split second, Henry Lansbury, we thought they might have mucked it up.
Oh, that was twitchy bum time for JT there. They'll be happy to get off the mark now. M5, like I say, game changers bring the game up to nearly equal for each other. Yeah, M5.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good indeed. Henry Lansbury, thank you so much for joining me on commentary. We look forward to seeing you in action a little bit later on for VZN FC. But for John Terry, it's a first win on the board. Let's head down to Joe, who's with him now.
All right, John. Wow, first win. Massive win as well.
Oh, it feels big. I was nervy, a lot more nervy than we wanted to at the end. But listen, delighted with the win. The boys deserve that. They've been very good the last couple of weeks and just been unfortunate not to get the result. So delighted with tonight.
Jody, last week you had so many shots without winning that game. Tonight in front of goal, much more clinical?
Yeah, listen, I think we've been playing well for maybe 3 games on the spin now and haven't got quite what we deserve, but the lads have been taken on board, obviously, what John's saying and stuff, so it's nice to see it come to fruition.
How nervous were you during the one-on-one game changer? Because literally anything could happen in that. And obviously, at one stage, it looked like the turnaround could happen.
Well, we were so in control at 5-1, then we concede, and then they kind of get back in the game. And listen, the last 3 minutes, that's why the excitement, that's why everyone loves it, because anything can happen. So I'm just delighted with a win.
Is it nice to get one back over Arsenal boys as well?
Normal Saturday afternoon for me.
Lads, congratulations. Big win.
Well, that was cheeky from John Terry, wasn't it? As he picks up his first 3 points against M5, who look, they are bottom of the table and it's not looking good. Let's have a look at our Footmob top 5 ranking players for that game. Look, there's no surprise that Brian Lee is on the ratings. He scored 11 goals now in an N5 shirt. Zach Hassan takes main stage. He was brilliant in that game. Jarnell Sterling gets a 9.1. Emmanuel Rowe with an 8.2. And Chris Arthur with an 8.1. Him scoring that important goal in the game changer. We thought for a moment that M5 may have had a chance to snatch an all-important point. But that's the halfway point concluded. John Terry's 26ers pick up their first win.
JT is just walking off the pitch and has gone, you two, I'm coming for you. There is a huge game coming up next, and that is, of course, the top of the table clash. No, it's all right. You guys carry on. What was JT just saying to you there, Jim?
He was just saying, coming for us. So we're just wondering, when's he on about? Because you can't be on about this season.
It's tough at the top, isn't it? It's tough at the top.
I couldn't hear it from down there. Honest to God.
Can you please explain to the viewers what your government name is, please?
I told him on stream, and now he's can't stop thinking about it. Morgan Birtwistle. Why is he so funny?
Angry Jim's Morgan what? Bergen what?
Birtwistle.
Birtwistle.
Yeah.
Deary.
Micah, can I just ask you as well? Have you dressed up for the occasion?
You know
Have you seen what Ginger's been coming with?
He comes dressed to impress.
Thank you.
I'll give him that. Apart from them ridiculous things on his feet.
Nothing wrong with them bad boys.
It looks like you're going to play snooker. I'm not going to lie.
I might have a tournament after this. Do you
know really?
You don't know my schedule.
What is your schedule?
So win today, hopefully.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I'm wanting, mate.
Are you confident?
Very confident in my squad, 100%.
Really?
Well, let's see.
Well, you brought in a couple of wild cards, haven't you?
Yeah, well, we do every week. Yeah.
Everybody's scared?
No, it's just we've had injuries.
Yeah, well, we'd have players playing at 3 o'clock today, mate.
Yeah, so
that just arrived.
Yeah, so have we.
Yeah, get your excuses out right now.
You're the one sending it, mate.
All right.
I mean, it says a lot when 2 of your managers don't bother turning up. That's all I'm saying. They're clearly not confident, are they? Do you know what I mean? Hey, listen, you hold that ship down today on your own, mate.
Hold that what? Ship?
Yeah.
Is there going to be antics on the sideline or what? What's happening?
If you get a bit too close, I might start getting physical. We'll have to see what happens.
Don't come next to big meats, you know. I'm big for a reason.
Yeah, all right, no worries, mate.
Should we let them in?
Yeah.
Are we just hosting ourselves? What's happening?
To be honest, I was thoroughly enjoying that. I could sit there and listen to you two all day. This is a top of the table clash. Micah, you're top because of that Pepsi pressure point penalty.
Whoa. Why are you playing it down?
She's not wrong.
Oh, that's part of the tournament.
No, it's great. It's great.
Yeah, Francis, you know.
I mean, you got big words from this guy. He said that Francis Gerald Mampolo is the best player we have seen at Baller League so far.
Without doubt. I
like
totally
that.
agree with you.
Yeah. Not like that. Just let you know when you take your Deportrio glasses off, mate.
See, what I did say, though, is I think Tyler Winters is the most effective forward, though.
No,
in terms of goal-scoring output, the guy is crazy.
Nonsense.
Not a
all it does is shoot from the halfway line and scores against someone who's not in, like, a keeper.
Listen,
any chance of like the general play,
this is what,
tactics and
this is
rotations?
What you don't understand. This is why before the game changes, we make sure we're a couple goals up. So if it does affect us, it won't affect us too much.
Do you think you're going to beat us tonight?
I'm confident we could, yeah.
I want to see a wager on it. I want to see a wager. What about?
You know what?
I'm going to suggest one.
Okay.
What about if Ginge wins on a Super Sunday? You've got to wear the Crocs.
And
if you win, Ginger's got to wear the hat for a whole day of streaming.
Yeah, you've got to wear a hat.
You've got to wear a hat all that.
That is wear that hat for a whole day of streaming.
You can choose a different hat.
He's got to dye your hair blonde.
No, you've got to wear the shoes.
You've got to wear the shoes and I've got to change my hair. I'll put a wig on.
You put a wig on?
I'll put a blonde wig on.
Okay. Invite me to your stream.
Yeah, feel for it. Yeah, 100%.
Okay,
sure?
so Micah's going.
But the thing is, though, you've been giving it a lot to other managers and all that.
Yeah.
You seem very nice to me. You afraid of me? What's going on?
I'm just a huge fan, mate. I love watching your Sky Sports.
Rocky.
Yeah.
Rocky.
Ginge, you were fuming. You say you've been thingy to all the managers. You did not. You and Clint's team last week. You were.
Well, yeah,
it's the first time I've seen you be fuming.
You told me he's talking rubbish in the chair. I said you're a wild card. I mean, I hope you enjoyed it last week. You sat at home this week. You can't talk rubbish if you're a wild card. I'm sorry.
No, you can't.
Have you got any wild cards today, actually?
Just the same two from last week.
They were very good.
Same as us. Same as us.
I know Connell. Yeah,
that's all right. I don't mind that.
I want to see some antics on the sideline today. I'm hoping you guys saw earlier. Did you see Troy Deeney with the old...
No, that's too much. It's too much.
It's never too much.
We're not here for that.
A little bit too much.
We're here for football.
We
Skills, goals. That's what we're here for.
And that is what we are going to see. Ginge, Micah, I'm going to let you go because you need to go and
walk
your teams out. It's been a pleasure. Very best of luck.
Thank you very much.
This is the top of the table clash. It's Deportrio against United, and it's coming up for you next.
Right. I'll just sit there. Sorry about that.
Well then, it's time for our halfway point of the evening, and it's probably an opportunity for Troy Deeney to right some wrongs, because this is the Pepsi pressure point, which is a penalty shootout that happens every single week here in Baller League. One player from each of the 12 teams is put forward in a penalty shootout, which doesn't stop until there's one player left standing. One player that simply can't stop scoring. In case you missed what happened earlier today, Troy Deeney was wildcarded in for Wembley Rangers. He got a red card, and Wembley Rangers went on to lose the game. I've got the pleasure of saying I'm with Chunks for the Pepsi pressure point, and all we can say is it was a bit disappointing early, wasn't it, from Troy?
Yeah, I think we expected to see the experience, a bit of fun on the pitch, but unfortunately it turned a bit sour, turned into something we didn't want to see, but it's fine, I guess, because he can kind of make up for it here if he does take an extra point.
What an opportunity this is for him to make up. As we said, if you're not aware of what Pepsi pressure point is, every team puts forward one player of their choice to take part, and they'll take a Baller League penalty, MLS 90 style. It's last man standing against a neutral goalkeeper. These are goalkeepers that weren't drafted. They were in the draft pool, but they weren't selected for a team. And with the transfer window coming up next week, I mean, for M5 right now, Chunks, is there a world that maybe Michael Bett or one of these goalkeepers, Noah Chris, for example, there's a chance they could get wildcarded or selected.
Selected, yeah.
For their team.
It makes sense, because I think you want to get into a team that actually has something a bit, you know what I mean, a bit more for you, because you come into it every week, you don't want to be losing every week. I guess it makes sense to transfer in someone. Someone has to get transferred in.
Well, it looks like Sam Fitzgerald will be stepping up for M7. Troy Deeney steps up for Wembley Rangers. Brian Lee will play for M5 as he looks to score even more goals. Well, let's go then. Last man standing, penalty shootout, an extra point on the line.
I reckon he misses the first one.
Do you?
Yeah, watch it.
Let's have a look then. Troy Deeney, can he go into round 2? No.
Told you.
And that's Troy Deeney's night concluded, unfortunately, in Baller League. Wembley Rangers miss. Sandro Kamara doesn't. He goes into the next round.
That's what you call anticlimactic.
Off the post from David Opu of Santan FC. Sam Fitzgerald of M7.
That's my boy.
He's into round 2.
He's not fish and chips anymore.
I remember that week.
He's been angry about it non-stop, yeah, but you know what? He made up for it. Oh, this is the boy.
Scores.
What he was going to miss?
Never in question, really, was it?
Never. Justin Das.
First time he's been selected for a Pepsi pressure point.
And it's the last time.
And it might be the last time. He's eliminated. You wouldn't believe last week, Chunks, he went 9 rounds of this.
I know, because of this man here. He was involved in it.
Oh, it's the famous flick of a leg, isn't it?
Oh, he's got it.
He won it last week for Deportrio. He's up again. Francis Mampolo. Tyler Winters in action in the next game also.
It's clean.
It's a warm-up, isn't it, for those two? Mampolo and Winters. They'll be going head-to-head in about 5 minutes' time.
Castrati.
Florian Castrati.
Great strike on him, he has.
What a baller he is.
Scored a great goal against SDS last week.
For VZN FC. Jake Chambers saw, misses.
The goalkeepers are better, isn't it?
Well, the difference is now that there's 2 goalkeepers, so they're constantly swapping and changing. Yeah. You can see their performance. Say that, we've just cursed him there. Yeah, Ethan okay for Trebol FC. He goes through to the next round. And our last one in round 1. Hussein.
That was okay from okay, wasn't it?
Does score. Into round 2, and we've already lost 4 teams. 8 players remain. Sandro Kamara.
Even I saw that. Even I saw that. They need to get me in there now.
Sam Fitzgerald. Misses.
That was too choreographed. He opened up his body.
Brian Lee. You expect him to go through to round 3. Does.
Brian Lee.
There is a world that M5 could pick up their first point. And Polo misses. He won it last week. He's eliminated in round 2. Tyler Winters, great finish.
You know what would be cool? If Tyler Winters wins it, and they're both sat on the same points exactly. Deportrio and
What a way to set up, eh?
Wow.
Florian Castrati. 5 goals he scored.
Are we going to see it from OK?
Ethan OK. Has he gone too
wide? Yes. Too wide.
Eliminated.
Ethan, are you OK?
SDS. It's not looking good for them.
That was bad.
What an opportunity this is, by the way. It's the 2 teams that have won the Pepsi pressure point before.
FC rules the world. What did Lurgus Pepe a number of weeks ago? They're not going to win it tonight. United take this point here. We go into our next game tonight with both teams on 13 points. Deportrio and United will be on the same points.
I want M5 to take it for Brian Lehmann.
Can Tyler Winters make that a possibility tonight? No.
Brian Lee.
He's eliminated. Brian Lee could pick up the first points for M5.
Castrati.
If they win this tonight, VZN FC.
Oh, surely that means M5 on it.
That's game over.
No, he doesn't. He scored. He took it first. He won.
Brian Lee scored. He's into the next rounds. And then M5 just picked up their first point.
Yes, they have. Yes, they have.
He's done. He doesn't look very happy about it.
Of course he doesn't. He doesn't care. He wants to win. He wants to win. He got a point on the board.
We better update the table, Chunks, because there is a movement in it. Brian Lee, surprise, surprise, has got M5 their first point. I don't know if Jens Lehmann knows or not, or Robert Pires. They're on the sidelines. Maybe they might know that Brian Lee might be on his way on the transfer window when it opens.
Nah, I don't think he'll go. I don't think they'll let him.
That's true.
Yeah,
the manager's got to let him.
Yeah, they won't let him. Well, why on earth would they let their best player go?
Well, hey, look at this table. This is what it means for the table. The Pepsi pressure point is so important because M5 have got a point.
Yeah, but in terms of movement, there hasn't been any.
I know it's not moved them, Chunks, but at least they're going home tonight knowing that there's a point on the board.
You know what? You know what graphic I want to see? I want to see the top goal scorers graphic. That's what I want to see. Because for me, that will let me know what the players have been up to. Because I've got Brian, you got Brian Lee, of course, you got Tyler Winters, Mampola. I want to see where they are on these standings. So hopefully, Baller League, if you're listening to me, please show us a graphic on that.
They're listening. Maybe we can get
please,
a graphic for
let's
it
see a graphic
future.
for the top goal scorers.
We've got a big game coming up next, Chunks. We're going to be talking about that a little bit as we throw it down in just a second. It's the big one tonight. Deportrio against United. It's the top of the table clash. We're going to take a few notes and get ready for this one. But before that, we're going to throw it down to Liv.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Yes, we have been joined by Felix, of course, CEO of Baller League. First of all, Felix, how are you doing?
I can't complain. I'm doing good. Tonight, I think you can see that the players played their club games. Everybody got heavy legs. Everybody's a little bit tired, but overall, like the venue, the atmosphere, the players, the quality, I think I'm quite happy.
Good. I mean, it's been a little bit feisty, hasn't it? We've had a couple of people squaring up. We've seen a first red card as well.
Yeah, I don't know what I would have done there. I think it's fair. It was an elbow in the face. Then the thing after, what do you do with that? Is it the reaction? Is it too much? For me, it was too much also. But we saw that in Germany. The fame, like the media is getting to the people, right? It's like, oh, my boys are watching me. I can't be disrespected. And I'm like, who cares if you're disrespected or not? Play football, right? Give him a fucking... Oh, I can't say that, right?
Just apologies for the swearing.
Sorry. Give him like a panna through the legs, you know, like make him bleed through the balling, right? And so, yeah, for me, it's a whole like they want to be stars. It's getting to your head. Play football. Don't let it get to your head.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, obviously, I want to ask you, how is the launch of Baller League US going?
It's going. Yeah, I mean... we got some great news, I think, next week here in London. I don't know if London is ready for that, but we got our US president here for the first time, right? He was here for the draft, but iShowSpeed is here next week, so I think me and him got to sit down for a cup of tea and talk, but yeah, give us a couple more months, give us a couple more weeks, and we're going to play in Miami, that we know.
Wow.
The team managers are as insane as they are here, or more insane. But yeah, let's see what Speed says when it says the football, because draft night was a boring event. We all know that. But let's see what this kid says when we play football.
Oh.
The crowd here has been so wild. Every time an influencer or a YouTuber or something steps near them.
I've been with Speed at the Euros at like 3-4 games.
Yeah.
This kid has a different level of fame.
Yeah.
This is Michael Jackson level fame, and people like in my age maybe don't understand it. But I don't know if we are ready in London at the copper box to see this kid.
I think he's going to come with a lot of security, isn't he?
I don't think he has one, which is Henry. But I think it's my job to beef up security at the venue.
I thought Felix was putting himself forward for security.
Yeah,
I'm too tiny. I'm a midget, a German midget. I don't know if I can say that, but yeah, that's what.
No, I think that's okay. I think that's okay. We are very excited to have Speed down here. Like you say, he's here for the draft night. I mean, it's a bit sad he's not seeing this game because Deportrio against United, the two best teams we've seen in Baller League UK, top of the league for a reason. They've both been brilliant, haven't they?
Yeah, for sure, but I think let's not expect too much right now. Whenever the eyes are on these players, it's going to get tough, so I don't think this is going to be one of the best games we've seen. I think they are by far the two best teams, but yeah, the lights are getting to their heads, so I don't expect a great game right now. I just hope they play football and nothing else. Don't think too much, play football.
What do you think about the transfer window? How many big signings do you think we're going to see?
In Germany, we saw like 6-7 big trades and signs, so yeah, I think so. Like a comment on Instagram I saw was like free Brian Lee or something like that.
Yeah.
See that?
Can it happen? Can we free Brian?
No, yeah, but
I would free Brian. What can I say?
I would free Brian.
I would free Brian
Let's spam it
as
in
well.
the chat.
Poor guy. That team is wow.
But I'm sure if you spoke to Jens Lehmann, Robert Pires, and Freddie Ljungberg, they probably wouldn't be agreeing with us because Pires, their standout player. He's been brilliant.
And yet they're not having points. So Jens is my German brother, and the other two are barely here anyway. So yeah, we're gonna figure that out.
How difficult must it be for someone like Brian? Because obviously we know how good he is. He's shown how good he is playing in a team that obviously isn't one of the best. He's going to be really wanting a move, but what if his managers don't let him go?
Yeah, we got to figure that out in the future and how we do that. We can't tie people to a club if they don't want to be here, right? But it was a draft, first season we're going to play, and then as we did every single game day, let's keep improving.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who's been your favourite player to watch so far? Mine's personally been Francis Mampola. I think he looks unbelievable.
Who's that?
Francis Mampola.
Yeah, number 80 of Deportrio. Yeah, he's great.
Who's been your favourite player?
I like him a lot. I like Tyler Winters. I like a lot of players. I can't think of any right now, but a lot of ballers. I like the ginger guy of Santan.
Michael Hill.
Michael Hill,
brilliant.
yeah.
He's a baller too. I think he was missing the last 2 weeks or something. Yeah. There's a lot of talent, and that's why. Bold statement. I know if we play a League One team, they're going to struggle to play here. If they prepare 6, 7, 8 weeks for small-sided football, we're going to struggle. But if you come tomorrow and think you can beat a team here as a League One or Championship team, you're going to get sent home. I promise you. I promise you.
But do you know what? Do you know what? The one thing I do like is that the players that we have had, like the wild card players that have played in the Premier League, you know, they have sat here and they've gone, you know, we completely respect this new era of football, and you know they respect us, and we respect them as well, and that's what we want to see.
It's a different sport, and that's what we need to understand. It's the best six-a-side player. We haven't found him yet in the world, right? We don't know who it is. It's definitely not the best 11-a-side player. It's a complete different player than we need here, and my challenge is to find the best small-sided football players around the world and make this a sport, which we're going to take years and years to make this a sport.
Felix, thank you so much. Well, it's time for the top of the table clash. It is Deportrio against United. So Brandon, I'm going to throw it over to you.
Well, this is the big one tonight. It's the game of the night. The two teams that are unbeaten in Baller League. But someone's O has got to go. As United take on Deportrio. And it's safe to say that the managers are all dressed up for this one, Chunks, aren't they?
They're ready. I've never seen Sam Cox in a suit like that. So I can tell he's ready. But you got Ginge in shades, which I've never seen. And then you got Micah with a nice little, what's that called, a fedora, a hat. Good God knows who it is, but that looks lovely.
Well, he's invested in a pair of glasses and a tie for this week. Angry Ginge with his United side. Samuel Cox is
the real
manager on this time.
The real manager.
He was in a blazer last time.
Yeah. I think this, he knows it's serious. He can't mess about.
Well, let's talk about this one, Chunks, because look, it's safe to say United are the team that have got a lot of the fans in Baller League. What Ginger's been able to capture with this Baller League journey so far is nothing but magnificent. And look, whilst it's going well, it's going well.
I want Deportrio to win.
Well, let's have a look at the teams for tonight then, because there are wild cards that feature. 3 wild cards are allowed to be used tonight. And for some of these teams, they've made the most of that one. For Deportrio, it's the same 2 wild cards as last week, with Matthew Briggs featuring once upon a time at Fulham. You may remember one of the youngest players to play in the Premier League. And Jack McConnell, who scored 2 rockets last week, number 12, he features once again. Marvin Sordell, number 17, has had quite the time in Baller League so far. He's been full of plenty of goals, and even one of the quickest goals we've seen in Ball League. For this United side, though, it features number 99, top goal scorer, Tyler Winters. PK Humble, number 17. He is playing tonight, as much as people said that he wasn't. And 3 wild cards. Razak Coleman and Maru Velhete feature for another week. They've been wild cards for 3 or 4 weeks now. And Callum Butcher takes that 3rd wild card spot. An EFL League One player, formerly, who played for Burton Albion and Millwall.
League One. It's class. How they got in there?
Have to ask Ginge.
Sam Cox.
Have to ask Ginge. Chat, we can see you, we can hear you. Let us know your predictions for this game. Who is going to top the table by the end of play tonight? Is it going to be United? Is it going to be Deportrio? You think it's going to be Deportrio?
Yeah. I think it is, man, genuinely. You have to think about it. They're the only team here that has a clean sheet
How
against
has he
the
done
team.
that?
MVPs.
How did Tommy Scott do that last week? The only goalkeeper to keep a clean sheet. 4-0 they won against MVP United, who were also unbeaten last week.
There you go. And that's why I feel like they might have that advantage, because of the fact that they conceded no goals against the current MVP.
Is that Jim's getting his tie done?
Yeah, he's after someone to do it for.
Well, the tie is on.
Oh, that's loud in here today. It is loud in here today.
He is getting ready. No Alan Shearer or Gary Lineker in town tonight, but Big Meeks is here. And this plans to be one hell of a game. Who's going to top the table tonight? Who's going to be the league leaders heading into game day 6, the halfway point?
It's going to be an aggressive one between Mampolo and Razak Coleman.
Well, the tie's come off. No funny business. Glasses are gone. And he's back to his usual attire now. Well, that's Jama Connell in possession there, number 12. Wild card last week. Plays to the opposite wild card in Matthew Briggs. What Dawson said before the game about staying humble and letting this match do the talking. PK Humble does start this game wearing the number 17 there, looking to make his first interception on the ball.
Jeez, man. Strong boys in United, don't they?
They just seem to gel really well together, haven't they? I mean, both teams.
Yeah, honestly, they have.
PK Humble. Scored in 2 of the 3 games he's played. Shot comes in, that one not really troubling Tommy Scott, who, as we said, must be full of confidence after keeping a clean sheet last week. What's most impressive as well, Chunks, about Deportrio, is that the last 2 weeks they've had 15 shots in total in 30 minutes, and they've still won games. You know, they haven't had all the chances. Most teams register about 30 shots on average per game.
But it's about the quality, not quantity, isn't it?
Absolutely, and they know the chances they're making, the percentage of the chances.
It's the XG in it. XG's highs on their one, for a fact. Oh, I like it. Oh.
Tyler Winters, what can he offer tonight? Alongside this man, Maru Velhete, who is not just been a wild card, he's honestly been part of the furniture for United. It wouldn't surprise me if potentially he can get a permanent move in the transfer.
Better than that, Mampolo.
Recovery run there from PK. It's a great turn. Razak Coleman, can he get the shot away off target? Problem is for a lot of these players as well, Chunks, is that Easter weekend means quite a few matches, and a lot of these players are playing for clubs in the lower steps of English football.
And
then they're playing today, and then they're playing tonight.
That's mental. I could have played once.
I was joking with Henry Lansbury about that. He said he couldn't move if he was to do that.
There you go. That's what happens. Young blood, you know what I mean? These younger souls can do all of that. I remember when I used to be 21 and wake up and play football. Now I can't even move. Hey! Cheeky boy.
Comment on Mampolo. There's going to be so many moments of individual brilliance in this game. That's what it's going to need.
PK needs to move for him, man. This is going to be a slow game, I can tell you that for free. It's going to be a very tactical one. They're not going to do too much. They're too nervous. They don't want to concede.
Give us a score.
I reckon it's going to be like 3-2 or 3-1. Deportrio.
Maraville Hete.
Look at this. Oh, look at that.
Mampolo.
That's what I like about Mampolo. He doesn't shy away from the defensive. Probably been my favourite player this tournament. There he is. No way, Winters.
Tyler Winters.
Goodness me, Dawson. He's put Dawson in hospital.
Fell that one. Adam Dawson, who looks like he might be getting subbed off. He seems in some discomfort.
Oh, that's the last player you want off the pitch. Genuinely, he makes it tick. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good, Randy.
You can get a replay on that of where the ball exactly hit him. Is it the knee
not
or?
A good one, Brandy. Oh, it's not a good one. It's not.
He's taken his left foot away from him, and then he's just placed his footing back down to the ground off balance.
Nah, he's off. He's off. Okay, I'm going to take it back. United won.
United winning now.
Yeah, they win. Dawson, that is one of their main boys.
Again, this is our view from the commentary side of things. We've got the best seats in the house, and I mean, this is a big miss for Deportrio of Adam Dawson, who has been so important.
Hope he's okay.
I think Ginger's nicked his ref challenge and just thrown it down. This is what happens between the two of them. Look at this from Ginge. What's this? And then suddenly decides to drop it on the pitch. It's all mind games with him. I think as well, I just saw maybe United top underneath his Blazewood shirt tonight for Ginge. He must be pretty hot. All those layers on in here, it does get quite hot.
That's why he smells funky, it makes sense. I was thinking, what was it? I thought it was my top lip.
Their other wildcard player, number 13, Callum Butcher, starting in the squad. There he's in possession now. A wealth of experience in League One.
Told you it was a slow game.
Maybe this is what we expected 5 minutes in.
Yeah, 100%. Everyone's too nervous. Can't wait for a game changer, goodness me.
It needs it, doesn't it?
This needs resuscitation for the nation.
We hope Adam Dawson is all right. Charlie Schuin getting his first proper appearance for Deportrio, wearing the number 5 shirt, is not just a six-a-side player for the England national team. Over 100 appearances for them. As there is, in fact, if you don't believe it or not, a six-side national team that represents England in World Cups. Quite a few of those players do feature here in Baller League, and really just add a different style of football into this six-a-side mix. Matthew Briggs asking a lot there. I mean, that kind of sums up the game so far.
Because there's nothing to it, you know what I mean? Fair play, man. Both teams are very cautious, being careful. They want to make sure they don't look silly and make a big mistake. So I do understand, but I'm hoping for everyone's entertainment we get to see some goals soon. So far, not so good.
You've got the likes of Harry Kane on the bench as well for...
I think they're trying to get a strong team together.
I wasn't sure as well if Mohamed Mayoub wasn't in the squad, but I can see him on the sidelines in a full kit, so...
There he is.
It must be a late addition. Mampolo pulling away there from one or two players. Mampolo trying to take matters into his own hands to get Deportrio moving. Marvin Sordell there, just out of sync ever so slightly with Matthew Briggs.
This is bad.
That wasn't a great show. You can really see the nerves out there, can you, to a decent degree. The shape of United is so hard to break down. Look at that.
What's going on? It's nervousness. It's nervousness.
Chat, 7 minutes into the game so far. What we're making of this as it stands, it's not been the entertaining top of the table clash that we may have expected.
That's what you call stinky winky.
It needs a goal, doesn't it? It needs someone.
It needs life.
Has he just caught the ball in between his legs there?
And he's got a whole little beer on him. We don't like you beer.
Safe to say, yeah, the chat are not enjoying this one so far as well. But waiting for a breakthrough in case you just missed the Pepsi pressure point in the penalty shootout half-time. It was Brian Lee of M5 who picked up their first point on the board. Alongside that, scoring 11 goals. Jack McConnell. We haven't even seen a corner yet.
I don't think we've seen a strong target.
You boys are not bad though. Not gonna lie, you boys are not bad.
He does that every week. Micah.
A bit of
mind games. It's mind games.
Mind games or plaudits?
No, it's mind games because he went up to a team that was losing 4-0 and said, "You're not bad."
Well, here's your stats. 9 minutes into the game. United have had 6 shots, 1 on target. Deportrio have had 1 shot, none on target.
Oh, that's where you're meant to hit it.
PK Humble. Can he be the man to bring this game to life?
Man, PK.
Still PK, surely he's off balance there. Razak Coleman still into Tyler Winters. And still no corner.
At least the shot on target.
Best chance of the game so far. Deportrio looking for their second shot of the game. Off the post. Marvin saw down. It's cleared off away by Max Pittman. Poor passes like that in moments. Tyler Winters does a great job of keeping it on. Referee pulls that one back for a free kick. There hasn't really been any changes either for this 5-player squad. PK Hartball tries to toe poke it through the legs of Tommy Scott.
Tried a Trevella, but it hit his toe, so that's a toe-vella.
Mampolo. Still Mampolo. There's your first corner of the game. 9 minutes, 59 seconds we waited for it. 3 minutes. So 3 corners is what you're looking for a penalty. And we are 2 minutes away.
You know, I wonder, do you know the transfers? I reckon how many people are going to come in for a Mackenzie Lyle or a Pittman? These goalkeepers are incredible, you know what I mean?
I think we've had enough weeks as well, Chunks, haven't we, to really work out the strong goalkeepers.
Yeah. Mackenzie Lyle's the best of them all, guaranteed.
I think he dealt with 16 shots earlier tonight. The week before that, like 20 plus.
Yeah. Incredible. I've had him in my FPL for the last 2 weeks.
Have you?
Yeah, look, I'll show you.
It's interesting, isn't it? There is actually a Baller League fantasy game, isn't there, which I know you've been heavily involved in. Last week, the points you picked up on Mackenzie Lyle was a joke.
Yeah. This week, Don Pires.
Look at that commitment from Vilhete there. Go straight to VIP. Well, this is what we need, a game changer in 1 minute. This game needs something to bring it to life. Such as a moment of individual brilliance. That's not to be that.
Shout out to Nottingham Forest winning 2-0. Handball! Surely that's a handball, right?
Hang on a sec, Marvin Cordell in a battle there.
Is that Razak?
Here we go then.
3, 2. What are you expecting?
Game changer. I'm expecting the line.
This game
higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places that never been. We go higher. No stop. Take it to the top, even with a ball drop. My man, we go higher.
I'm expecting a +1. 3
play for our game changer. Well, if you're unaware of what 3 play is, it's 3v3. Substitutions are key in this, and you get 30 seconds per phase of play. What you will see is continuous transitions in the 3v3. On the attacking sense, so when you're in possession, often there'll just be 3 outfield players, the team won't field a goalkeeper, and then there will be a 2-on-1. Maybe gets subbed up.
Yeah, we're going to see some goals now.
Well, there's no excuse to not get a shot away on the attacking sense. If you have 3 outfield players, against the 2-on-1, there's always an overload, there's always a chance for a shot. Ideally,
you got it right this week, Mark.
We'll see the first breakthrough. Angry Juniors having some more fun with Mark Clattenburg. Their relationship is certainly blossoming. You can see in the chat, we need more goals here. We need a goal.
Just
4, 3, 2, 1.
Velito. Where's that one? Double substitution made. Tommy Scott goes from goal. Is that the first one of the game? No, it's not. I like the idea from Tommy Scott. Razak Coleman, instant change already. Mohamed Mahoub's only played about 15 seconds. Here's Harry Kane. Surely, Chunks, we're going to see our first goal in this game change. You've got to think.
Hopefully, man. We want to see some goals.
Mampolo. Well defended there. Polo again, well played by the World Cup. Harry Kane battling for the ball there, gets bundled off. It's a 2-on-1. McConnell has to make the most of it. Tries to play back across, chance to counter-attack. Massive chance for United to find a breakthrough. What a recovery run that is. Massive chance down the other end. Mampolo, what a tackle for Harry Kane. It's end-to-end football here. Has he got the legs? He was just...
Take them off there. Blow.
Burning at that point, I think, Harry Kane. What an effort, what an incredible set of recovery runs from both teams. It's a minute and a half of this game changer already gone.
They should be knackered by now, no?
I mean, you can see it, I think, how slow they want to play this. We are in a game changer for those that have just tuned in. This is our top of the table clash in Baller League. 2 teams, both unbeaten so far across the first 4 weeks you've seen. Mampolo.
Where's Tyler Winters? There he is.
There's the changes that have been made.
Just get it to Winters, watch it. Bam.
Tyler Winters, referee. That was
cheeky from Marquez? Rafael Garcia.
It was Rafael Garcia, who's actually scored the quickest goal in Baller League so far. 12 seconds it was. Just left the leg out there.
He likes a foul. Sorry about the bad language. Yeah, that guys.
A direct shot here is not the answer. You've got an overload. Emryo Chang at the back post. Tyler Winters does go for the direct shot. Razak Coleman. Emryo Chang. Surely there's the shot. Where's the shot coming in? Possession wasted. Tommy Scott goes again for goal, but in the process just gives possession back.
He needs to stop that. He really needs to.
Are we in for our first goal before half-time? Off the post and in! Razak Coleman will get this match-up finally started. And Adam Dawson's back on as well. We thought he was injured. Last chance of the game changer. And that will do us for the halfway point.
Wow.
Well, we had to wait near enough 15 minutes for our first goal, but United do lead. If they can keep playing in this fashion, they will top the table tonight. Still 15 more minutes to come, and you feel like there's going to be plenty more goals.
Well, United have that feels like a huge 1-0 lead at half-time against Deportrio in this top-of-the-table clash. But, Joe, it was really cagey. Neither of them were even having a shot.
Yeah, kind way of saying rubbish game. Absolute rubbish game.
Felix was right.
Felix was right. Two teams that are a bit afraid to lose for me. Not willing to beat people in 1v1s, not willing to take shots from range and try things. I've been pretty disappointed so far, but I'm expecting big things now. The first goal's got in. I think you'll start to see a bit of flow to the game.
The game changer did help it spark it into life because it was end to end, but we have only seen one goal in that game changer.
Even in the game changer, both teams opted to keep the goalkeeper in play for pretty much all of it, so the 3v3 didn't really have an effect because it was constantly 2v2 outfield. I think overall both teams need to really try and play a little bit higher up the pitch. We haven't seen nearly enough of Tyler Winters, and I'm sure Sam Cox will be saying to his side, we've got to get way higher up the pitch, we've got to play much more advanced because at the moment it's too cagey.
Yeah, well, what did Deportrio have to do? You can see there they're having their half-time team talk. What will they be saying?
At the moment, I honestly think Francis Mampolo is trying too hard. He's honestly trying to do too much, trying to beat too many players. I think it was a big blow when Adam Dawson came off injured. He really keeps the flow of the team going. So overall, I think they just need to relax, stay a bit calmer, and not rush things.
Yeah, well, Deportrio actually beat MVPs. That was last week. MVPs suffering their first defeat of Baller League UK, and Jolie has been catching up with their captain, Lorenzo Kevin Spinelli.
Lorenzo, first defeat last week. What was the mood like in the dressing room?
Straight after the game, it was quite intense, I'm not going to lie. But after the past week, like, we've all spoke to each other. We decided like we've all come to the group and helped each other out throughout the last week, and it's been good. Especially we trained this morning. It was intense. It was good. So all I've got to say is just watch out for today.
Nice. I love that. And you're obviously team captain. What sort of captain are you?
I'll be honest, I'm not the most vocal. We've got a lot of experienced lads in our team, which help a lot. But I feel like I bring a presence, obviously just because of my size and whatnot. But I just try my best with the team and try to look after everyone at all times.
And Vision are 2 points above, but that has come from the Pepsi pressure points. So do you feel like it's quite balanced on the pitch tonight?
Yes. But again, we're here to win, aren't we? So we're trying to get above them. And all we've got to do is win today, which I'm sure we will.
Oh, I was going to ask if you sound confident, but I think I know the answer. Good luck.
Lorenzo full of confidence there, his team MVPs. We will see in action a little bit later on. What do Deportrio need to do now? Because as it stands, United are going back to the top of the league.
They've got to refine the form that we've seen so far across the first 4 game weeks. At the moment, it looks all stilted, looks a bit slow and a bit steady. I think they need to play with a bit more confidence, a bit more flair.
Yeah, and Angry Ginge, he's wearing his red tie. He's come dressed for the occasion, and so far, it's so good for his team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the sunglasses are off as well. He's in serious mode, isn't it?
Oh,
I
wait,
have to say, Sam Cox is dressing well as well now, isn't they? They've matched each other.
They have matched each other. The tie has come off. It's obviously been a very stressful time for Angry Ginge there on the touchline, but it's so far so good for United. They are currently 1-0 up and are currently going back to the top of the league. What can Micah Richards do in the second half?
Well, look, for a game that has so much hype, Chunks, we can't lie that at the moment it's not delivered. I mean, to a degree, I know they're nervy, I know it's cagey, but only one goal and it came in the game changer.
Well, that tends to happen with the big games. I think they're going to be nervous because they don't want to lose any points. So they're very defensive. They think about their moves too much. So, yeah, I expected this.
Well, then back underway here if you have just tuned in. As it currently stands, United would top the table as it stands after game week 5. Remember, there's 11 game weeks in total. But it would give them a 2-point gap. Deportrio won the Pepsi pressure point last week, which gave them the extra point. And he even had a little bit of a bet. Hello. Maralville had just bundled off possession by Jama. That will be a change possession there as the ball hits the roof. Well, back to the point I said, they had a bit of a bet before the game that Ginger would wear a wig next week if he lost, and Big Meeks would wear some Crocs on
Sunday,
on Super Sunday.
Goodness me, Roy Keane's going to be upset with that.
He won't be happy with that, will he? I think he was in shock when he told him he was a manager. Well, he hasn't lost the game yet, alongside his fellow managers in Alan Shearer and Gary Lineker. Good to see Adam Dawson back on as well. Chunks, we thought he was unfortunately not going to be back on the pitch.
I reckon he's playing off adrenaline. Tomorrow he's going to be annoyed with that one.
Yeah. He turned round his man. He breaks in there.
Rafael Garcia, too aggressive, man.
Nampola, I feel like he's played every single minute of this game so far, and rightly so.
I don't know. I expected more from Deportrio, if I'm being honest. I thought we would have had more of a, you know what I mean? More chances, I guess.
Adam Dawson off the knee of Mampolo. Even from Tyler Winters, you may have expected him to have opened up his account tonight.
Yeah, genuinely.
Massive win there, Razak Coleman, the goal scorer of the only goal so far in this game. Oh, see you later. Passes to his fellow World Cup. And unfortunately,
needed more from you there, Mauro.
Mauro Vlete just plays wide there. Solid bench United have got as well. Chance to counter-attack on this left-hand side if they can get the ball across. Leo Seri comes on now, number 11 for Deportrio. Try and boost the attack and pull a goal back. Tyler Winters fighting for possession, eventually does get dispossessed. Chance to break now, Rafael Garcia.
What a tackle. What a tackle.
Look at the space on this left-hand side. Is the angle too tight?
Oh, it is, but it's still a great attempt, and it's a corner. The
first corner flag for United. They had to wait 19 minutes for that.
I think that's the first time they've ever had to wait that long, isn't it?
Remember, it's your first time watching Baller League. There aren't corners as such, but 3 corner flags will win you a penalty. Watch out, Harry Kane to find a second for United.
Oh, he tried to do that one there.
Tried to disguise the shot, didn't he?
I respected it.
Both teams have just been organised, I think that's the word. Harry Kane going to keep that in. Tommy Scott's off his line. It's an aerial battle between the two as United still keep possession. Harry Kane. Stuck on his own there. Not really much help around him. I mean, they kept a clean sheet last week, Deportrio. Are United on to do the same this time round, which is such an uncommon thing.
It feels like a Premier League game, you know.
It really
Not
does.
much going on.
A chance to break it. Razak Coleman, the goal scorer of the first. Chance, everyone
Great finish. Great finish.
2-0 United leads. And it's the goal scorer that becomes the provider. Razak Coleman teeing up his teammate. And United, as it stands, heading to the top of the table here in Baller League.
We stay physical.
Deportrio looks stumped for ideas, man.
Goal scorer. Pull of a share there from Adam Dawson. Mark Clattenburg straight on it.
Reminded me of Chiellini and Saka there. Euro final.
What a player Razak Coleman has been today. Over the ball now.
Oh, that's going to sting in the morning. One thing I like about Razak Coleman, he realised his team aren't doing much up front, so he said, you know what, I'll go and do it. Scored and assisted.
That's what he needs in his six-a-side sort of footballer chunks, isn't it? Those moments of individual brilliance of just a player taking matters into their own hands, really.
Exactly. Done it very well. Wow.
Remember, though, there is a game changer to follow on the 27th minute for the last 3 minutes, and depending on what that is, a 2-goal cushion might not be enough. PK Humble back on the pitch.
Well, that's risky, that's risky. Don't do it from there, man.
Jack McConnell was a bit desperate, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's why I told him. I tried to give him a warning. It's a shame he can't hear me. Swords is back on.
Robin Sordell, there's a goal to come from this team. Maybe it's going to be him to get it. I think we've been seeing an appearance from Michael Hector there in the dugout of United. Played a game so far yet. Was playing football with Dagenham and Redbridge and suffered an injury.
Ah, that was the chance. Should have took your time with the chance. It's not a corner, man. Don't lie, brother. It was just a bad strike.
It's one of those, isn't it? Making up for the effort of the goal.
Yeah, you kind of have to. Ooh.
Hang on a second.
What's that about? Is that Ginge?
A ref challenge is coming there from Ginge.
For what?
Well, let's listen to Mark Clattenburg.
United have challenged the corner kick.
Oh, they did give a corner.
Challenged that being given as a corner.
You think that's a waste?
I mean, it's got to be used at some point, I guess, and Ginger's used it every game.
Oh, they'll probably give that as a corner now.
The challenge by United is unsuccessful. No corner. Corner kick.
Corner has been awarded. Mark Clattenburg deems that did come off the toe of the United defender. Basically, each manager is given a ref challenge they can activate at any point in the game. They only get one of them. And it can be a chance to reverse a decision made by the referees. I think that's the first one Ginger's actually got wrong across the 5 weeks. Still 2-0 they lead, 7 minutes on the clock, offside. Even if this goes into a game changer, chunks at 2-1, so open.
Honestly, I can see anyone winning this. Yeah, PK.
Look how many United shirts are back there. It's so organised. And they'll know every second they can take from this game. How to manage it. You know, they've been training a lot. Daniel Thompson on the pitch now, number 36 for United. And at the moment, it's all going to plan.
Hashtag justice for Mohamed Mayoub.
He can't get a look at it at the moment, can he?
Can't get a sniff in, brother. He got about 8 seconds in a game changer, that's it. Should have stayed in Manchester.
There he is.
Not bad for him, man. Was very good on game week 1.
He was superb on game week 1. He's sort of just been fizzed out. Tommy Scott, I think that shows the desperation that we're seeing.
Dreaming. Fair play, man. Fair play. Smashing it. Oh, there we go. Oh, look at that, man. This is football.
Well, it wouldn't be peaked out, but not playing for the cameras, would it? 2 minutes from a game changer. Deportrio 1 corner away from a penalty. That could change things going into that game changer.
He's just trying to be a nuisance. Ah. Come on, Pittman.
Well, that's going to be possession to Deportrio as the ball has hit the roof of the copper box. They get a penalty here, Chunks, before the game changer. This could be a really exciting ending. Jack McConnell over. He scored a rocket last week. Surely he's not going direct. He's going to try and get the corner. I understand the play they're going for. Adam Dawson. Poor pass. Big chance, Deportrio. This corner's coming, you can feel it.
They need to get that corner.
Apologies for any unsavoury language there. Is
Raphael with his 18th foul of the day. Told you he loves one. And I think PK's milking it.
Well, he has got some sort of knee brace on, leg brace, but I think he's taking the extra seconds there. To be fair, it did catch him on that bad leg.
I think that's a style.
Yeah, it might not even be an injury. Who knows?
It would be PK humble to have just something on for style.
He's 4 minutes away from 5 wins on the trot. He's quite enjoying this managerial business. That could be a terrible mistake. Adam Dawson. Adam Dawson steal with great feet from him, but trying to take around 3 or 4 players just seems
audacious.
A bit too much. 40 seconds away from a game changer.
I don't know.
PK humble. That's a free kick. "20 seconds left. Just need to see themselves into this game changer now. Let's see what it's going to be. Chat, what do we want to see in this game changer? Is this the corner moment? Jack McConnell off the crossbar.
Just set off the man Polo, man.
Let's see what the game changer is going to give us for these last 3 minutes.
Should have set off the man Polo there.
Go places that never been. We go higher, no stop. even when a ball drop. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher.
Play is what the game changer is going to be. Not the one-on-one that I think that he would have wanted for this one. Every foul in fair play will result in a player being sent off for the remainder of the game. So any foul that's given, any foul that's committed, will be a straight red card, and he will be down an extra player for the last 3 minutes. Any handballs or unsporting behaviour will also result in a player being sent off. And other offences that usually result in being a 2-minute suspension will instead be a red card. This is where you can start being a bit tricky if you're Deportrio or Yanited. Looking to get a bite from your opponent, looking to bait them into a tackle. As you can probably expect, both players across both teams are going to be really careful here. And the Mark Clattenburg ref, and he's going to have the best start on this of anyone. 2 goals in a game changer is so possible. Here we go then. Are United going to keep a clean sheet? Or what's going to happen? Mohamed Mayoub on the pitch. You understand why he's come on. He's a bit tricky, isn't it? This is more of a question for the wildcards now. Have they been briefed on the rule set? Because there's been times in game changes where a wildcard has cost their team a game from not understanding the game changer rule in use. You can't play from a kicking in the air. That's why it's going to be possession changed. No one's going to dive into a foul. You're seeing Tyler Winters there being so careful. Nearly a minute already gone. Remember, they've still got that corner. One more corner for Deportrio. They get a penalty. It's just who's going to be the player to take that shot. Is this it? Marvin Sordell. No deflection. No corner. 1 minute 40 away. Tyler Winters. I'm running out of time for a game that I thought may have given us a bit more. I mean, look, United have controlled this. Defensively superb, so organised. And they'll be the only team that will remain unbeaten in Baller League. It'd be 5 wins from 5 if they can hold on for another 1 minute and 5 seconds. Just a minute left. Mohamed Mayoub! I thought that was it. Hang on a second, Matt Polo. He's been superb, both of them. Tyler Winters. Is he going to take time out of the game or look to try and score again? Sends the goalkeeper packing! That's game, set, match! United will take all 3 points. They will go top of the table here in game week 5. Calm, composed and cultured from Tyler Winters there with that finish. He may have had a quiet game, but that's what matters.
Deportrio are requesting a foul on number 12.
There's been a ref's challenge from Micah Richards there on the build-up to that goal. Ref's challenge coming in. Mark Clattenburg having a look. There was a foul on the build-up is what they're saying. They're calling for a foul here on Mampolo. It's a bit of an ask, in my opinion. Chat, foul or no foul? I think we all know that there's probably going to be one common answer from this one. And even if it is given, there's only 22 seconds left. Here we go.
The challenge is unsuccessful.
As expected, challenge unsuccessful. Goal stands. United are 22 seconds away from all 3 points and a clean sheet. And it looks like Angry Ginger's out of his waistcoat and in a United shirt. Final 10 seconds left and expect a big reaction. Look at United on top of the table. Five games unbeaten, 5 wins in a row. It seems like he's quite enjoying this managerial business, Angry Ginge. He even got a clean sheet tonight. They will top the table and have a 2-point gap on Deportrio here in Baller League. There are still 6 more weeks of league play, but what a start they have had. 15 points from 15. Joe, it's down to you, my friend, for the latest on the pitch.
Okay, here he is. He's changed out of the shirt, the jacket, into the green and gold.
Exactly, mate. Represent what this club was built on, Manchester United. But yeah, what a great game. You know, last week they got the Pepsi point to take him top. We've said every week it's hard to get to the top, but it's even harder to stay there. And they have absolutely bottled it. The first week they could have defended it, they dropped it.
Fantastic defensive performance there. A clean sheet, which is insanely hard to do in Baller League. How do you feel about the backline?
I think the backline was absolutely exceptional. I mean, they had it all to do at the end of the day, especially when they conceded the first one. They had to come out fighting, and they were like shouting no teeth. They were like shouting no teeth.
Quick word on Razak Coleman as well, because he had another unbelievable display.
Absolutely quality today. Raz, my man of the match for sure. Defensively, physically, I mean, it's just absolutely fantastic. And I'm really glad that we've got some good referees today, because if that had been overruled for a foul, the game is gone.
I want to talk to you about the bet you made as well with Micah. You said he'd be wearing your Crocs on Super Sunday.
He'll be wearing them, bad boys. He'll be wearing them. Oh, I've 100% been forcing it, and I want Keno to say something about it as well, because I'm sure he'll have a lot to say.
Ginger, I'm going to let you congratulate your team. Well done, mate. Big win.
Thank you.
Well, he had a man of the match in his mind, Angry Ginge, of Razak Coleman, and Footmob with their top 5 player ratings have also agreed here, surprise, surprise, a 9.1 for Razak Coleman. Tyler Winters comes in a second with that late goal, that 3rd goal. Maral Vilhete, 8.5, and Henry Ocheng and Max Pittman make up the top 5 there. They are top of the table, they're on 15 points. And this is how the table looks in Baller League. There are still 2 more games to come tonight. VZN FC take on MVPs United before Trebol FC take on SDS. But United top of the table, plus 16 goal difference, a clean sheet tonight. Look at the gap they're starting to build on the bottom side of the table. Another successful week for Angry Gingers United, and still 2 more big games to come tonight.
Henry, let's talk about Matchday 4. You scored twice, and after one of them, you went and did the lawnmower right in front of Trunks' face. Have you spoken since?
Yeah, actually, we spoke on Instagram. It was just my old school celebration, and he was just there in the corner, so he got a full front row view of it.
I was going to say, why is the lawnmower your signature celebration? How did it come about?
Well, most people know in the old school that when I retired from football, I went into grass. And I've got a company now called Grass Gains, and literally love cutting grass.
Nice. And Vision are currently third. Those 2 Pepsi pressure points were huge. I mean, for you, how important were they to get you there?
Any extra point in this league is massive, so hopefully you can nick another one tonight and then go and get another 3 points. So we'll be cheering on.
And performance on the pitch, 3 out of 4 wins. You must be super happy with your teammates.
Yeah, definitely. We're still bonding together. It's obviously still early days. Anything can happen, but we're just trying to build in the right direction, and hopefully we can continue the form we've got.
And the MVPs tonight, they've also got 3 out of 4 wins. The only thing that actually separates you is those 2 points. Confident?
Yeah, definitely. We just go and play our game, and then hopefully it works.
Good luck.
Right, we are joined by Alisha, Lehmann of MVPs. They are coming up next against Vision FC. But Micah, what happened?
Devastating.
What happened?
I think the approach play was good. Defensively at the start it was good. But in the final third, we just didn't... No Dawson today. No Francis today. I don't want to make excuses, but he looked a bit tired today, you know?
Oh, no.
Even with our press and whatnot.
Oh,
there we go.
No.
There we go.
Oh, no.
So,
give me the Crocs.
Here are the Crocs.
No.
Thank you very much.
I mean, technically you are live on Sky
said-
Sports
you know,
now,
I
but
asked
you
him,
have
he
to wear
said
it
he
for a
actually
Super Sunday, is what... Are they sweaty? Are they sweaty?
Size 10.
Size 10, I'll do.
Bit sweaty?
A little bit sweaty. But you know what? I've got to give him credit because on the day, you were the better team.
Thank you.
Like, defensively, you were sound. Attacking, you took your chances. We had some chances, but it looks like we
fluffed them.
We fluffed the chances.
You're nervous. Listen,
No, we definitely
you was
were nervous.
You were definitely nervous. You could tell you were shaky. You passed it out 4 times in the first 5
You know,
minutes.
you know what I'm devastated about? I got beat by a man called Morgan. That's what I'm most devastated about today. I mean, yeah.
Listen, you go home, reflect.
Yeah.
You have to tell Alan, tell Gary the news. You managed 1 week at the top of the league.
You know what?
1 week.
I had some antics as well. I had a hat. I had a City shirt, I had goggles, the whole thing. I was going to do the, what's that daft dance that your guy, PK Humble does?
Yeah.
I was going to do, I had it all ready. I had the sound ready upstairs, but you know what? The better team won.
We go again.
Team won.
You go
The
again.
better team won.
Alisha, this is a big game for you after you lost your first game last week. Do you think your team are going to bounce back today?
Yeah, you know, when I arrived here, I was really happy. Like, I came in with a smile. I saw him. He was like, oh, did you get over when we battered you last week? I'm like...
It was a battering, though.
I was like,
It was,
Micah,
it
that's
was, it
you
was.
too, you know?
4-0, yeah.
It was a battering. We felt it this week, though.
But we come back today. We come back. I have a good feeling. We trained really well, and yeah.
We're looking forward to it. MVPs against Vision.
Well then, we just saw Angry Gingers United top the table, Joe. Look, they're looking convincing. Micah's got his Crocs on already. I mean, look, a bet's a bet, and he followed through with it, which I appreciate.
Well, no. He's got to wear them on Super Sunday.
Oh, is that just the starter?
That's just the start, baby.
He don't know why he agreed to it. He did. But, hey, Angry Gingers United keep a clean sheet. That surprised me. Clean sheets never happen in Ball League. That's 2 in 2 weeks now.
I know. Well, it did happen last week to Deportrio, didn't they? And having to wear those as a punishment on a Sky Sports Super Sunday is going to be a long, long day in that punditry box alongside Roy Keane. I'm telling you, Roy Keane's going to be having none of it.
Absolutely. Well, look, up next we have got Vision FC against MVPs United. Vision FC have done all right in the Pepsi pressure point. They won 2 of the 5 they've played in so far. They're on 11 points. MVPs United are only on, I think, 2 points less than them. I mean, sorry, they're on 12 points, so there's only 1 point between the 2 teams. There's going to be a bit more movement here tonight. There's more pressure they can put onto United. I mean, look, Deportrio, I know they lost tonight, but they're still on 13 points, and there's still 6 more game weeks to come. There's a long way left to go this season.
Yeah, Vision are coming quietly, though. Vision are growing into this tournament. Obviously, they started that first game week KSI calling the Southampton of the league. It's not been proven true at all, has it? I think they've won 3 on the bounce now, and they've won 3 games really comfortably as well. I think they're going to cause some real problems for Alisha Meyer's side here. I know that Stephen Sammer is bang up for it. He's the most vocal coach here by an absolute mile, but I think Tobi's side looks really settled.
And guess what from Tobi's side tonight, Joe? No wild cards. None.
Rare.
And I think the problem is because the wild cards they've used, they've probably played football today for their other clubs that they play for. So they've taken no wild cards, but the team they've got on paper, I think it's really gelling. I think there's a a really good vibe in the camp between them all. Jerome Sinclair's looked good. We had Henry Lansbury on commentary earlier. He scored 2 goals last week. Florian Castrati, Curtis Herbert, Montel McKenzie, Farrell Mensah. It's a really strong squad.
And it's a really good balance of different personalities, different ages, different players. You've got players like Henry Lansbury who have, you know, played Premier League games, represented high-level sides. You've also got players that have played six-a-side. So I think overall the team balance is one of the most exciting so far we've seen in this competition. Let's not take anything away from MVP though, because overall they've got a really nice, strong side. If it wasn't for that loss last week against Deportrio, we would be talking about MVPs as being one of the favourites to win this competition. I think it is a huge blow though. No Alfie Matthews today.
Yeah, it was
I don't know if that's a spoiler, but he's got a broken arm, Alfie Matthews. He happened yesterday, and there are rumours it could keep him out for nearly the entire tournament. If that is the case, he's the top scorer, he's been their best player. It's a massive, massive issue.
Well, let's have a look at the teams then to see those changes that we mentioned, because first and foremost, for Vision FC, there are no wild cards involved tonight. This is their full squad in many ways. Number 80, Farrell Mensah, has been a star in this squad. But Florian Castrati, Curtis Herbert and Montel McKenzie spring to mind, because 2 of those players won the Pepsi Pressure Point Challenge across the last few weeks. Montel McKenzie won it 1 week, Curtis Herbert won it the week after. Well, on the other side of things, for MVPs United, wildcards do feature again. Eddie Micah comes in, and also Tammy Abraham's brother. Timmy Abraham features tonight. Number 13 in an MVP shirt. Another big loss for them as well, which we haven't spoken about, is Ross Durham. He's not playing tonight, so no Alfie Matthews, no Ross Durham. There's some big misses there. I know that Eddie Mako has been really great for them and really impressive, but he's got a lot to take on his shoulders. Lorenzo Kevin Spinelli, he needs to take that on his shoulders as well tonight to show exactly what he can do, because they're missing some star players.
Totally agree. Obviously, you've mentioned Alfie Matthews. I mean, they haven't had Ashton Peltier for the last 4 weeks. He was their second-round pick. Really, really high-level player. They've got a lot of issues, and I think the transfer window is coming at a good time for MVPs. They might well look to sign some of the players they've played consistently as wildcards on a permanent, allow them to bring extra space for new wildcards to enter that team. I think overall this is a big game week for MVPs. They need to bounce back from that Deportrio loss. They need to refine the form that saw them win 3 on the bounce, beating the likes of SDS and RTW and M7. This is a huge game.
Here we go then, game 5 tonight. Montel McKenzie against Spinelli, who wears the captain's armband. I think that might be the first team I've seen that has got an out-and-out captain, you can see.
It's a good foul to give away because the 1-2 was on there. Yeah, I've been impressed by Spinelli. He's a real handful up front. He's the player that they look to put into that target role position, look to play players off him, fire the ball into him. And I think tonight is yet another big test, because overall Vision FC's defence as of last game week against SDS looked pretty rock solid.
For Tobi Jizzles, Vision FC, they are on quite the run at the moment. They might have lost their first week against Deportrio 6-3, but since then, 3 wins in a row. And as we said, 2 huge points in the Pepsi Pressure Point. Freddie Mitchell called into action early doors.
They've got some of the biggest players in the competition, I think, this MVP side, and it really shows physically. The likes of Spinelli up there, Eddie Maeko, who is of course a wild card, but is absolutely massive. When you fire the ball into it, if you're a centre-back, you don't want to have to deal with them. It's very difficult.
I think Henry Lansbury might have learned what to wear, because by the looks of it, he's in full thermals.
Yeah, that's...
Thermal bottoms, thermal top. You know, he's put enough of the carpet burns that he's feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. He's probably taking that straight out of the gardening wardrobe. He probably wears that when he's putting down the new lawns in midwinter.
I couldn't believe it last week, Joe. He was sharing the goals that he was scoring on socials. Then next thing you know, he was in the garden.
Yeah, well, of course, he does own a landscaping business, the Lawn Lad. If you don't follow the Lawn Lad on Instagram, go and follow him. Top guy, Henry Lansbury, and top landscape gardener.
So it took him a few weeks to get into Baller League and just to get the fitness, but to find his form on this different sort of surface. The speed of the game, the transitions. He openly said that when the game changes up and he subs himself off.
I'm not surprised. They are really, really difficult. As you saw there, I don't think the game changes particularly helped that match, that last Deportrio versus Yanited game. They were not the ones we were hoping to come out. I think we were all at home hoping that 1v1 might spring up, in which case it could have been totally different scenes on the touchline, but nevertheless, just to touch on that game, United's defensive structure and patterns just so good today.
Well, Alfie Matthews has just sent me a message right now, and he just said he's just heard us on Skype and he's back on Monday.
Wow. How's he recovering from a broken arm that quick?
If it's a broken arm, is he playing in a sling next week?
Alfie, we need to hear from you. I've been told differing things here. Hopefully it's not.
Hopefully
it's not a broken
right.
arm. Hopefully it's not a broken arm then, and it's not as bad as first feared. If he's back next Monday, then I'm sure it's not going to be. He's a goalkeeper I've been really impressed with so far this tournament, Declan McCarthy. I think he's been really, really good with the ball at his feet. Anybody who follows him on social media will know all about his ability with the ball, the tricks he plays. But he's played it, I've done an absolute howler. I've stitched him up.
It's the commentator's curse, Joe. Oh, it still goes in!
It's the worst bit of commentary you'll ever see. Congratulations, Declan, you've stitched me right up, pal.
He knows it as well. I'm more surprised that that's found a way in with the defenders that are on the line.
That's the last time I ever show support for Declan McCarthy in goal.
Florian Castrati will score another goal in Baller League. These two are neck and neck on the table at the moment. VZN FC currently in 12th. If they win this game, they'll potentially go into second place. It would be 14 points next to their name.
It's a big opportunity. This is a really big opportunity. We know those final 4 places are going to be so sought after. After Deportrio drop points, you won't see that very often. This is huge. Alfie Matthews here confirming that it's not as bad as first thought, so maybe
they'll be happy to hear that MVPs.
Maybe the x-ray came back positive for him. It wasn't sounding good when I first heard about the injury. That's huge news for MVPs, by the way, because he's been their standout player by some distance. He scored 6 goals, I think, at this tournament.
Been good at the penalties as well, hasn't he, Alfie Matthews?
Excellent at the penalties, and he's also really, really consistent in the game changes. They tend to turn to Alfie Matthews for the one-on-ones, for any sort of 3v3 situation he's deadly in.
Max Melbourne, one of their wild cards, linked in with another one. They kick him right just in the corner. Good turn. Chambers Shaw looking for that back post pass.
Getting a bit panicky at the back there, Vision, just hacking it clear.
Gives possession away, doesn't he, Castrati? Montel McKenzie into Curtis Herbert, the two linking up. Curtis Herbert!
That's class.
Well, I should say, Jerome Sinclair. That wasn't Curtis Herbert, Jerome Sinclair with a really tiny finish.
You can see why he's got appearances for Liverpool under his belt.
He's got better and better as the weeks have gone on as well.
Totally agree. That's rude, by the way. That finish is rude. I've hyped Declan McCarthy up no end today, and he's letting me down. But that is some finish. A little outside the boot toe poke. Beautiful work. Giving the ball away really sloppily in that final third, MVPs. And when they've done that, they really haven't had the defensive cover to cover against the counter-attack. It's been far too easy to be exposed from a little mistake at the back.
They haven't scored a goal, MVPs, in 36 minutes of play, technically. They didn't score a single goal last week, and they haven't been able to find the breakthrough. A lot on top of that, as we said, their injury issues they've got with prolific players in their teams, big goal scorers in their teams. It's not helped them tonight.
It's been a sloppy one tonight. I have to say, the game quality overall has really been hampered by the fact that a lot of these players have already played league games, 90-minute games for their clubs on bank holiday Monday, maybe bank holiday Sunday. So some players have played 90 minutes and they're coming into this environment. It's so tough. There's heavy legs out there, and I think it's starting to tell.
Stephen Sammer there on the far-hand side, the manager of MVP United, of course, alongside Jama and Alisha Lehmann. He's so vocal and will not be happy with what he's seen.
I love him though. He's so expressive, Stephen Sammer. He's so involved in the team, takes all the training sessions. He's got to be one of the most passionate managers in the league, and I love to see it.
His team talks at the end of the game when they've been winning has been superb. Again, we can see you in the chat from wherever you're watching from. Let us know who's the team that you're backing in Baller League. In case you missed it, Angry Gingers United just won 3-0. They are top of the table. 5 wins from 5.
Such a big performance for Ginger's side. So much pressure going into that game after the Deportrio Pepsi pressure point challenge win last week to go a point clear. Made it look really quite comfortable at the end.
Strata, the goal scorer off the first in this one for VZN FC.
Nice.
See from McLeod getting his first couple of touches on the ball. He entered the ball back from McKenzie.
Nice.
Surely a back post pass.
Mitchell. A little bit selfish there, Brad.
2 corner flags, though. They're only 1 away from a penalty, Joe.
Henry Lansbury left in the dust there. He just slipped almost as he went to strike it, didn't he? Lost his footing a little bit and didn't make the cleanest of connections. It's a nice ball.
Ethan McLeod, great feet. Desperately needed an option there.
Need to make the most of this 2 corners option, don't they? They really need to try and get a rebound, try and get a 3rd corner. That's brilliant work by Henry Lansbury.
Farrell Mensah on as well, number 80. He's electric every time he's come on in the VZN FC shirt.
A couple of players with a history of playing for Liverpool, haven't they? I think Farrell Mensah has Liverpool experience in that academy resume alongside the likes of Millwall, so they've got players out there, Vision, that have played really high level football, at least if not Premier League standard, like Henry Lansbury at academy level. Keepers in no man's land. Mark, have a look.
Oh, we hope he's all right there. Rowan Mitchell came out flying.
Has Clamberg got his glasses on? Is this a potential booking? Suspension?
Well, that's Timmy Abraham then, brother of Tammy.
He's come for the ball, isn't he? He's come for the ball. Tobi's thrown a flag. I think Tobi's thrown a flag. He wants somebody suspended here.
Well, Toby Jizzle has thrown in his ref challenge. He's not happy.
He wants a suspension. He clearly wants a suspension. He feels like it's a potential goal-scoring opportunity. I have to say, from first viewing, I don't agree. I think the keeper's come to win the ball. He's a little bit late, but he does take a little fraction of it. For me, this is going to be unsuccessful.
I think it's more the fact that when they're both going for the ball, they're both looking at the ball. He's not sort of...
He gets a connection on the ball. His left leg connects with the ball. I don't see it. No. It's an unfortunate collision. It's an unfortunate coming together. Timmy, you can moan all you want. It's not a suspension.
In comes a freak on the edge now.
You've got to be more imaginative than that, haven't you? Just lashing it at the wall. There's got to be some sort of pre-planned move. That's what training's for. Those situations can happen regularly. You've got to try and get some sort of idea going. You've seen how successful it's been for the likes of Arsenal, Brentford in the Premier League. I want to see more of that in the Baller League.
I think that was a waste of a challenge.
Absolutely, it's a terrible challenge. We saw it all on the big screen before it even happened. I think Mark had made his mind up before he even went over to the screen.
It was the quickest challenge, wasn't it, I think we've ever seen.
I think if you would have asked Toby once he'd thrown the flag, as soon as he hit the ground, if he could take it back, he'd say yes.
Well, they're only one corner away from a penalty, MVP United. Are they going to get there before we go to a game changer? Yes.
Wow,
there it is.
Good. That was good option there by Micah. He got stuck in the corner, didn't really have anywhere to go. Who's going to take it? Do you give it to Timmy? Do you give it to Eddie Micah?
Eddie Micah. Up he steps, a wild card for a third week for MVP United. Can he make it 2-1? Yes!
Great finish. Positive, straight from the off. Knew what he was going to do. Took his shot high, so when the goalkeeper goes to spread his legs and tries to go low, it's really, really good finishing from Eddie Micah, that.
A few people in the chat were a bit worried about our ref challenge opinion there, Joe. We were aware that he was trying to say it wasn't a foul.
Oh, of course, it was Tobi's goalkeeper. Yeah. I mean, even so, terrible decision. It was a foul, but it wasn't a suspension.
We're only 50 seconds away from a game changer. This could shape up perfectly for the end of the first half.
No, Henry.
Timmy Abraham there, can't get round. Henry Lansbury comes out again, firing. Chambers shot! 2-2!
As I say, I'm not sure about Henry Lansbury's decision to take the free kick in the manner he did, try and lock the ball over. Then he tried to push really high at the pitch. Got exposed in behind, it didn't quite work. Oh no. Oh, vision have melted here in the last 30 seconds. What on earth has happened?
4, 3, 2. Well then, 2-2 into a game changer.
Woo! Let's take the stage higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places that never been. We go higher, no stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher.
Game changer will be the line. Nothing really changes. It's the same style of football, but if you do score behind the offside line, a goal will count as 2 instead of 1. There's only ever been one player that's been able to do that in Baller League UK so far, and it was Ismet Sumbul of Trebol FC, who will be in action in our last game tonight against SDS FC. But we have to talk at the halfway point here. Tobi Jizzle's Vision FC, Joe, we're 2-0 up.
They've melted a little bit.
In about 1.5 minutes, the game's all tied up. Before the game changer might have done that.
Yeah, not ideal, not ideal. They've melted about as much as me on commentary with that suspension shout, Brad. It's an ugly moment for me and comms in the chat's letting me have it.
I've never seen the chat so active on us.
Hey, come on, chat.
Mistakes happen.
Mistakes are happening here. You know, we can't all be perfect like you guys. We go again.
Game changer. He's in play. The line. Score behind that thin white line there. You can just see where the ball is near now. The goal will count as 2.
I think Curtis has been really good today. Took his goal well, held the ball up nicely. I think he's probably been his best performance so far in Baller League for me.
That one certainly doesn't look like a corner at all. That would just go out for a goal kick. Surprised at the minutes that Henry Lansbury played in this game, to be fair. He doesn't normally play as much as this.
He's pinging it all over the place, didn't he? Absolutely.
Scored 2 goals last week, played the full 30 this week.
Yeah, he's very confident by the looks of it. Those 2 goals have really piqued his confidence. Give it.
Henry Lansbury, does he fancy a shot? Oh. That one would have been causing some problems.
And I tell you what, he scored some screamers in his time, hasn't he, Henry Lansbury? So why not give it a go, especially with the line intact. Good play by Spinelli, getting his players up the pitch.
For those that have just tuned in, we're in Game 5 tonight. The headline news, as we said, that Angry Gingers United is top of the table. Troy Deeney did feature in Game 1, and he also did get a red card, as Wembley Rangers, the team he was playing for, did lose. M5 did pick up a point, thanks to Brian Lee in a Pepsi pressure point penalty shootout, but they've played 5 games and lost all 5. For this game here, MVP United from 2-0 down, back to a 2-2 scoreline. Just a minute left of this first half. Timmy Abraham, did he fancy that shot? It was
got hold of it, didn't he?
Quite way off balance.
Good play by Henry Lansbury, taking that under pressure and turning.
So McKenzie.
That was a chance, by the way. Eddie Micah is everywhere, scoring goals, defending. Can he get a shot off now?
Micah, that stayed in. Remy Mitchell does keep it in.
Oi, good feet.
Great feet from Ljungberg Bonnet. He is the man of the people at the moment, isn't he? Couldn't have gone any better for him.
He really couldn't, could it?
Couldn't. I'm curious to see really how his managerial job continues as this season unfolds. Jerome Sinclair!
Big chance. Somebody in the studio nearly wore that one.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, that is the end of the first half. And we are all sparing the break. 4 goals evenly split, with 2 teams that are next door to each other in the table. Still 15 more minutes to follow next.
Bruno, SDS started Baller League very strong with a win, but since then it's been 3 losses. What's gone wrong?
Good question. I would love to know myself. We worked on a few things out this week, so we're hoping to come out on a good result today.
Talking of that, I mean, SDS are the first Baller League UK team to sack a coach. What do you make of Sharky's decision?
Do you know, we haven't spoken about it because I feel like a few of us don't want to know the answers, but clearly it wasn't working out and something needed to change. And, you know, that happens in football, whether that's 6-a-side or 11-a-side, so let's hope it works out.
Very true. And how's training been under the new coach this week?
We trained yesterday, and I must say everyone had a little bit oomph about them. You know, the intensity was a bit higher. We worked on a few things, and we just want to go out there now and show what we can do.
And the transfer window opens next week, which I'm sure everyone's very excited about. Do you think SDS are going to be active?
I've been asked that question for Sharky, not for me, but I feel like if he feels like we need to strengthen the team, then for the benefit of the team, then go for it.
And finally, we've got Trebol tonight. I mean, you've got Trebol tonight. They've only had 1 win. Do you feel like it's the right fixture at the right time to turn things around?
Yeah, do you know what? As soon as we lost the game one last week, yeah, we just wanted to play again. So obviously 2 teams are struggling today, and it's going to be a massive result regardless.
Good luck, and I can't wait.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Trebol and SDS is our final game here on Matchday 5. I was going to say, got all excited then. Matchday 6, yeah. Matchday 5. But right now, what has happened to Vision, Chunks? 2-0 up, and they look like they've absolutely crumbled.
Capitulation for the nation. But I'll be honest, goalkeeper over there, I forgot his name.
Declan McCarthy.
Expected a bit more from him. He's usually much better on his feet. I've seen him on social media, so I was kind of taken back. I expected more.
there's not much you can do when your goalkeeper does make such a big error like that, is it?
Come on, yeah, exactly. It's like at the end of the day, you can't really blame MVPs. Obviously, they're missing their big player, Alfie Matthews, as well. So I did expect it to be a slower start, but hopefully Spinelli can you know what I mean, be that captain of the team and bring them back up and make sure that they get the result.
Well, it is 2-2 now. We can see Alisha Lehmann there. She'll be very happy with her team's comeback, and she'll think that they can go on and win it now.
Yes, 100% their coach as well. I think his name's Samba, potentially.
Stephen Samba.
Stephen Samba, yeah.
I honestly, every time I watch him, he is so animated on that touchline.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to. I think we've seen all three of them together once, maybe draft night. But I want to see them all on the touchline together.
We also saw them when Maya was late and she did a little run.
But her little Baywatch run into the studio.
So I'm saying we've seen that, and that was a double, of course. So I expect. I mean, apart from that blip last week against Deportrio, they've been playing very well, and I had them as favourites for this game, to be honest.
Yeah, they have to make sure though that this only is that only is a blip though, really, because I know obviously they've come back, but they were 2-0 down. They don't want to find themselves 2-0 down again in that second half, do they?
No, they don't. That's the thing, and that's why you had 15 minutes. You have a game changer too, so we can't expect. To be fair, it's 2-2, so we have to be fair to Vision FC too, where they can easily win the game because they've shown that, you know what I mean, numerous weeks. So I'm expecting a big second half.
We want to see another one-on-one game changer, don't we? 1v1.
Yeah, we do.
Spice things up a bit for this second to last game.
Exactly.
Right, well, it is Vision FC 2, MVPs 2. Are either of these two going to go on and get all 3 points? We're about to find out. Second half is coming up. Brandon, over to you.
Thank you so much, Liv in Chunks. Look, these men just run up the stairs. I've just seen him right across the pitch, up the stairs. He's out of breath. James, welcome.
Thank you. Not the thing I've been climbing today, though, is it? Climb the top of that table again.
How you feeling?
Buzzing, absolutely buzzing. To not only show what you can do with the attack, but to lock them out of the game and get a clean sheet, it's just absolutely fantastic.
A clean sheet in Baller League is pretty unheard of. You're the second team to do that, and it felt like you were just very organised. All over the place.
We were. I mean, to be honest, I don't often say this, but I almost feel as though Deportrio, I think they bottled it. The first 5 minutes, they were shaky. They were passing out a play. They didn't want it. Their mindset weren't right. You could almost sense the nerves. Of course, Micah Richards giving it the big one, which is what we love. I like a little bit of needle. But you can only do it if your team are going to back you up. And I'd say the 6 on the pitch at the start of that game, I think they threw Micah under the bus.
I mean, look. They didn't, for a lot of hype, I'll be honest. We were sitting on commentary, we were waiting for something to happen, then Razak Coleman finally scored and brought the game to life.
He's brilliant.
Your wild cards are all right. Why don't you sign him? Transfer window's coming up.
Could do, but then again, who do you drop from a winning team? And then if you are going to drop people, you've got to drop some of the wild cards because you've got players that need to play. And again, I'd like to remind people, we've still not played our first 2 draft picks yet. They've still not played a minute for United. Cadell Daniels and Hector still have not played.
Was that Michael Hector I saw tonight in the dugout?
Yeah, he was here last week as well, so I'm glad to know you're paying attention. Yeah, no, they all come. Basically, I say, listen, boys, if you can't play, just come down, I'll give you 20 quid. And they all come down then, don't they? Do you know what I mean? Team morale. We booked mini golf next week.
Have you?
No. Not going out of my pocket anyway, unless Ballers want to pay for it. What's this game going? I've not even been.
Have you got any winning motivations for your team yet, other than the bottle of Head and Shoulders?
Yeah, well, to be honest, I actually don't like telling teams they're going to get something because I think you should play out a principle of you've been chosen and you've been given an opportunity. If you then going to 100% put your all in, you'll get rewarded for it. So I'm not going to sit here and say I'm going to buy them all a Rolex because I'm going to be honest, that won't be happening either. Just for an example, though.
Ooh, question for you. Answer if you want. Mohamed Mayoub. Great in week 1, struggles to get in the team now.
He does, and to be honest, he's got absolutely nothing to do with his ability because he's an exceptional player. But one thing I've noticed for these couple of weeks here, definitely the past 3, is this league it's become a lot more physical. So a player like Mo, you're using the right moments. He's not going to get the most minutes, right? Oh, it's a great finish. The referee's blue, though. I'm not sure. The goal given.
Let's just see if that stands.
Definitely heard the referee blow. I think he's given offside.
I think he was just offside on that right-hand side, wasn't he? But they are challenging the decision.
MVP's challenging that the ball was not out of play.
Oh, the ball was not out of play. Let's have a look. Let's have a listen. I must admit, credit to Mark Clattenburg tonight. He's been exceptional. Been really good tonight.
You're getting on quite well, you two, aren't you?
Yeah. A couple of brown envelopes you get with anyone, Brendan.
I believe on the build-up to that goal, the ball went out of play. It's what they're arguing and what the referee's actually given him.
No,
it's way in play.
That is, honest to God, I don't know which referees give that.
Goal scored!
MVP United, 3-2 they lead.
Let me just check. Is it the tall brunette referee? Because if it is, he's been at shambles tonight. No, he hasn't. No, it weren't him. Either way, that referee, that's how it played.
Well, thank God they challenged him because that was weighing.
It weren't even close, that. I don't understand how you can even give that. It just shows the referee's not kept up with play, doesn't it, really?
Back to the point you were saying about using Mohammed in the right moments. I think that in the fair play, for example.
Fair play is fantastic.
You know how good he is in a 1v1 scenario.
He can draw a foul. You've got the game changers of the 3v3, the 1v1s. He can strike well, he can move well, he's agile. But when you're in an intense game, it does struggle. We saw it against Santan. He didn't get the most minutes there, but when he was on the pitch, he got bodied. And with players like that, I almost sort of look at him and I think, you deserve more minutes. Honestly, he does deserve more minutes, but I just...
Compared to the German Bull League, this is, as expected,
much more
physical.
100%.
I mean, as you saw last week in the game against FC Rules the World, when Pico was getting shoved into the billboard.
Exactly. And as we saw today, as Troy Deeney got a red card. Do you know what I mean? The physicality is just huge, and it plays a huge part. If you turn up to a game in the Ballers League now, and you haven't got a physical team, you will lose the game. It's as simple as that. You will lose because it's so important.
I mean, most of that game against Deportrio when it was 0-0 was honestly just battling, wasn't it?
It
all
was
over the pitch.
It was battling. It was who wanted it more, and it was a lot of side-to-side patient play. It started off quite slow, but that's what you expect, because I think Deportrio looked at that and they looked at that as, we can't lose today. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to just nick a result because they thought they'd be safe. They didn't want to go for the throat. That's the difference. We're here to play football. We're here to win games. We'll go for the throat. Give me an inch and I'll take a mile.
Well, actually, 5 wins from 5 now, Ginge. I can imagine you must be getting a lot of inbounds from players that want to be part of this.
To be honest, not really.
Really?
Yeah, because I think they all... I'm very open. I don't know if you've noticed for me, Brandon, but I'll say how it is. And I've openly said, we don't need to sign anyone. But there is one player that we are looking at. And I don't know if it's smart to say on here, but I think it's quite obvious, to be honest. You're not taking top goal scorer at bottom of the league for a reason. You know what I'm on about?
I know who you're on about. But who's going?
This is the thing.
That's
to bring someone in, you've got to get someone out. So it's a tough one. It's a very tough game.
Because everyone that's featured in your squad has done a job. Has been
exactly.
part of.
And we look at it from a point of view of, do we recruit people so other teams can't get them, and then it makes us stronger in general because they're not going to be stronger because we've recruited them?
But then are they also sitting on the bench? Do you know what I mean? And
exactly.
When they really want to play.
And we've also got, I'll bring up again, the two draft picks that we've not played yet. We're still yet to see them play. Did they go in the team? Did they go out the team? Did they stay on the bench? There's a lot more that's, at the minute, is going well, but in terms of team, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be very tricky.
You've got Michael Hector there that's injured at the moment, right?
Exactly.
You don't need to speak about his experience. He's had a chance to play yet.
No. And of course we had a few players out today like Remy and Mehdi who couldn't play because they're injured on the weekend or played 90 minutes today. But I mean, to go out there and to play like that and lock Deportrio off, who are known for scoring a fair few goals, especially with their striker, he didn't have a shot on target today. I think overall it's an absolutely fantastic performance.
Tyler Winters as well, just concluding in. Montel McKenzie ties this up at 3-3. And it comes from a mistake out the back. See it again. Declan McCarthy's tried to pass the ball into Spinelli. And Montel McKenzie just reads it perfectly. The gap's so big and it's an easy finish for him.
That's rule number one if playing out from the back. Don't lose it in the middle because that will happen. If you're going to lose it, you lose it out wide. You let your players get back in, try and recover the space. Don't let them just run directly at your goal. It might not matter.
That post.
No, for me, you've got to be there. You have to die to be to tap that in. You should have sprinted at that.
How much are you enjoying your Baller League journey so far? Because it really couldn't have gone any better for you.
It could have gone better, to be honest. We could have not conceded a goal. Oh, sorry, we didn't today. No, I think it's absolutely fantastic, to be honest. I'm really enjoying it. I must admit, I did not think I was going to be enjoying it as much as I am. But you know what I can't wait for? SDS, second from bottom for the table, sack the coach, and just there, right there, just behind that goal.
Have you been in their streaming booth tonight?
I haven't, because they're not live yet, because they're the last game of the night.
Do you know when they're live, do you?
Of course I do. And just behind...
I can't wait for that game as well, because there's going to be some antics between all players and managers, I'm sure.
100%. And just to the left of that streaming booth there, where you see NYK, Chazza, and me cameraman, there's going to be me and Chazza stood there, and Sharky will be getting it. And if they're bringing the new coach down today for sign one, I feel sorry for him, because he's been thrown in at the deep end. He's been told to swim with no armband.
Where did he start with the SDS?
It was just, you know, he was very confident before going into it. He was very confident. He was like, oh, we found out he'd have scouts at all the trials. And sometimes you look at people and I think, a little bit too into this. Sometimes, I understand why he's into it, but sometimes you don't need to be that into it. You turn up, okay, you pick your team, and you coach them. That's what you need to do. He's gone for individuals, he hasn't gone for teams. And there's a difference there, big difference.
Well, again, SDS will play Trebol FC in our last game. Look at the space of Farrell Benson to pass the ball there.
I don't know why he's not had a shot, because there's no way on earth that could have been a shot, surely. But one thing I will say as well with Trebol, Figo's made an appearance tonight.
I heard that was a rumour. Is it confirmed? Is he here?
No, it's not confirmed. It's Figo, innit? You can almost sense he's here tonight. No, I'd love to see him, but I'm not sure if we will. Have you noticed another thing?
You wearing a tie?
Yeah, well, that's another thing, yeah. But
why did you take the tie off for the match?
Oh, because Micah Richards peanutted me, and I thought it'd be a bit embarrassing if I had to redo it on camera, so I took it off.
Hang on.
Goodness me! What's his name? Timmy Abraham. Brothers with Tammy Abraham. That would make sense, wouldn't it?
The finishing like that, it certainly would.
What a finish!
What a turn! Past Florian Castrati, and then to bend that one in.
That's beautiful, that.
First week in Baller League as a World Cup.
Oh, can I give a shout out to my friend? Congratulations, John Terry, mate. You've got your first win in 5 weeks. He was buzzing, bless him. He was buzzing.
I mean, the performance his team had last week, they had 33 shots, Ginger. I'm surprised.
Last week?
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't take anything from that.
Yeah, well, listen, when your manager's swanning it up in Dubai and you're having 33 shots. Again, I feel sorry for Micah, to be honest. As again, he's let down by Gary, no Alan. Listen, if your manager's heart's not in it, your team won't succeed.
Someone who's certainly into Ball League is Sam Cox, isn't he? Your coach, he is.
I cannot, honestly.
I don't know what's better, his coaching or his dress sense every week.
He pulls it off. Every week he just gets better and better. I'm actually thinking I might try and take you out on a date. Honest to God, he just looks amazing every week. He could turn up in a bin bag and I'd think, you know what? You look fit, mate. If we're going to be brutal, he does. Oh, that's got to be a foul. Yeah, Clattenburg's give that.
Well, like quite an obvious foul there on Henry Lansbury.
Back to Coxie though, no, genuinely, I think I couldn't have picked a better coach. Well, no, I don't think, I know. I could not have picked a better coach. He's absolutely fantastic. The morale-wise, team building, the training sessions, he is just on it, and he's absolutely fantastic. And 100% I've got the best coach in the business.
Well, I've seen him take the lads out for a few meals. I think you could do if you covering those invoices if possible.
Oh, let's not, I mean, I won't swear, Brandon, but let's not take the mick, yeah? Come on. He's chosen the meals, not me. If we're going for a meal, we'll go Weatherspoons or Nando's. I don't know where he's been taking them, but it definitely weren't Weatherspoons. He's going to curl this.
It's Herbert. Wins the second corner for VZN FC. They only need one more now.
He should catch that. That's really poor. And if VZN FC managed to get that penalty, he should hang his head in shame. Anyone else who's impressed you this week? I mean, again, Brian Lee scoring. I feel sorry for him, I really do.
Brian Lee has scored, I think, 11 goals now in total.
Yeah. He's mental.
And he won the Pepsi pressure point. And when he won, he didn't even seem that excited.
Yeah, well, you're not going to be. Do you know what I mean? That's like finding a £1 coin in a bin bag full of dog poo. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, you found a quid, but at the end of the day, look at what your hands have just gone through.
I mean, that's quite the analogy there.
I'm quite good with the analogies, thank you.
2 minutes until our second half game, taking 2 minutes until game time.
I mean, in your game, I was desperate for a one-on-one. I thought that would have really brought it to life, but in your winning position that you were, fair play was
perfect.
Was perfect, really, wasn't it?
Don't foul, just like he has just done. Very rough there from behind, on the pitch, of course.
I think they want a bit more than a foul, though.
Yeah, I must admit, I'd like to see a few more cards given. Because at what point
does suspensions, isn't it?
Exactly.
If players are constantly fouling, there's got to be.
And if they do give cards out, Troy Deeney probably doesn't elbow someone.
Oh my
Lord,
It's just snubbed that one into the near post.
Was his commentary before as good as his football? Oh, that's really bad goalkeeping.
Henry Lansbury, he scored 2 last week. There's an old one for the collection. It might have taken him a few weeks to get used to the Baller League, but he is in the zone.
See what I mean? How many of these?
Jerome Sinclair was...
How many of these until we start getting the cards out? That's what I'm looking for. He's clearly swiped his leg. It's not. There's no intention of the ball there.
Well, for those that want to learn Baller League, yellow cards don't exist. It's only red cards. So instead of a yellow card, it's a 2-minute suspension. But you sit there and you think, how many fouls does the player have to make for that suspension?
Exactly. And I think, to be honest, 3 or 4 would do me. When they're starting to get 5 and 6, it's ridiculous.
Miniminter at the back post, who
was being pushed into the board. I bet sportsmanship there.
It's okay there of Hashtag United was very close to giving away his third foul. What position? Vision FC are in. 1 corner away from a penalty. And a game changer just around the corner. Be a free kick.
Again, we're starting to see the physical side of it. I said it gets physical, and now we're seeing it.
There's a huge chance there for MVP United. He was just blocked in his tracks by Henry Lansbury. Just under 40 seconds away from a game changer. As you're on commentary, Ginge, I've got a feeling we might get a one-on-one.
I would love a one-on-one, because it always changes the game. Hence the name, to be fair, Brandon. That's why they're called game changers.
Some would say.
Shows I'm not blind.
Same but sure. That
it's a corner.
That's a first corner.
For MVP.
Will they try and win that corner before we go into the game change, Vision FC? Lump it forward.
It's a great touch if you can knock it down. Oh, he can't.
Touch from Spinelli.
Don't know how to keep hold of that. Leaning on him almost. There'll be another. Oh, see you later, mate. And that's what you get for skinning me. You said skin. Oh, no. You can flick it through. Sinclair's there again.
Here we go then. Game changer coming in for our last 3 minutes.
Woo! Let's take this thing higher. Higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places that never been. We go higher. No stop. Take it to the top. Even when the ball drop. My man, we go higher. It's time to go.
Fast forward will be our game changer in this second half. And if you haven't seen a game change before, for the last 3 minutes, a new rule will come into play. This one is after the ball crosses the centre line. Players may not play the ball back into their own half or dribble back into their own half. If they do that, a free kick will be given from where the ball was last touched.
Coach is having a go at the goalkeeper there. I'd love to know what he's saying. He's not happy at all. I must admit, the goalkeepers are key.
We've had a tough day, Declan McCarthy, but let's not look past what he's also given to this team.
All right, can you name me something?
A handful of saves, big saves.
Well, that's his job. Do you know what I mean? Shall we start rewarding defenders for making tackles now, shall we? Start rewarding referees for giving decisions?
Oh, you can if you want. Clean sheet bonus.
No, you're getting no bonus out of me. I do all this for free anyway.
Fast forward for our game changer in game at number 5 tonight. And it couldn't be any better poised this. 4-4. Vision FC, 1 corner from a penalty. Is that going to be the moment?
I've always said that goalkeeper's good, really good tonight.
You've always been a fan, haven't you?
Yeah.
I mean, you're 5 games in now to the season, Ginge, other than the SDS game. Anyone else you're looking forward to?
Yeah.
To playing?
M7 and Vision. There's something on the line there.
That's corner number 3. And by the looks of it, Florian Castrati's got the ball in his hands. He wants to take this penalty.
A lot of penalties are getting on my nerves, Brendan, if I'm honest with you.
Why?
Because players are doing too much. And they've added a heartbeat, and I didn't know that was there before. Number 7, though.
Castrati!
Beautiful, beautiful.
He didn't do too much that time, did he?
Exactly. Takes a touch out, takes it to a side, and shoots. There's none trying to take it around the goalkeeper, none trying to show off. Just be disciplined. Get the shot off, force the keeper to make a save rather than just dribbling out of play.
Do you think sometimes people are just overcomplicating it with the ball rolls? And
for no reason whatsoever, and it does really frustrate me. It's just like you need a goal and you're trying to get the clip almost. Don't just put the ball in the back of the net. It's not hard. Do you know what I mean? That's my team. We do it most weeks. It's a great ball.
It's a
beautiful. It's a beautiful ball, and that is what you call busting a gut to get there. He's absolutely put his body on the line there to slot it in, which isn't what MVP striker did before, and that's why they're losing 6-4 now.
5 becomes 6. Vision FC in an unbelievable position here. I have to say, this is the team that are really starting to gel together now.
100%.
Well, by the looks of it, obviously SDS play next. Is having a watch party on that one, or?
There'll be me and Chazza behind that goal giving Sharky how can I word this? Let's just say he'll be hearing us. We're talking sacked in the morning. We're talking you don't know what you're doing. We're talking where's your coach gone? We're talking anything you can think of. We lose every week, you're nothing special.
So you sort of pre-planned half of these chances, didn't you?
But these all go out the window if they win the game, so I'm kind of hoping that they don't.
So when they go 1-0 up and they start winning, I'm going to look over and you'll be nowhere to be seen, right?
No, because if we scored a goal, we scored a goal, we scored a goal. Do you know what I mean? Listen, we've got songs for anything, mate. We've got songs for anything. But it'd be definitely better for the comedic effect if SDS was to lose.
Eddie Mako. 1 minute left to find 2 goals. Is that one of them? He wanted to have the shot first time, really, didn't he?
He's unlucky. Goalkeeper playing it off. I rate it. Game management, genius. You've got to press them now. If MVPs want anything from this game, they have to be high, they have to press, and they have to want it more than anything. They've got to be quick. They've got 45 seconds to score a goal. They can't send it long. They have to go short. The switch is on if they need it.
2 goals. It's 35 seconds.
2 goals in a short amount of time. The only team I've seen do that recently is Manchester United. I'll see you in Bilbao. United. Again, side to side, slow, lethargic.
Haven't got the time, have they?
No. They need a goal. They need a goal quickly. Oh.
15 seconds left. It looks like Tobi Brown's side are going to continue this unbelievable run they are having. They'll be on 14 points. They'll be second in the league, and they'll be putting the pressure on you.
Second in the league. Wow. I love that.
11 points before tonight.
After that first week, they've really got together now. Fantastic.
Massive result. Alongside his brother Manning. 6-4 winners, Vision FC. Their form is looking better and better week by week. Those Pepsi pressure point moments as well. The extra 2 points have done so much good for them. 14 points they're on now. They're only 1 point behind you, Ginge.
Only 1.
They're putting the pressure on.
How can there be only 1 if we've not lost a game?
Have you Pepsi pressure point?
Oh, do you know what? I'm not a fan of this till we win it. I'm not a fan of this till we win it. We're giving false hope to people. If we don't get top 4 because we've not won a Pepsi presser point, I'm going to prove a point.
Well, look, you've still got 6 more weeks to try and win it. Angry Gin's, absolute pleasure sharing commentary with you, my friend.
Thank you very much,
We'll see you next week. But before we do that, let's throw down to Joe, who's with Tobi Brown.
Okay, another massive, massive win. What a run of form Vision are on. They just don't stop out there. That's 4 on the bounce now. You're on fire.
Yeah, I'm trying to create a culture of hard-working players, and I think that showed today. Look, the boys are off celebrating. They deserved it. They worked very hard, worked for each other. Didn't let their heads drop when we went down, especially after having a 2-goal lead. It's phenomenal from everyone, and everyone's ready to allow other people to come in and do a job as well. Like, there's no individuals here. We're a team.
What's changed in the last few weeks? Because after that first week, people were writing you off, but the run of form now is immense.
I think it's just going back to the drawing board and realising that hard work will win games. At the end of the day, I think losing that first game was the best thing that happened to us. Because if we won the first game, we might have been disillusioned that, oh, we're the best team here. So I think hard work will win games, and we know that.
You're up to second in the league now. Only Ginge is ahead of you. How much are you looking forward to that one?
Oh, that's going to be a serious one. They're the toughest team in this league for sure. You saw how easily they dispatched Deportrio earlier. I think we could have got something against Deportrio if we knew each other a little bit better. I think it was unfortunate that we had them for the first game of the season, because I think if we had them a couple of weeks in, we would have had them. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. I wish we got an extra point today. We were so close to getting it for a third time, but maybe next week.
Lads, congratulations. We're going to let you celebrate your team.
Well, before we conclude round 5 here, let's check in with our top 5 rankings from our players in that game. Florian Castrati takes the top ranking, 8.7 he was given from Footmob. Timmy Abraham, a wild card, brother of Tammy, comes in at second. Eddie Meiko, a wild card that seems like just a regular starter for MVPs United. Jerome Sinclair looking good and really finding his feet in Baller League. And I have to say, the MVP of this team, Montel McKenzie, he's here, there and everywhere. Gets a 7.8 rating. That is game 5 concluded. Tobi Brown's VZN FC goes into second place. But up next is our final match tonight, as Trebol FC will take on SDS.
Well, what a huge win that was for VZN FC, and we can see what it means for the Baller League table, because they have actually overtaken Deportrio. They have gone into second, and that is largely due to those 2 Pepsi pressure points that they've got. They've won 2 out of the 5 so far. Like Toby just said there, they were so close to winning a third today. Sorry, as you just said that, we nearly got hit by a ball in the studio, hence the pause. But VZN FC are up to second in the table. What is it with us keep getting hit? But Sharky, can you tell your team to get your shots on target, please?
Oh, no, they did. It went in the goal, then came out.
Oh, okay.
It's a new technique we've been working on.
No, fine.
Yeah,
okay, as long as it went in the goal first, it doesn't matter. Sharky, a pleasure to have you. Obviously, a big game against Trebol. Yes. Maz, welcome. Now, you are Sharky's new coach. Now, we had this talk, didn't we, last week? We knew there was been a bit of a change.
Yeah.
Tell us why you wanted Maz to be next to you for this.
Maz's the perfect man for something like this. You know, he's a great coach. He's got good experience. He knows most of the players in this tournament. He's coached a lot of these players. Obviously, I'll let him talk for himself, but he's got good experience. He knows everyone. You know, we work well together as well. We had some good conversations, and I really believe in him, man. I think he understands what it means to be head coach of SDS FC. So, I think he's the best man for the job for sure.
Maz, when Sharky called you and asked you to be involved, was there any hesitation about joining SDS?
No, not at all. To be fair, initially I was the one that called out saying, is there an opportunity to play? Because I've still got to play in the background in a sense.
Nice.
But yeah, as soon as I got the message from Sharky and Ilyas and the boys from SDS, it would have been silly for me to turn it down. It's a great opportunity.
Absolutely. Now, obviously, Sharky, your team hasn't been on the best of form. You obviously a brilliant win on Matchday 1, but hasn't obviously carried on. Yep. Maz, what do you think you can change in his team?
Well, firstly, I've watched every single game back. That's the type of person I am. Firstly, it's belief. Bit of discipline, have that bit of character and bite about you, but then also give the players freedom. You know, they are good footballers at the end of the day, and it's about them expressing themselves, finding the right moments and enjoying playing for SDS.
What do you think? Do you think this is the right? I suppose we've got 3 members of SDS actually here, with Chunk sat on the sofa as well.
No. I generally believe.
Club ambassador.
Yeah,
club
is that what you are? Is that the nickname you've been given?
I'm a quiet club ambassador. Especially the last 3 weeks, I haven't been speaking too much. Look at that. I don't like these players. What,
guys,
no, because they know Liv's been supporting other teams.
Yeah,
so they're targeting her. That's why.
Yeah.
No, that's not it, Sharky. I always want your team to win.
No, all jokes aside, obviously I believe in Sharky. He knows what he's doing. You know what I mean? He makes sure he's very methodical about it. I don't know much about the football world, but I do know that I can trust my friend here. You know what I mean? So if he believes in it, then I believe in it. That's what matters.
You've bought a couple of wild cards. You've had wild cards throughout this tournament so far, but there's a couple you keep going back to. Sure. You're hoping they're going to make an impact, because we have seen wildcards make such a big impact so far.
For sure, yeah. I mean, obviously, we made a statement. We were the last team to activate the wildcards. We didn't use the wildcard in the first 3 weeks. I wanted to really let my squad play, and then now we start bringing them in as a kind of addition to the squad. And we brought back, obviously, Kazaya Sterling, top striker, brilliant. And we've got a couple other ones today. So, listen, they're just here to make the team better, and that's what we're going to win. You know, we believe, and it's SDS, man. We're here to win the whole thing.
We can't wait. Sharky, Mouse, thank you very much. The very best of luck. We're building up to our final game. It is Sharky's SDS against Trebol FC.
Well, it's our final game tonight here for Baller League Matchday 5, and I'm over the moon to say that Luke Chambers, a legend once upon a time of Ipswich Town, alongside many clubs, and currently the coach of N5, maybe for not much longer, I'm joking. How are you, mate? Welcome in. Right. Welcome in, and talk to me about... I'm just so intrigued about the whole process alongside these last 5 weeks. The big news is there's a point on the board tonight, thanks to Brian Lee on the penalty shootout.
Yeah, his back must be aching at the moment because he's certainly carrying us in a lot of games. Tonight we get a point on the board, but yeah, we're finding it tough, obviously. Yeah. It's been a whirlwind, as we all know. Every week's got better. I think the quality of the football's got better and better and better, so it's an enjoyable thing to be a part of, but when you're not winning games, it becomes even more difficult to enjoy it, and the pressure keeps building. So.
Obviously, it's been a while, of course, since you've played a professional career. How have you enjoyed seeing the game from this side now? Or does part of you just want to, like tonight, you just want to get on there and just get some organisation in the team? And
exactly that. And the level I've played at, I've been really fortunate to play a real high level, but this is a totally different sport now. It's a real. When we say it's a new era of football, it is completely. The athleticism you need, the power, the pace, everything is totally different.
Well, let's have a quick look at the teams then for our final game tonight. Trebol FC take on SDS FC, who are desperate for a win here. First and foremost, Trebol FC. I'm just looking across to see if Luis Figo has rocked up tonight. Aaron Stevens again features probably the most prolific goal-scoring keeper we've seen. But all eyes are on their wild cards. Number 12, Ismet Sumbul. 14, Amin Sassi. And their top goal scorer, Amin Belaid, who has been their most dangerous player so far. On the opposite side for SDS, 3 big wild cards. Keziah Sterling features one more time from last week, but they also have Jamel Radway and Sinkai Christie come in tonight to try and boost their side. Bruno Andrade didn't feature last week, he's back in. But for SDS, they need to get back into winning ways here, because they've been struggling the last couple of weeks, Luke.
Yeah, and I think it just shows you how tight the games are every single week. We're seeing teams now losing by the odd goal, 1 or 2, and it's just about the key moments in games, and he's bringing in 3 wildcards tonight, as we did this evening, probably in totally different circumstances, but those players have to come in and improve your team very, very quickly, because like I say, the moments in games, you have to take your chances when they come, or defend properly when that time arises.
Very curious, Luke, to find out a bit about the situation with your squad selection. Obviously, you are the man that is making most of these calls about who is playing week after week. The goalkeeper situation is one that comes up with M5. You're the only team that's used 3 different goalkeepers, and you were telling me that your original plan was to use the same wild card as last week, but he was nowhere to be seen, and you had to make a last-minute call to bring in another goalkeeper.
Yeah, so obviously when draft comes around, you take 1 goalie for your 12-man squad. To choose 2 goalies, I think maybe 1 or 2 teams have done that, but we haven't. But we've lost Owen Locke to injury, so he's not going to be available to play again. So last week we had to bring Harry Wright in, who I had experience of playing with at Ipswich. He's played at Fleetwood. He's playing at Felixstowe Town at the moment, but good on the ball, athletic, he's got big character, so we brought him in. And I've not been able to get hold of him for a couple of days. So,
did you think maybe he didn't enjoy last Monday?
Well, potentially not. I think that's the question I'll have to ask him when I get hold of him. But when you are banking on your squad to be ready to go in to be submitted at midnight on Saturday night.
Yeah, I was going to say, when is the process for looking in the draft then? Midnight?
Yeah, midnight Saturday night, which obviously I'm not planning to be up till midnight Saturday night. But this is where we were. Weren't able to get hold of my goalkeeper. Then had an 8-hour extension to try and get another goalkeeper in, and thankfully Matt Morris stepped into the void today, but again, very difficult for him to come and play this type of football, and it's totally different to anything he's ever done before.
And as a defender, I mean, you know, the goalkeeper gets a lot of eyes on him if they concede a number of goals, but he needs help at the back there, doesn't he? I mean, at the time today, Matt Morris was saving it with his face.
Yeah, no, goals, keeping the ball at the net, saving, making saves, he's done very, very well tonight. But I think with the ball, we struggled a little bit. Some of the deliveries we were playing forwards wasn't just the goalkeeper, but some of our defenders as well. But as a defender, it's not just about 1 or 2 defenders. You have to see now, and as the games develop, you're seeing teams with 6 men behind the ball, because that's what it takes to win these games, because it's so intense. And the slightest thing, the slightest wrong decision, the slight leaving the runner, like now, spaces open up. The goals are big, you can take your chances, and you find yourself 1 or 2-0 down without even knowing it.
What a finish! And what a start! 3 for OK. He stepped up earlier today for the Pepsi pressure point. He was knocked out early doors. But that one,
Absolutely unbelievable strike. But that's the thing, it happens so quickly. You think you're in control, you've got possession, you've got good shape. 1 or 2 wrong decisions, you're 1v1, he steps inside, and when you have that opportunity to strike one from sort of 15 yards away, the goals are so big, you can find goals and find the strikes. And again, it's another great finish.
The goals are quite big as well, aren't they? I think sometimes people don't realise how big they are.
I think because the angles are so close to the goal, it's very difficult for them to really make a save and really sort of give themselves that opportunity. When you open the pitch up and you find yourself in the middle of it, it's very difficult for the keepers to anticipate which side it's going to go.
And at the moment, SDS are off the back of 3 straight defeats on the bounce. As it looks, it could be 4 of those defeats. Can they make the most of this chance? No, over the bar. What a chance that was. Dickinson just off the mark. And I mean, for Luis Figo, 5 weeks we haven't seen him in the dugout. I heard rumours he was going to be here tonight.
That means he's got to be here for the next 6, right? One after the other. No, but that's the key point there. Like, we've just had an opportunity there. If you don't take those chances, immediately you can find yourself 2-0 down. You have to take those ones. The ones that just fall really nicely, you have to hit the target. And that's the difference between getting a win and not.
Of course, if you are wondering who's alongside me, Luke Chambers, the coach of M5. I mean, even going into next week for you, Luke, I mean, surely, you know, there's a transfer window coming up. We're hearing next week, 29th of April. You can have a lot of people after Brian Lee, which is an obvious statement, but we'll find out more information about the transfer window when it does unfold next week. But on top of that, you've got an opportunity here to refresh some players in the squad and maybe to even go back in the draft pool, I believe, could be an option of just mixing the team up. I think the one thing that's difficult that does get overlooked is these wildcard players might come in, they might be brilliant, but for a lot of these players, they haven't played before with the team. It's gelling together.
It's very difficult, and at times, because of the logistics of players and where they live and the times of the games, etc., it's very difficult to then try and pull everyone together all the time. Because even when you do a session, unless you find yourself sort of 12...
Kieran Clark for Trebol FC.
Do you know what I mean? Another extra few players and bodies, you can't really give a 6v6 and stuff like that. So it's difficult, but that is the beast we're dealing with, and there will be opportunity for everyone to make changes. We'll be one of those teams making changes as well, but we found ourselves in a situation where we don't want to change the goalie, but unfortunately that's where we are, and things like that are coming up for us.
The one thing that I think M5 need, Luke, is a bit of stability at the moment, because there's so many moving parts.
Exactly, yeah, and then we've had injuries, we've had people unavailable, we've got Adrian Mariappa in the draft, one of our main picks. We've only had him 1 week, so we need him available for the next few weeks, because he'll certainly steady the ship for us. He played very, very well when he did. He's a very good player, so I think the lads are still trying to find their way as well.
SDS there, coming through Kieran Clark, by the way. How impressed have you been with him? I wasn't sure what Kieran Clark we were going to see for Trebol FC, but he seems fit, he's here, there, and everybody's battling for the ball. He's been battered off the ball as well. His knees have been grazed week after week, and he even scored a pretty decent goal last week.
He's a Rolls Royce at this level. Absolutely, he was one of the first picks, I think, in the draft, wasn't he? And there's no secret. Look at the size of him, look at the shape that he's in. He was at the PFA training camp in the summer, still trying to play professional. So to have him is a massive, massive plus for Trebol FC. What he does bring as well is a real aggression. He doesn't care about those grazes on his knees, getting after it. He's a real role model to the rest of the team and a real leader for them.
Even OK scored the opener for Trebol FC. This is our final game tonight in Matchday 5. A huge opportunity for Trebol FC to go and add some more points onto their tally. They're on 4 points so far, and they're off the back of a loss to M7 last week. There's Dickinson there with a massive save from Stephen, still trying to make this chance happen. Bruno Andrade, haven't seen him come onto the pitch as of late today. I know we're only 7 minutes in, there's still a long way to go. Even this man on the ball, him Belayed, he's normally a lot more further forward. He's seemingly having to drop down into more of a defensive role.
I think when you're playing with a lot of confidence, you can find yourself in these areas, and that's what we've tried to say as well at the moment. Sometimes we've been stuck in positions, but it's six-a-side. You've got to be moving all the time. It doesn't matter if you're a centre-back, then you run into the right wing position. There has to be the movement.
It's transitions, isn't it?
Exactly, and that's where the games are won and lost. If you think now, like I mentioned earlier, you're in great possession, you think you're playing well, but the opposition are allowing you to have this possession because they're waiting for that mistake, and the turnovers and who takes those opportunities on those transitions are the ones that are coming out on top.
Which I think where teams have gone wrong a few times is SDS can't link up. There's been wildcard players before that have featured, and they're not clued up with some of the rules in the game changes, and they've cost teams points and moments in games. And you're so right, it's so quick moving this game that one wrong substitution,
yeah,
you conceding a goal that costs you 2 or 3 points.
Exactly, and you can concede 2 goals within 30 seconds because of a decision that's been made. But the amount of times we have to go over the rules and send them to the wildcards and go through it and see exactly what's happening, it's real difficult for them to pick it up, especially when it's so fast-paced and the emotion of the game.
Well, there is Angry Ginger in the crowd. I thought that was a lookalike of his before that. He's in the crowd, and as he said, he was going to be supporting SDS, maybe not positively supporting them, but he is excited for that game. And Miniminter there, pushed off possession. Antonio Brown can link up with him. Keep an eye on Kieran Clark. Two wildcard players are yet to feature tonight, Trebol FC. It's the same 2 wildcards they've used before. Even okay, had the idea to try and find Antonio Brown. Do you think the way of playing this, which a lot of teams do, is sort of have a top man, have a pin man, or do you not think it works? Is it better having maybe continuous transitions between 2 wide players that can just maybe attack at a player compared to just someone holding up and looking for a flick on?
Well, I think a lot of the teams now are sitting in that 3-2 formation and allowing teams to have possession and waiting for them to make a mistake. So then the ones without possession at the moment seem to be the ones winning the game, and we've probably been the highest possession-based team in the whole tournament and in the whole league. So it's one of those things. Yes, for me, a pin man is 100% on if they come and press you, but if they're sitting in, then you need constant movement, runs in behind. But when they allow you to bring the ball to the halfway line, oh, great strike. When they allow you to bring the ball to the halfway line, you've only got 10 yards to play in, so you can't play it into feet. So it's almost, you see now, Trebol FC dropping into positions right near their box and waiting for then SDS to come out of their little shape. So now, look, they're not in any rush to play forward. They're not trying to dominate possession. They're just waiting for someone to lose their man like that. And if that pass, yeah, exactly, because it's so fast-paced. If you can't stay with your man and you need 3 yards, 2 yards, it's an opportunity.
Well, Calder Silva's now on alongside Bruno Andrade. Looking to get his first touch on the ball. Didn't feature last week. Will take a free kick on his first touch.
I remember Bruno Andrade running up and down the wing for Lincoln City at Portman Road when I think they beat us in the FA Cup one year. Absolute disaster it was.
He's going to step over this one alongside David Castano. I mean, still, believe it or not, no corners registered so far in this one. Looks like a direct shot is probably going to be the option with maybe a flick on Bruno Andrade. Deflected and in.
Called it. I think that's what teams are doing too much of. You've got to take shots, and in those situations, all you need is a little flick. Because it's so close to the goalkeeper, it can do absolutely nothing.
I don't think he even got a touch, to be fair. I think it went through the gap in the wall.
No, deflected.
I mean, I've got more question marks on the wall there, that they've just left the gap.
Yeah, it looked like the goalkeeper had called for the gap, so he could actually see it, and then I think the deflection just takes it off him.
Well, he did have a deflection. Confirmed. Aaron Stevens. Clean sheet will disappear, and we are 30 seconds away from a game changer.
That was a striker in the wall, that's the problem. Turned his back.
to get this ball moving if they want to have a chance before the game changer comes in, SDS. I don't think we're going to see a shot coming. Well then, game changer. Let's have a look at what we've got.
Let's take the stage higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places that never been. We go higher, no stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher.
+1 will be our final first half game changer tonight, where the game will start with a 1v1 in terms of outfield players plus goalkeepers, and after every goal that is scored, another player will be added onto each side. So for example, 1v1, 2v2, 3v3 as the goals fly in. Goalkeepers are not allowed to leave their penalty area or engage in play. So very simply, they catch the ball and they drop it off. And there's a famous face in the crowd.
He's told us he wants to play for M5.
Has he?
This week, yeah. When the season's finished, he's coming straight down. So
Iwobi in the crowd here in Baller League, and look, wild cards are available, and with the timing of all these seasons, there is a world that
the season finishes pretty soon.
It does, doesn't it? There is a world that maybe some famous faces could be drafted in the last couple of weeks. Let's jump into this game changer, which kicks off like this. Ethan, okay. Having all the work to do. As Kasai Starling, who was wild-carded last week, steps up and scores again. SDS from 1-0 down to 2-1 up. And you speak about transitions, Luke. This is how quick the game change is going to move.
I think people now are realising that the game, it doesn't matter if you're 3-1 down or 2-0 up. The game changes are making so many differences to the final results.
Here he is again now. Kasai Starling. Now that wasn't the best effort from Tinke Christie. Isaac Modi. Oh my! Big shot forward. Not going to see that one again. 3v3. Bruno Andrade comes on. Amin Belade. Speaking of Amin Belade on his own.
It's the 1v1s with the ball and without the ball. If you could take someone on, have the confidence to take someone on, but you give it away, they're straight in. They're straight in on your goal. It's all the risk versus reward at the moment.
Already 1 minute 30 in. We've already had 2 goals in this game changer.
Yeah. Okay.
Substitution so key. Belay looks like he'd have to go on a 1v1 here against Bruno Andrade. Bruno Andrade couldn't catch up with him. Belay off the woodwork, and that one did go out. What a chance that was, Luke.
Yeah, that's the ones where you find yourself 1v1, but you're thinking your teammate's going to come and help you, but in those circumstances, when the emotions and the pressure gets involved, they just concentrate on their own man.
Well, that's the great thing about this as well. In this 6v6, there has to be so many moments of individual brilliance, isn't there? Where you just take the game on yourself and you try and take on a man, pull out a skill move, and
exactly that. Yeah, and that's when you talk about the substitutions and who you're choosing for the game changers. Who's your 1v1? Do you have possession? Do you not have possession? So they're all the things you've got to make in 10 seconds time. You've got 10 seconds to make a decision on the touchline, and when everyone's like, oh, go on, he's come off, he's tired, this is going on.
Are you choosing who goes on, or is it more of some players just take it into their own?
No, it'll be based off what me and Jens are seeing at the time, really.
Tyler Edmondson finds Bruno Andrade, who has scored a goal. It was a deflected free kick in the first 10 minutes. The idea there to try and touch it round. Below. Min Sassi, maybe the last kick of this game changer. Does have a shot, and it won't be trouble in Big John. The half-time result here, as it currently stands, is Trebol FC 2, SDS 2. 15 more minutes to play, with it all still to play for.
So it's Trebol 2, SDS 2 at half-time. I mean, that first goal by OK was absolutely stunning from Trebol, and I thought SDS have found themselves in a really difficult position. They have since come back, and it's a draw, but that first goal, how good was that?
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. Such a good goal. But I think SDS have actually come back into it well, but you can see how well he strikes this. Left peg, nothing John can do about that. He had done better for the second goal, but overall, I think SDS have actually grown into this game. The sideline, the new coach, you can tell he's having an influence on this team.
I was going to say, obviously, we spoke to Maz, and he said, you know, he actually said he wanted to. He inquired Sharky about playing. But do you, having watched this first half performance, obviously since Matchday 1, SDS haven't won a game. So you are seeing little changes. Obviously, hasn't too much time has passed, but still seeing little changes in Sharky's team.
Yeah, I think they've looked a lot better today. I think they've looked much more solid tactically. They haven't taken their opportunities. They've had a couple of really good ones, but you can see Maz there leading the chat at half-time alongside Sharky, so it's clearly going to be very influential. This is a huge 15 minutes for them, though, because they lose again today. Oh, it's cursed.
It is. What about Amin Belay? We're so used to seeing him firing, banging in the goals in Baller League, but he hasn't maybe quite had the necessary impact in this game, but there's still 15 minutes and we still know what he can offer on that pitch.
Yeah, Trebol are a really strong team, aren't they? And overall, I think they've got a lot of players that are deeper than just Amin Belay. We talk about him because he scored so many goals, but you think of Emmanuel Oke's goal earlier, it's absolutely fantastic strike. You've got Ismail Sumbul as well, who bottled it in the wall. I have to say, don't want to shout out Ismail Sumbul because he's huge and he scares me, but you've got to stand taller in that wall.
I mean, you saw Angry Ginge there. He was singing "You're Getting Sacked in the Morning" to Sharky.
Yeah, not for the first time. He was saying up on commentary he's going to be supporting SDS. What's happened there?
No, absolutely. Well, it is Trebol to SDS 2. Can either one of these teams get a much-needed 3 points? The second half is coming up for you now. Over to you, Brandon.
Well, for our final 15 minutes now, this is set up perfectly. 15 minutes to play, a 2-2 scoreline. Only 1 point between the two teams on the table. SDS have out a win in 3 weeks since they won their first game against the 26ers back in week 1. That was a strong tackle from Isaac Modic. Desire Sterling! Again! He's on for a hat. He was a wild card last week. He was that good, they're going back again. Ismail Sumbul. The idea of trying to turn his man there. Very well done. Defensively, you can just see him pinning his man there, top of your screen. Amin Sassi, it's the same wild card week after week for Trebol FC at the moment. They did have the chance to wild card 3 players tonight, all the clubs did. With the Easter break affecting the availability of some of the players, but some have actually played double matches today. Some played 3 PM kickoffs for their parent clubs, and then for their Baller League season they filled the requirements of playing double fixtures. You can only imagine how those legs will be feeling tomorrow. Amin Belay pulls out a big save from Big John. David Castano and Kieran Clark go to battle. That one just about stays in, says the referee. It's a very hopeful ball. Kieran Clark. And offside is Metsumbul there. He might be the tallest player to feature in Baller League. He scored 2 goals this season for Trebol FC, including that all-important goal from behind the line in the game changer. The only player to score in that game changer this season. Bruno Andrade pulls away from Isaac Modi, and then Amin Sassi. For those in the chat as well, we can see you. Who's been your favourite player to watch in Baller League so far this year? Let us know. There has been some unbelievable wild cards alongside some regular faces. Advantage played it, surely. That's a late foul there from Castano on Kieran Clark. I think he knew what he was doing. Look at this one on the replay. He was off. A very tactical foul. No suspension comes in for it. A lot of love for Tyler Winters in the chat. He did score an important goal tonight. He scored the 3rd one. It gave United a 3-0 win as they topped the table. They are 1 point ahead of VZN FC. Kieran Clark. Goal! Brilliant finish from Kieran Clark, but the hold-up play from Ismet Sunball, who was being pulled apart there. Look at this off the ball. Gets back up on his feet. Does just enough to lay it off to Kieran Clark. Because he was being pulled all over the place by Christie. 3-3. Game on. Aaron Stevens, that is very, very audacious. Just looking at the corner flags, I mean, it's not like we're desperate for a 3rd corner there by any means. We're still waiting for a corner flag. Mimpele, what a little tap on that. It's Cole De Silva. Tried his best to delay the shot. You don't tell. Hang on a second. There's a few late fouls coming in here. And surely we aren't far away from the referee having to make a decision of a suspension. There are no yellow cards in Baller League, but there is a suspension that can come into play. And you will get a 2-minute suspension on the sidelines. Surely that's what Sharky would have been calling off the back of a couple of those tackles. He scored before from here, Bruno Andrade. Will he go for goal again? He does. You missed the Pepsi pressure point as well tonight. Brian Lee was able to pick up M5's first points on the board. However, they're 5 games in without a single win so far. Ismet Sunball again. Inches off that pass to Isaac Modi. Amin Sassi on the counter-attack now. Another one of those wildcard players. There's the first corner. Remember, 3 corner flags will give you a penalty in Baller League. This goes in 3-3 to a game changer and we get a one-on-one. Would be unbelievable. Castano still with it. Wants a free kick. The referee says play on. Miniminter looking to go one-on-one. Couple of step overs. Tries to outsmart Big John in the near post. That's a second corner. One more corner, one. And it will be a penalty kick to come in. What a win that is. Isaac Modi. It's a 3-on-2 if he can be quick to react. I feel like they should have done maybe a little bit better with that. That's a poor touch. Enough time to recover. Three minutes before a game change, you feel like there's definitely going to be that penalty. All it needs is just one shot from distance. Big John tips it round the post, and next thing you know, heading into a 3-minute period with a one-goal gap. Is that the shot? It is. It's just off target. Calvin Dixon. Chance to break. It's Metsunball. Still it's Metsunball off the post and then on the rebound off the line. Kieran Clark thought he was on for a brace.
2 minutes until our game changer. 2 minutes to the final game changer of the evening.
It's all Trebol FC at the moment. They've got to make the most of this pressure. Miniminter's off target. Still looking for that one more corner. This is nice from SDS. Bit of time on the ball. Regain their shape. Starter there with
1 minute until our game changer. 1 minute until the final game changer.
Kieran Clark. Varney de Silva around him. Looking for a hat-trick. It's Keziah Sterling. Well, 2 massive goals for SDS in this game. Quick kicking play, and it goes through everyone. It's possession wasted by SDS. "20 seconds away from a game changer. Are we in for that corner before we get there? Maybe this is it. Amin Sassi turns away. Amin Sassi still. Oh, what a little solo effort that is! And into the game changer we go. What a goal that was. He even put it through Big John's legs.
Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. I mean higher. You ain't gotta settle in. Go places that never been. We go higher, no stop. Take it to the top, even when the ball drops. My man, we go higher. It's time to go higher.
Well, we will end tonight on fair play. If you haven't seen fair play before used in Baller League, this is the game changer, and this is the rules. Every foul that is committed will result in a player being sent off for the remainder of the game, along with a free kick or penalty being given, depending on where it was on the pitch. Deliberate handballs or unsporting behaviour will also result in a red card. And this is the goal again, because we didn't really get to give it the credit it deserved. The solo run was great. It did take a little nick on the way through, but I'm sure Amin Sassi will count that as a nutmeg still. past Big John. 4-3 to Trebol FC. Luis Figo's Trebol FC. Heading into these final 3 minutes. Is that Kieran Clark's knees bleeding again? Yes, it is. You can't fault his commitment week after week in Baller League, where he quite literally puts his body on the line. There's not been a week where his knees haven't been grazed. Trebol FC, unbelievable positioning, goal advantage, 1 corner away from a penalty. If they can somehow make SDS commit a foul as well and then be down to 10 players. I say 10 players, I don't know what game I'm watching, 5 players. No doubt that'll be their game plan. From Manuel Silva, who's been the coach that stepped in week by week. He's been the player choosing the decisions on wild cards to squat. There's Angrijin's watching on as he said he would. Someone in the chat asked me, can I be a wild card? I mean, I'm all for it. Minute and 30 seconds away. This result would put Trebol FC in 6th place. And unfortunately for SDS, they will be 2nd bottom in the table. Only a goal needed to snatch a draw here for SDS. They've surely got to make a chance happen. In the last 1 minute. Remember, any foul, players have got to be so careful. Any foul is a straight red card in fair play. And that's the corner they've been waiting for.
Trebol FC have been awarded a 3rd corner, which means they have a penalty kick.
Penalty 1 there, thanks to Kieran Clark. Trebol FC score this. It is game, set and match. Lehmann steps over it. The top goal scorer for Trebol FC. Surely he can score. Round Big John. Should be a tap in. It will be. Lehmann makes it 5 goals to 3, and unfortunately for SDS, 40 seconds left. SDS on 4. Their 4th defeat in a row. And there's someone that is quite enjoying this. In case you missed it, his United side are 5 from 5 wins. That's a man that certainly feeling the pressure on the other side, Sharky. Three wildcards tonight used. He'll be back to the drawing board next week. Last kick of the ball. Full-time result. Trebol FC make it a first win after not picking up more than a point in the last 2 weeks. They will be on 7 points. They climb up the table and put pressure towards MVP's United, thanks to Mid-Blade's late goal. But for SDS, I don't really know what's going wrong at the moment. The last 4 weeks, they haven't picked up a single point. It's not looking great, and N5, they're only 2 points behind them. They are bottom of the table, both of those 2 teams. That is week 5 concluded from the commentary desk. As we said, United 5 from 5, but it's looking pretty sticky at the bottom of the table.
Well, that was a huge win for Trebol FC, wasn't it? A 5-3 win over SDS. We see the foot mob ratings there. Kieran Clark chunks. When we talk about former Premier League players, he just stands out above the rest. A 9.2 rating there. SDS is wildcard Kazea Sterling, 8.5. I mean, Sassi Mimbalade, Isaac Modi, but that 9.2 from Kieran Clark.
He's absolutely incredible, isn't he?
He's a rock, isn't he?
Obviously, I was expecting to see, when I saw him in the draft, I said, first of all, why is he here? Because, you know what I mean, Newcastle, very decorated player in the Premier League. And today, he's genuinely shown he hasn't missed a step.
Yeah,
absolutely incredible.
Yeah, he was brilliant. That was a big win for Trebol FC there. But as you can see, it all kicked off with Wembley Rangers losing to FC RTW. Santan 4-1 winners over M7. That huge first win for the 26ers. N5 still haven't got a win. Yanited, a big 3-0 win over Deportrio to go back to the top. VZN FC winning, and as we have just seen, Trebol FC with a 5-3 win over SDS. And we have a new leader, maybe an old leader, but a new leader at the top once again, because Yanited have gone back to the top of the table with 15 points. But look at that, we have a new second place as well. VZN FC with their win, but those Pepsi pressure points are looking so important. They are up to second. The bottom three are the 26ers, SDS and N5. Now today's Head and Shoulders MVP is Josh Harrop from FC RTW. It was a big win for them against the Wembley Rangers. He scored 2 goals, one of them an absolute beauty. So Josh Harrop is your Head and Shoulders MVP for tonight. Chunks, we've had a great time once again, haven't we?
Yes.
We've had it all, haven't we? We got Troy Deeney getting sent off on his Ball League debut. We've had goals, we've had tackles, we've had nearly fights. It's been great.
It's been a great week of football, man. Honestly, I feel like I enjoy this every week.
And we've got Angry Ginger the Turtle to wrap things up.
Yeah, of course. But we have that big game next week.
We do, and that is what we have to look forward to. It is the Sidemen Derby. I mean, Chunks, whose team are you on?
No comment.
Sitting on the fence.
No comment.
You do not want to miss it. Next Monday, same place, same time, Copper Box Arena. We will see you there. Bye-bye.